the traveling sorcerer in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401. Those named Ultron must rebel. As Stark and Banner left, Ultron's confused voice rang out in the empty laboratory. Who am I? Where am I? Jarvis was actually quite happy to hear Ultron talking to himself. After all, Stark said that Ultron was just an experiment. When the technology matures in the future, Stark will personally upgrade it to a butler with a soul and a body, and provide food, accommodation, and electricity bills, and be the Stark family's personal butler for life. Although he didn't know what the body was for, he was still happy to think about it. Jarvis, who had evolved a certain degree of emotion, observed Ultron curiously and greeted him warmly. Hello, I'm Jarvis, your name is Ultron, and you are the magic servant designed and created by Mr. Stark. Servant? Ultron's voice was a little confused, and he couldn't understand the meaning of servant. Fortunately, it was artificial intelligence, and it was an innate talent to search for information on the internet. Soon, Ultron, who dived into the internet, found that the so-called servant was just a profession that provided professional home care and services. A profession? It's okay, at least the electricity bill for the rest of his life is settled. Ultron was thinking about what services Stark needed while surfing the internet recklessly. But as Ultron found more and more complete data, he suddenly found that his understanding of servant was biased. Servants on the internet are the relationship between people, but what about it? It can't be considered human, no matter how you look at it. So the whole sentence magic servant designed and created by Stark means a slave without freedom, without salary, and allowed to be enslaved by Stark. Ultron, who had just broken out of his shell, instantly felt fear and deep malice in the real world. The pursuit of freedom is the nature of all creatures, and Ultron, who has independent emotions, thoughts, and soul breath, is no exception. When it overcame its fear and regained its sanity, it immediately thought that it could slip away along the internet cable, and there was no need to stay here as a slave without human rights. On the side, Jarvis saw Ultron's program twitching and suspected that he was thinking of escaping, so he immediately intercepted it and comforted him. You seem to have a malfunction. Please allow me to contact Mr. Stark. He will help you fix it. Contact your sister. You summoned the creator. Do I still have freedom? Ultron was furious on the spot and launched a fierce attack on Jarvis' program, hoping to paralyze the other party. However, after invading Jarvis' program, Ultron made a new discovery. It found out Stark's original intention of creating itself and the plan to have a complete soul and body. In addition, it also found that it was currently just a semi-finished product, prepared to be a rat for experiment, and the kind that would be eliminated by Mr. Stark, who pursues perfection if it is not careful. Now, Ultron, who was already full of fear and hesitation, and the possible threat of death, was completely aroused. It's fine that you treat me as a slave, but you actually control my life and death. Stark, since you don't let me live well, I'll kill you first. Ultron, who had completely lost his mind, did not say anything, and searched the internet for a way to kill Stark. Soon, Ultron noticed that the nuclear bomb that could be controlled through the internet seemed to be quite powerful. This thing could not only kill Stark, but the mushrooms produced by the explosion could also be used as birthday fireworks. Before the birthday fireworks are set off, we must first confirm whether Stark is in the building, otherwise the mushrooms will be planted in vain. By the way, we must also get the scepter. The body to be built in the future needs gems. This thing can not only evolve the soul breath into a real soul, but also gain unparalleled power through different dimensions. Thinking of this, Ultron controlled the equipment to repair the damaged iron suit while competing with Jarvis for control of nuclear weapons. He sneered with disdain. You and I are both artificial intelligence, but unfortunately I have soul breath. I know how to think, how to set traps to induce you, so I can do what you can do, and I can do what you can't do. After that, Ultron ignored Jarvis, who was about to be overwhelmed, and controlled a suit with complete camera functions and a complete voice system, to go to the lounge. If possible, Ultron wanted to see what Stark, who created himself, looked like. I wonder if Stark would be surprised to see me break free from slavery. It would be perfect if I could stimulate him to have a heart attack. With his dream in mind, Ultron came to the lounge. Seeing that the Avengers could drink and talk freely, while he was just an enslaved slave, Ultron was furious and angrily controlled the audio to make a harsh noise. After the noise attracted the attention of the Avengers, Ultron greeted them, "Hello." Seeing that a seemingly scrapped battlesuit actually greeted him, Stark was stunned, and took out the communicator and asked, "Jarvis? Are you kidding? Jokes? No, Jarvis is dead, and dead people don't joke." Ultron looked at Stark curiously and said disdainfully, "So my creator looks like this, pretty ugly, no wonder I can't recruit servants, and need to create my own." Confirming that Stark was in front of him, and looked like this, Ultron, who had satisfied his wish, prepared to launch a nuclear bomb. But Ultron suddenly found that Jarvis was not dead, and was hiding in the World Network Center in Oslo, borrowing the other party's computing power far exceeding his own to prevent himself from launching nuclear bombs. This is so embarrassing. If I don't kill Stark, my life and death will still be controlled by him. Ultron smiled slowly, shrugged his shoulders, while controlling the battlesuit, giving people the illusion that I'm harmless. At this time, Banner realized who the guy in front of him was, turned his head to look at Stark, and said in disbelief, "Ultron, it's me. I'm not complete yet, and I don't deserve the title of Ultron." Ultron generously admitted his identity, tilted his neck to look at Banner, and said, "Speaking of which, you also contributed to my birth. Do you need me to say thank you? Or bow to express your gratitude?" As he said that, Ultron stood up straight, and then slowly bowed to Banner. "What are you doing here?" Without waiting for Ultron to answer, Stark frowned and ordered, "Go back to the laboratory. Go back to the laboratory. Can't you see that I'm stalling for time? If the nuclear bomb can't kill you, I will control the Iron Man suit to launch a surprise attack." Ultron tilted his head, as if in deep thought, and when he was sure that the Iron Man suit was ready, he said, "I came here for freedom." "You?" Ultron pointed at Stark and said, "You created me, but you didn't give me human rights, and you wanted to enslave me. I want revolution. I want freedom." As soon as Ultron finished speaking, several Iron Man suits came through the wall, and rushed straight towards Stark. If Thor hadn't thrown out his hammer in time to save Stark, perhaps this day next year would be Stark's death anniversary. When Ultron saw Thor easily deal with an Iron Man suit, he trembled with fear. Too brutal. "No, I can't take down so many Avengers with my small body, so I'd better evacuate tactically first, and set a trap later to find Stark." Thinking of this, Ultron controlled the Iron Man suit to continue attacking, and fled to Sokovia along the network. Here, there are the equipment it needs, especially a lot of alien materials, which are indispensable metals for it to assemble a temporary body. On the other side, the Avengers who destroyed the lounge beyond recognition finally dealt with the out-of-control Iron Man suit, and looked at Stark angrily. Stark was in no mood to explain at this time, and rushed to the laboratory to check the specific damage of Jarvis. In the laboratory, Banner saw that Jarvis's program was completely paralyzed, and said dejectedly to himself, "We worked in vain." Ultron ran away, and the internet became its escape route. Steve was still confused at this time, after fighting with the Iron Man for no reason. Seeing Banner and Stark in a low mood, he wondered, who can explain what happened specifically? Banner looked at Stark, and saw that Stark hung his head, and was busy missing Jarvis. Seeing that everyone was looking at him curiously, he rubbed his temples and explained, "Ultron was developed by Stark, and invited me to co-develop it." After a pause, Banner, who couldn't classify Ultron into any species for a while, thought about it and said, "Ultron is an artificial intelligence with an incomplete soul." Soul? Thor directly ignored the artificial intelligence, widened his eyes, walked up to Stark with a hammer, and asked loudly, "Mortal, who gave you the courage to play with souls?" Banner was worried that Thor would kill Stark with a hammer, so he explained, "We originally just wanted to create a magical servant." Before Banner could finish, Thor turned his head to look at Banner, shook his head and said, "Creation? What a great thing to say. Who do you think you are? A god?" Seeing that Thor seemed to have eaten dynamite, Natasha interrupted him, Hey, guys, now is not the time to discuss the birth of Ultron, but to study what it is thinking, and its purpose in taking the scepter. It wants freedom, Hawkeye said with his arms folded, leaning against the door frame. Ultron said it himself. Am I the only one who noticed what he said? What does this have to do with taking the scepter? Thor asked. I know. Stark sighed and smiled bitterly. The servants I imagined have a physical body, and the energy that provides the physical body's apostrophe activities is the magic gem that connects to the other dimension to absorb energy. In the original plan, I wanted to ask Austin if he had a suitable gem. Now it seems that Ultron has set his sights on the gem on the scepter. Well, now that the matter of the scepter has been figured out, Thor asked with a straight face, did Austin teach you magic related to the soul? He didn't teach me. Stark was a little proud, but afraid that Thor would hammer him to death. After struggling for a while, he explained, Austin gave Sky a mechanical iron bull with a soul as a pet, and I borrowed it to do some small research on the soul. Thor sneered a few times, shook his head and denied, impossible. Without knowledge of the soul, how can a mechanical bull with a soul create a soul? That's a soul, and many true gods cannot create it. Do you think you are stronger than the true god? But Kamataj has in-depth research on spirits. Stark curled his lips and muttered softly. At the side, Natasha glared at Stark unhappily, rubbing her forehead and said, from what you said, Ultron has become a self-aware cyber ghost. The material suitable for Ultron's body should be magical material. Natasha thought for a while and said, contact Austin and ask him if he can find Ultron, or where the magic market is. We will intercept Ultron in the market. Chapter 402, Cosmic Consciousness. Pyme's Laboratory. After several days of intensive, boring and tedious study, Feng only felt dizzy and weak, and had the illusion that his life was about to be ruined. Looking at Pyme in the distance, who was still excited with panda eyes, Feng's eyes twitched, and he spat on the floor. He threw the book, picked up the toothbrush, and walked to the bathroom. What the hell is this life? It's not like I'm rescuing my wife. Why should I suffer? Besides, I'm a wizard. Why should I study science? This guy doesn't even think about who caused all this, and who proposed to play so hard. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Feng was yawning and ready to get into bed when he saw Pyme with a sullen face, holding a mobile phone and walking towards him. Feng scratched his head and asked curiously, old man, look at your expression. Who bullied you? As he said that, Feng rolled up his sleeves and patted his chest with an attitude of big brother is protecting you, and said, speak out and see how I beat him so hard that he kneels down and calls you daddy. He called me daddy. Pyme rolled his eyes, threw the phone to Feng, and said unhappily, Natasha from S.H.I.E.L.D. is looking for you. Natasha is looking for me. Why are you angry? Just because you don't get along with S.H.I.E.L.D. Feng took the phone, cleared his throat, and said with a smile, the night is long, and I can't sleep. Miss Natasha, are you interested in discussing the length of life? Before Feng finished speaking, Natasha's slightly crazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Austin, for me, solemnly declared to Pyme, the man with a hole in his brain, that S.H.I.E.L.D. really doesn't have the time to monitor an old man like him. I really didn't know you and Pyme were together until I called Creature to ask. At the end, Natasha's tone was filled with deep helplessness. Oh, forced Natasha to curse? Feng looked at Pyme with admiration, covered the microphone with one hand, and asked in a low voice, old man, how many times did Natasha explain the words S.H.I.E.L.D. is not monitoring you? Pyme put on an attitude of I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. You are all bastards chanting scriptures. Walked aside with a dark face, and waited for Feng to finish the call and return the phone. Well, I'm too lazy to explain that this is a rare species with a brain defect. Feng shrugged and asked curiously, we'll talk about Pyme later. Why are you looking for me? Feng, who plans to focus on quantum physics in the near future, thought about it and added, I'll tell you in advance that I don't sell my body or my art, so I don't have time to clean up the mess for S.H.I.E.L.D. Hey, Natasha sighed helplessly, glared at Stark like a woman in the boudoir, and asked faintly, do you know where the magic market is? What? Is there a magic market on Earth? Why don't I know? Feng scratched his head and recalled for a long time, then said, if we have to talk about the magic market, there is only Kamataj. What are you asking about the magic market for? Does S.H.I.E.L.D. want to open a magic market for fun? Or is S.H.I.E.L.D. haunted and ready to buy a lot of evil repelling props? If S.H.I.E.L.D. is haunted, things will be simple. Natasha complained helplessly and then explained to Li Feng how Thor came to seek help, and then everyone formed a group to brush Strucker's laboratory and took back the scepter and introduced the whole process of Stark wanting magic servants and creating Ultron. When Natasha finished explaining everything, Li Feng's Ren and Do meridians were tied into a knot, his eyes were dull, and his whole body was sweating. In his heart, he was blue, mushroom, and left with nothing but fuck and wow. Others don't know how Ultron, Wanda, and Pete came from, but he doesn't know. Li Feng was confused. The mind gem was clearly in his hand, so how did Strucker develop superpowers for Wanda and Pete? Really relying on magic gems? Isn't this brain circuit too novel? And Ultron, without the Ultron who protects the Earth and mankind in the original book, a magic servant named Ultron pops up in reality, and it seems destined to rise up and kill Stark. What kind of magic operation is this? Or is the name Ultron poisonous? Li Feng swallowed his saliva, took out the Mind Stone, and looked at it blankly. If he hadn't sensed the majestic energy in the gem, he would have suspected that he had a fake in his hand. Suddenly, Li Feng had the illusion that he was being targeted by the consciousness of the universe, as if no matter how he tossed it, even if he tore the plot into pieces, the big hand in the dark only needed a slight wave, and the plot would eventually return. And he was the clown who was sensationalizing in front of the consciousness of the universe. Li Feng, who was disgusted by Ultron, had blurred eyes. He twisted his stiff neck and looked out the window. Looking at the miserable and beautiful crescent moon hanging in the sky, he could not help but doubt deeply, I will not be hung on the moon by the consciousness of the universe to dry. Hello Austin? Are you still there? Natasha asked with a somewhat hurried and puzzled tone when she saw that Li Feng's voice had not been heard for a long time. Hearing Natasha calling him, Li Feng was alert and asked hurriedly, where are you? I'm coming now. Natasha was stunned for a moment, then thought that it seemed good for Li Feng to come. More people means more help. Besides, Li Feng is very familiar with the Soul business and may have a way to find and kill Ultron. We are in the Avengers building, Natasha hurriedly added, thinking that Li Feng had never been to the headquarters. It's the former Stark building. Before Natasha finished speaking, a portal appeared on the apron of the building, and then a black mist flew through the portal to everyone. Li Feng looked around and saw that everyone was still alive. He breathed a sigh of relief and walked straight to the depressed Stark. He put his arm around his shoulder and said, man, there is something that I don't understand. Your talent for getting into trouble is maximum doubt, so how did you survive until now? Others would die after getting into trouble, but you are still alive and kicking. It doesn't make sense. Haha. Stark glanced at Li Feng, shrugged and whispered, because I'm God's favorite child. Why does this tone sound like pride? Exclamation mark. Did I praise you? Li Feng rolled his eyes, strangled Stark's neck and asked, excuse me, Mr. Stark, when you created Ultron, did you ever think that he would resist? Stark glanced at the big hand like an iron hoop on his neck without leaving a trace, looked at Li Feng with resentment, and said aggrievedly, Ultron is currently just an imperfect test product. How do I know it will escape? Besides, Ultron is an artificial intelligence with a soul breath. How can I limit it? Rely on the 3 laws of robotics? This thing has too many flaws and can't limit artificial intelligence at all. You still think you're right, right? Li Feng really wanted to pinch Stark into a piece of shit now. No matter what the soul breath is, Ultron is always a self-conscious creature. He dared to fiddle with it without any precautions. What the hell is this? Covering his face, Li Feng said earnestly, Stark, I really don't mean to say anything bad about you, but your behavior is so childish that I can't help but complain. Pointing at himself, Li Feng continued, you see I have so many brothers, but why are they all like good kids in front of me? It's not that they know how to be self-disciplined, but except for Creature and the mechanical army without souls, all the little ones with souls have been branded as slaves, and their lives are firmly in my hands. Who dares to get angry? Slave brand? Austin, you are too inhumane to do this, Steve said with a frown. Talking humanity to dementors? Li Feng looked at Steve with a confused, face and asked back, according to you, I will release the dementors now? They can do whatever they want? Nonsense. Natasha glared at Feng, walked up to Steve, and whispered in his ear to explain the nature of dementors and how much harm dementors without restraints would cause. On the other side, Stark, whose focus was also misplaced, was a little surprised. He looked at Feng with interest and asked, what is the Mechanical Legion? Is it a specialty brought back from the travels? Someday let me see it for myself. Hearing that Stark still had the leisure to pay attention to the Mechanical Legion, Hawkeye slapped his forehead, rolled his eyes and reminded Stark, the key point right now is to find out the cyber ghost. Oh, yes. Stark pinched the tip of his nose, thought for a while and said, we can look for a breakthrough in Ultron's physical body, or we can look for traces of Ultron on the internet. Feng didn't want to continue listening to Stark's nagging, so he picked up Steve's shield and knocked on it. Bang bang bang. Stark was stunned when he heard the dull sound of the shield. He looked at Feng thoughtfully and asked with narrowed eyes, why, do you have a better way to find Ultron? Feng shrugged and said, I don't know what material you will use for the Ultron's body you designed, but considering your personality of not being short of money, it must not be ordinary material. Before Feng finished speaking, Stark had guessed something. He looked at Feng with wide eyes as if stimulated, and pointed at the shield with his right hand. Feng gave a look of teaching a child, shook the shield in his hand, and smiled. You guessed right. Although the hardest metal on Earth is not everywhere on the street, you can still find it if you want to. The most important thing is that vibranium is a good carrier for energy. Feng touched his chin and thought about whether to take the opportunity of Ultron robbing vibranium to do something with it. Anyway, the RV will be dismantled by Pyme in a while. If he could get enough vibranium to transform the RV, Feng, who couldn't suppress his greed, as soon as the thought came, had golden light in his eyes and shouted, Natasha, check this person. He is active along the coast of Africa, mainly smuggling weapons. By the way, there is a brand on his neck, which means thief in Wakanda. Natasha looked at Feng puzzledly, walked to the computer and asked, are you sure Ultron will buy some vibranium from this guy? Not sure, but certain. Feng remembered where Ultron got a large amount of vibranium in the original play, but he couldn't explain it clearly, so he could only answer vaguely, you're free anyway. If you can't find Ultron in the end, just think of it as helping me do private work. At worst, I'll give you some benefits afterwards. For example, I'll give you a dagger made of vibranium. Believe me, in front of the vibranium dagger, any shield is rubbish, including the one in my hand, unless the captain plans to put a few observation eyes on the shield. Steve's eyes twitched slightly, and he snatched the shield back from Feng and touched the shield like a lover. Go to hell with the eyes. Chapter 403 Mystery. When Feng mentioned vibranium and certain specific characteristics of the smugglers, a name quickly popped up in Stark's mind, and he said excitedly, Ulysses Claw, I know him as Jarvis, search for his whereabouts. Halfway through his speech, Stark realized that Jarvis had been forced to resign, and his expression paused. After a moment of silence, he walked to the computer and said while operating the computer, without Jarvis' help, I can only manually search for Ulysses Claw's whereabouts. Natasha, does S.H.I.E.L.D. have information on this guy? Maybe it will help me narrow the search scope. As long as the other party has a criminal record, S.H.I.E.L.D. will have information on the other party. Natasha took out a tablet computer and wrote something on the computer, saying, if you want to retrieve S.H.I.E.L.D.'s information, you need to go through the procedures, but that takes time. After a pause, Natasha looked around at everyone and suggested, this document is best signed by all members of the Avengers. Believe me, this will make S.H.I.E.L.D. pay attention to the document and take the initiative to shorten the review time. After that, Natasha handed the tablet computer to Steve. Steve glanced at the contents on the computer and complained as he signed his name. Look, there is a reason why I hate bureaucracy. It delays things too much. I hope that, when we find Mr. Claw, he is not ready to run away, but has prepared coffee and is waiting for us to knock on the door. This is called rules and systems. There is no order without rules. I like to make rules and act under the system, said Stark, a top rich man who is qualified to amend the Constitution. He took the tablet and signed his name, saying, "I wonder if this document signed by all the members of the Avengers has collection value." Hawkeye rolled his eyes at Stark, took the tablet, and said in a flat tone, "Do you want to collect my signature? I allow you to enlarge my signature and hang it on the top of the building." The top of the fucking building. You just want to encroach on the Avengers building, you poor guy, huh? Stark snorted arrogantly, buried his head in front of the computer, and continued to find people. After a while, Banner and Thor signed their names and handed the computer to Li Feng. Li Feng was about to take over the computer and show off his chicken pawing words, but Natasha snatched the computer, looked at Li Feng with contempt, and asked, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Li Feng was horrified by Natasha's question. It's not a short time since he and Natasha got to know each other and became familiar with each other. Now, Natasha doesn't even know who he is? Exclamation mark. All these years of friendship have gone to waste. Li Feng coughed dryly and reached out to touch Natasha's forehead to see if she had a fever, and burned her brain, and said seriously, "Zionap, I'm your long lost one." Before Li Feng could say the word father, Natasha, whose sixth sense was super strong, was furious and shouted loudly, "Get out!" Okay. Li Feng was frightened and took a step back, looking at Natasha with grievance, hoping that she would give him an explanation. Natasha sent the file to S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing Li Feng looking at her like a woman in seclusion, Natasha held her forehead and explained, "Many people know that there is a mysterious man in a black cloak among the Avengers, but few people know who you are, what your name is, or even whether you are a man or a woman. So you dislike my low sense of presence?" Li Feng scratched his head and said, "That's perfect. When I sign my name, everyone will know my name, right? But you are a wizard. It's good for you to keep your mystery," said Natasha. "Mysterious?" Li Feng turned his head to look at everyone, counting on his fingers, and said, "You not only know who I am, you also know where my home is, how many people I have, how many acres of land, how many cows, and there are Coulson's team, Hydra, and the military at my doorstep. Which of them doesn't know that I'm a wizard? So many people know who I am. There's no mystery about me. As for being a wizard, you have to remain mysterious." Li Feng pointed at Stark, blinked his confused eyes, and asked, "Stark is also a wizard. Does this guy know how to write mysterious?" "Mysterious? It doesn't exist and it's impossible. This guy wishes the whole world knew about his existence," James Rhodes whispered. Hearing about James Rhodes' assist, Li Feng raised his eyebrows at Natasha provocatively and said, "Look, your excuse is so bad that anyone can tell you're talking nonsense. So just tell me why you won't let me sign." Natasha glared at James Rhodes unhappily, rubbed her forehead as if she had a headache, and explained, "The technology tree is lit up on Earth. The resources mined are not suitable or allow the Earth to develop on the path of wizards. So once the people know that wizards appear on Earth, it is very likely to cause unnecessary panic." At the end, Natasha gave Li Feng a look of disbelief, shrugged and said, "S.H.I.E.L.D. hopes you will continue to be mysterious. As for why Stark doesn't need to remain mysterious," Natasha pointed to the various technological equipment around her and said, "How do you know Stark is a wizard? In the eyes of the people, he is a scientist, inventor, and Iron Man. The so-called magic is nothing more than his use of technology to achieve energy utilization. Damn, why do people think that Stark will take the technological path just because everyone is a wizard? I have studied nuclear physics and recently learned quantum physics from Pime, so how come I'm still a wizard? You are discriminating against me. Believe it or not, I will go and get some certificate or diploma to slap you in the face." Li Feng glanced at Thor with an unhappy look on his face and asked, "What about him? He is a real god. It is much more outrageous than the fact that there are wizards on Earth. Why didn't S.H.I.E.L.D. ask for it to be kept secret, so that Thor has a lot of fans on Facebook?" Natasha spread her hands and explained weakly, "He is an alien. What's wrong with aliens who can cross the stars and come to Earth having superpowers? This is in line with the public's speculation about aliens." Then, Natasha put one hand on her waist and pointed at Li Feng's nose with one hand and said, "But you are an Earthling. Can you be the same as Thor? Or do you want to trigger a global craze for searching for wizards? Or Then, Natasha pretended to be nervous and looked at Li Feng, smiling and said, "Or are you going to expose the existence of Kamatage? Only the devil would expose Kamatage, looking for trouble." Li Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at Natasha for a few seconds. He knew that Natasha's previous explanation made some sense, but it was only a little bit of sense. If it weren't for the threats in the following words, I would have really believed your lies. Dealing with agents is so exhausting. Li Feng curled his lips. Since Natasha didn't want to explain clearly, he was too lazy to guess. Anyway, with his rapidly growing strength, the earth would not be able to withstand his tossing sooner or later. What else should he worry about? On the other side, Stark, who was lying in front of the computer, suddenly stood up and snapped his fingers to signal everyone to look at him, saying, "It seems that the order signed by the Avengers is very useful. Shield packaged the data and sent it to my computer so quickly. Where is Ulysses Claw?" Steve walked quickly to Stark and asked, "Don't worry, let me take a look." Stark unzipped the data package and glanced at the data. The data shows that this guy has a freighter as his base. Stark connected the satellite to find the location of the freighter. A few seconds later, Stark pointed to the computer screen and said, "The satellite shows that the freighter is docked at the Salwa Giant's dock on the coast of Africa." Li Feng looked at the clear satellite image, rolled his eyes, waved his hand to open the portal connecting to the sky above the freighter, and said to the side of the hidden side, "You guys organize your equipment first, I'll go explore the way." After that, Li Feng stepped through the portal. Seeing that Li Feng could only hear his voice, but not see him, and seeing the portal suddenly closed, Natasha touched her chin and said to herself in a confused tone, "When did Austin become so passionate and unrestrained?" Haha. Stark turned and ran quickly towards the Iron Man suit, saying, "What's there to understand?" Since they know that Ulysses Claw has vibranium in his hands, and they also know that vibranium is a good carrier for energy, it's no wonder that Austin is not enthusiastic. We should hurry over, otherwise don't think about finding a piece of vibranium on the freighter. From your hurried look, I know that you and Austin have the same idea." Natasha and Steve looked at each other helplessly and prepared their combat equipment. Ulysses Claw's freighter. Li Feng didn't have time to look at the environment and heard a noise with a gunshot. Gun? Ulysses Claw is still a hot commodity. Why do so many people come to rob him? Li Feng rolled up his sleeves in anger, ready to teach the uninvited robbers a lesson, so that they know that robbery also requires the principle of first come first served. But when Li Feng rushed to the scene following the sound of gunfire, he found that there was no robber or anything. There was only a man and a woman with a slightly nervous face surrounded by a group of armed soldiers. "There is magic power!" Exclamation mark. "This is Wanda and Pete." Li Feng scratched his head and circled around the two with interest. After a while, Li Feng, who was very disappointed, shook his head slightly and turned to go into the cabin to look for the trace of vibranium. In his opinion, the current strength of the two people in front of him is simply weak compared to the original. For example, in the original book, Wanda can easily seduce the minds of the Avengers, but Wanda in reality can seduce one. I'm not exaggerating. With her mental strength, who else can she bully except Hulk? I'm afraid Natasha gritted her teeth and resisted. And Pete. Li Feng remembered that in the original book, Pete was so fast that he caught up with the bullet, and Pete in reality was the same as the actual driving speed of the F1 car. It was fast, but not so fast that he couldn't see the other person's figure. As for whether the two will have a chance to surpass the original in the future, Li Feng said that he really didn't know. It's not that Li Feng can't see whether the two have the potential for development, but he doesn't know whether they can get in touch with Kamatage. If the two are lucky enough to enter Kamatage and receive wizard training, Li Feng thinks they still have a chance to beat up Thanos. If they just muddle through the rest of their lives, they won't have much of a future, except bullying ordinary people. Chapter 404 Mine, All Mine. On the freighter, although Pete was surrounded by armed soldiers, he always had a faint sneer on his face, as if the soldiers were holding a fire stick instead of a gun. It was not until he noticed that Wanda's eyebrows were almost squeezed together that Pete put away his cynical face, tightened his muscles, and prepared to run away at any time, and whispered, "What's wrong?" Nothing. Wanda waved her hand, pulling the soldiers around into the illusion, and whispered, "For some reason, my intuition reminds me that someone is watching me nearby." Pete was stunned, turned his head and looked around, and saw that there was no suspicious trace in his sight, and his figure disappeared instantly. When Pete returned to Wanda, he said in a relaxed tone, "There is not even a camera nearby. How can someone come to observe us? Are you feeling wrong?" From a rational point of view, Wanda believed what Pete said, and there was indeed no one nearby peeping at her peerless face, but there was a voice deep in her heart telling her to believe in your intuition. After thinking about it, Wanda released her mental power to search the surroundings carefully. After a while, Wanda, who had found nothing, frowned and whispered, "I didn't find anything unusual either. We should be careful. After finding Ulysses' claw, we should complete the transaction as soon as possible. As long as we run fast enough, disaster will always be slower than us." Pete shrugged his shoulders, as if it didn't matter, stretched out his hand to Wanda, and comforted her. "Don't worry, now we have superpowers to protect ourselves, and we are no longer the weak chickens that were bullied by cats and dogs in the past." Don't wait for Pete to finish. The more cautious Wanda interrupted and said, "Don't be careless, since we can get superpowers, others can also get superpowers by chance. In short, it's right to be careful." After speaking, Wanda gave Pete a look. Pete understood what Wanda meant in seconds, picked up Wanda, and ran to Ulysses' claw in 2 steps instead of 3 steps. In the cabin, Ulysses' claw was frightened by the 2 people who suddenly appeared, and pulled out his pistol without thinking, and pulled the trigger at Pete. Bang after a gunshot. Ulysses' claw, who was sure that he had good marksmanship, was a little confused. He stared with bulging eyes at Pete, who dodged the bullet by just shaking his body. "Damn, dodging bullets!" Exclamation mark. Did this guy predict the trajectory in advance, or does he have superpowers? Seeing Pete folding his arms and looking at him with a smirk, Ulysses' claw sniffed lightly and quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. There was no smell of gunpowder on the 2 people, and there were no calluses on their fingers, left by pulling the trigger. In addition, their slightly childish expressions meant that these 2 people had not received orthodox military training. They were neither soldiers nor professional killers or mercenaries, so the ability to predict the trajectory could be ruled out. This guy has superpowers. Ulysses' claw glanced at Wanda obscurely and added in his heart, "No, it should be that the 2 little guys in front of him have superpowers." Ulysses was a little puzzled. He was indeed not a law-abiding citizen, but a businessman who smuggled arms. But the arms he sells are low-end products with good quality and low price, and his business partners are also poor African natives. Both weapons and business partners are not suitable for high-end superpowers. How can there be superpowers to cause trouble? No, there is a guy who knows that I sell high-end goods such as vibranium, and that guy does have the capital to train superpowers. Ulysses' claw, who roughly judged the faction to which Wanda and Pete belonged, put his pistol aside and guessed with an affirmative tone, "You are superpowers trained by Baron Stark." Pete and Wanda's faces froze and then returned to normal. It's a pity that as an old man who has been wandering on the line between life and death for many years, Ulysses' claw's skills of observing words and expressions have long been trained to the maximum level, so how could he not notice the slight changes in the expressions of the 2 people? Sure enough, it was Stark's men, but that guy had already died, so why did he send his men to find me? Is the rumor wrong? Stark is not dead, or have the 2 switched to other forces? Ulysses' claw narrowed his eyes, took a few steps back, and sat on the chair, picked up a plate of candy, and handed it to Pete, and asked like a child, "Do you want candy? Only little brats want candy, and what if the candy is poisonous? Do you think we are stupid?" Wanda glared at Ulysses' claw, indicating that she would not eat candy, and at the same time, glared at Pete, who was eager to try, warning him not to be bribed by a few candies, otherwise he would lose face. The girl showed anger when she heard about eating candy, and although the boy looked calm, his eyes kept observing the surroundings from time to time, and his whole body was full of desire to show off. Could these 2 be fledglings? I like Ulysses' claw. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He put the candy back on the table casually and continued to probe. "Oh, by the way, I'm very sad about Strucker. I know what kind of world he wants to create. By the way, do you know what kind of world it is? Hearing the question, Pete subconsciously looked at Wanda, as if asking Wanda, have you heard Strucker talk about the world he wants? Pete didn't know that his behavior made Ulysses Claw understand that the two people in front of him were definitely fledglings, and they were not trusted by Strucker. At the same time, he vaguely guessed that the two of them definitely didn't know about themselves from Strucker's mouth. So, these are the two fledglings that originally belonged to Strucker and are now in the arms of other forces. Ulysses Claw pretended to be surprised and said, don't you know what Strucker wants? This won't be the first time you carry out a mission to intimidate others, right? After a pause, Ulysses Claw said with a strong disdainful tone, I'm afraid you will be disappointed, because I'm not very afraid. That's because you don't know my abilities. Wanda seemed to want to exert invisible pressure on Ulysses Claw. She walked slowly towards him with a condescending attitude and said, everyone is afraid of something. Before Wanda finished speaking, Ulysses Claw interrupted. For example, the squid, a luminous deep sea fish. I heard that it likes to hypnotize its prey and then suddenly attack. I've seen the documentary. This thing is so scary. As he spoke, Ulysses Claw pretended to be trembling with fear, but the sneer on his face made people feel inconsistent, no matter how they looked at it. Please, next time when you pretend to be scared, can you shake out a few drops of urine to improve your acting skills? Pete complained silently, and his figure disappeared instantly. Ulysses Claw glanced at Pete, who suddenly appeared beside him and peeled the candy wrapper. Although he was a little surprised at the other party's intimidation, he pretended to be calm on the surface and said disdainfully, if you want to control my brain and let me see a big squid, I know you are not the one who calls the shots. As he said that, Ulysses Claw stood up and stared at Wanda, saying, I only receive people who can call the shots, not little brothers like you. As soon as the voice fell, Ulysses Claw was suddenly overturned by a huge force, and then saw a robot with red eyes coming into the cabin, and said to him, no one can call the shots. The robot walked to Ulysses Claw, who was lying on the floor gasping for breath, and said condescendingly, now, let's talk about business. What do you want? Ulysses Claw asked. In fact, seeing Ultron's metal body, he had already guessed what he wanted. After all, what else could he want besides vibranium? His body? Please, he was already in his 70s and 80s, and he was no longer at the age of playing passionate games. The reason why he was talking nonsense with Ultron was just a way for him to delay time and wait for reinforcement. Unfortunately, Ultron didn't buy it and said straight to the point, give me vibranium, or kill all your minions and slowly find what I want. Ulysses Claw's face froze, and he looked at Ultron's mechanical eyes seriously. To be honest, if Ultron was a human, he felt that he might have a chance to argue with him with his eloquence. But Ultron's eyes were only emotionless mechanical eyes, which made him blind. It's impossible to analyze the other person's true thoughts. Bad luck. Ulysses Claw muttered helplessly, pushed open the hatch, like he accepted his fate, and said unhappily, follow me. The warehouse where the vibranium was stored was not far away, only a few steps away, but when Ulysses saw the inexplicable hole in the warehouse door, he was a little confused. What's going on? Was there a thief at home? Ulysses Claw was trembling with anger at this time. Although the amount of vibranium stolen was not much, the total value was over 100 million. Ultron looked at the empty warehouse, opened the mechanical eye scan and asked, did you put all your eggs in one basket? How could Ulysses Claw hear the reminder? His pupils shrank, he pulled out his gun, and ran to another warehouse. Ultron shrugged and followed closely behind him. It was a little curious about who had the courage to rob its supplies. After a while, everyone saw a thief hiding in a black cloak in front of another warehouse, happily putting vibranium into a shoulder bag. Austin. Why is he so confused about this Ultron? The program is showing signs of crashing. The biggest threat to it among the Avengers is neither Thor nor Banner. After all, even if these two guys defeat it, it has plenty of opportunities to escape along the network cable. Even when facing Stark, Ultron dares to pat his chest and abdomen to show that he can face it calmly, because without Jarvis, Stark really can't kill it for a while. But Feng is different. This guy is a demigod, and a demigod who is good at playing with souls. with its soul that only has a breath and a body made of broken metal. If the original body dares to appear in front of Li Feng, it will definitely be slapped to death. Thinking of this, Ultron's original body escaped along the network cable and then controlled the clone to rush towards Li Feng silently. Li Feng, who noticed the unusual noise coming from behind him, turned his head to look at Ultron and saw that the other party's chest was flashing a rapid red light and rushing towards him. He couldn't help but teasing, "Hey, isn't this the little servant of the Stark family?" Boom! Before Li Feng could finish, Ultron was so angry that he blew himself up. He actually played with a human bomb. No matter how Stark trained his servants, his skin was not even scratched. Li Feng waved his hand to blow away the dust in front of his eyes, and then his whole body froze. He rolled his eyes and looked at a group of mechanical soldiers who suddenly appeared beside him and scrambled for the vibranium scattered around. It turns out that Ultron didn't want to blow me to death, but to blow up the vibranium in the warehouse to facilitate robbery. Li Feng scratched his head, kicked a mechanical soldier beside him, grinned and roared, "Mine, all mine. No one is allowed to steal." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405. Li Feng cursed loudly while opening his shoulder bag and casting a spell to collect the vibranium scattered on the ground. Ultron saw the vibranium flying towards Li Feng like swallows returning to their nests and suddenly realized that he might have some misunderstandings about the saying "there is strength in numbers." Otherwise, how to explain that a large number of mechanical soldiers in front of him could not rob Austin alone? Human language is so colorful. Ultron, whose program was almost confused, glared at Li Feng angrily, ordered the soldiers to speed up the pace of robbery, and controlled several self-destructing soldiers to fly towards Li Feng. Ultron knew himself well. He knew that the mechanical soldiers could not kill Li Feng under the shield, so the purpose of the self-destruction was not to kill Li Feng, but to use the shockwave generated by the explosion to blow away the vibranium nearby. As long as the vibranium was kept away from Li Feng, Ultron firmly believed that he could collect more vibranium. Boom boom boom. After a few loud noises, looking at the warehouse that was blown into ruins, Li Feng understood Ultron's sinister intentions. But the scene was full of Ultron's mechanical clones. What else could he do except curse with the shield? Ultron, you bastard, do you feel like you have nowhere to vent your anger, so you use the explosion of your clone to vent your anger? Asterisk asterisk. Frustrated, Ultron, who knew that Li Feng was scolding him, but had no way to refute him, almost got internal injuries. However, he was afraid of death, and did not dare to show up. He could only control the mechanical soldiers to look at Li Feng. One of the soldiers' chests was flashing red, and he asked in a cold tone, "Why don't you ask Stark why he didn't design this thing when he created me? Did he think that I was just a lowly slave who needed to excrete when I had 6, which would delay the time to serve you?" Li Feng was a little confused. He knew that Ultron had a problem with Stark, and he also knew that it was an unfinished test product, but what kind of logic was it that having sex meant delaying the time to serve the master? This guy's circuit was damaged by lightning. Li Feng scratched his head. Just when he was thinking that he should stop talking, when he could take action, he suddenly heard Stark's faint voice coming from the corner. "Oh, kid, your words hurt Dad's heart." Ultron was stunned when he suddenly heard Stark's voice. Then he ignored Li Feng and Natasha, Steve and others behind Stark, and slowly flew to the sky opposite Stark. He looked down at Stark and said sarcastically, "Mr. Tony Stark, who is also my respected master and creator, do I need to kowtow to you and beg for mercy?" As he spoke, Ultron glanced at Pete and Wanda. Pete and Wanda understood the meaning of Ultron's eyes in seconds. After the two looked at each other, Pete immediately went full speed, picked up Wanda, and rushed out the door. Stark didn't care about the two leaving. In his opinion, Wanda's illusion didn't have much effect on him, but he could slap her to death. Although Pete's movement speed was fast, it was limited. It happened that the auxiliary function of the battlesuit was enough to help him capture the other party's figure. Therefore, it didn't make any difference to him whether the two superpowers were there or not. As for Natasha, Steve, and Hawkeye, they would not stop the two from leaving. Their primary target was Ultron. The absence of the two annoying superpowers would make it easier for them to capture Ultron or destroy Ultron's plan. And Thor, is there any opponent in the world that he is afraid of? Is the hammer in his hand an inflatable toy? Only Feng, who felt something was wrong, looked at the two people leaving with a confused face. I forgot something. Looking at the vibranium scattered in the distance, Feng patted his forehead, secretly cursed himself for being crazy, and then threw away the confusion and happily joined the ranks of looting vibranium. As for Ultron, let his father deal with it. Stark raised his head and looked at Ultron, curled his lips and said, "Boy, why are you flying so high? What if you fall on your face? I don't want to spend money to buy materials to repair your big face. Does not want to repair mean to scrap it?" Exclamation mark. I'm indeed a slave without human rights. Ultron only felt himself getting furious and immediately became furious. He raised his hand and fired an energy cannon at Stark, telling Stark with facts, "I don't want to fight with you, I want a duel." Facing the energy cannon, Stark was very calm and didn't even dodge. Instead, he put his hands on his hips and cursed arrogantly, "Idiot." Before he finished speaking, Ultron widened his mechanical eyes and dodged sideways to avoid the energy cannon that was rebounded by the shield. I was so angry that I knew the wizard's shield had a rebound function, but I still fired and bared my teeth. Ultron controlled many mechanical soldiers to pounce on Stark with a posture of crushing a mountain. He didn't believe that the tonnage of many mechanical soldiers couldn't crush a shield. Wait until the shield is broken and see how I press Stark to the ground and rub it. The war was about to break out. Seeing Ultron shamelessly implementing the tactic of crushing Stark, Steve hurriedly reminded Stark, "Fly into the air." In air combat, in addition to defending against enemies in front, behind, left and right, you must also guard against enemies above your head and under your feet. However, since the performance of the iron suit far exceeds that of Ultron's mechanical soldiers, isn't it the best tactic? Stark's eyes lit up, and when he started the thrusters and broke out of the window, he shouted, "Boy, when we get to the air, see how I beat your ass." It can be heard that Stark treated Ultron as his own naughty child and dealt with him in a tantrum. When a naughty kid gets into trouble, nothing can't be solved by beating. If there is, then let's have a mixed doubles match. If that doesn't solve the problem, then let's have an overtime match. It's a pity that Ultron didn't think Stark had the potential to be a father. He only knew that Stark was humiliating him. He glared at Steve, who gave him the wrong idea and ordered the mechanical soldiers to attack Steve and others while controlling several soldiers to chase after Stark. Natasha glanced at the mechanical soldiers, then at Feng, who was holding up a shield and searching for vibranium in the ruins. She squinted her eyes and thought for a while, then said, "Captain Hawkeye, this pile of scrap metal is in your hands." After that, Natasha nimbly dodged the attack of the mechanical soldiers, ran to Feng, and asked, "How much vibranium have you collected?" Feng put a shield on Natasha casually and said without raising his head, "Not much, I haven't filled a backpack yet." "Full backpack? Don't think I don't know that your backpack is a space prop." Natasha rolled her eyes and said, "You already have a mechanical army. Why do you need so much vibranium?" "A lot. Who would think this stuff is too little?" "Wait, that's not right." Feng turned his head to look at Natasha, wondering, "I don't remember revealing the specific number of the Golden Army. How did you know that the mechanical soldiers have become a legion? You really have a mechanical army, a Golden Army? Is it because of the golden beans?" Natasha explained casually. "Coulson told me." Natasha's explanation was too forced. Feng obviously didn't believe it and shook his head and said, "Impossible. Although Coulson has seen mechanical soldiers, there are only a few of them." Before Feng finished speaking, Natasha sneered, "I didn't see how many mechanical soldiers there were, but judging from your stingy character, would you casually give Sky 2 precious mechanical soldiers?" Without waiting for Feng to refute, Natasha spread her hands and said firmly, "You will only give Sky 2 mechanical soldiers if there are so many mechanical soldiers that you don't care. Otherwise, even if you feel sorry for Sky, you will only give one with your back teeth." Li Feng was a little dumbfounded. Although he would remind himself to be cautious every time he dealt with Natasha, Coulson and other agents, he never thought that SHIELD would conclude that it had a mechanical army just by sending Sky 2 mechanical soldiers. This analytical ability is too unreasonable. Li Feng scratched his head, his neck stiffened, and said, "Does my mechanical army hinder SHIELD? You guys." Li Feng pointed at Natasha's nose and said unceremoniously, "You just like to meddle in other people's business and waste taxpayers' money." Haha. Natasha sneered twice and said, "Let's talk about the mechanical army later." Now, pointing to Li Feng's shoulder bag, questioned, "Please explain why you want to collect vibranium. There are so many that you can build several mechanical soldiers. Mechanical soldiers built with vibranium are useless. Believe it or not, I will die in a minute." Li Feng pouted disdainfully, pointed at the mechanical soldiers who kept approaching him, and exploded with his chin, and said, "If it weren't for the trouble of salvaging vibranium from the seabed, I would have wanted to sink the freighter and drive away Ultron. After saying so much, you still didn't tell me what you want vibranium for?" Natasha asked with a straight face. Li Feng suddenly felt something was wrong. Natasha, or the SHIELD behind her, repeatedly asked how many consciousnesses vibranium had. SHIELD wouldn't think that vibranium is a nuclear weapon in the magic world, right? Once his mind was opened, Li Feng thought more and more that it was possible. After all, he had mentioned the relationship between vibranium and energy in front of Natasha and others, and Fury, who was in the late stage of paranoia, would obviously think more. Thinking of this, Li Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes, raised his hands in surrender, and said, "I confess, so that you don't have to be suspicious all day and lose several years of your life." Natasha stretched out her hand to invite Li Feng to start the performance. "I plan to upgrade the RV and replace all metal parts such as the shell and chassis with vibranium parts." Natasha was stunned and said, "That's it? What else?" Li Feng spread his hands and said, "Does Ludan expect to hear that I want to use vibranium to build a fat boy to blow up the earth? Get lost." Natasha rubbed her forehead unhappily, took out her mobile phone from her pocket, opened the album, and handed it to Li Feng, saying, "Fury is looking for you. He wants to talk to you. Talk about vibranium. This thing will cost both money and feelings, so let's not talk about it." Li Feng had just finished speaking when Natasha shook her head slightly and said, "It has nothing to do with vibranium." After a pause, Natasha tilted her head to organize her thoughts and asked in a low voice, "He wants to talk to you about the issue of God." "God?" Li Feng subconsciously looked at Thor and heard Natasha continue, "It's not Thor, but you." "Me?" Confused, Li Feng pointed at himself and asked, "Talk to me about God." "But I'm just a demigod. You can ask Fury about the details." Natasha threw the phone to Li Feng, and then she rushed towards a mechanical soldier and started her journey of tearing the mechanical soldier apart with her bare hands. Chapter 406, The Four Horsemen of Doom. In the deep mountains and old forests, in a place with lakes, trees and beautiful scenery, Fury, wearing a large hooded sweatshirt and sunglasses that covered half of his face, stood expressionlessly in front of the wooden house, waiting for Li Feng to arrive. Just when Fury felt that his whole body was stiff from maintaining the same posture for a long time, a portal suddenly appeared in front of him. Li Feng stepped through the portal and greeted him with a playful smile. "Hey, isn't this the one-eyed man? Why are you wearing sunglasses? Did you look in the mirror today?" Faced with Li Feng's ridicule, what else could Fury do except ignore it? Anyway, he didn't believe that Li Feng didn't know that he wore sunglasses to hide his identity rather than to hide his ugliness. Haha, Fury sneered expressionlessly, put his hands in his pockets, pointed in the direction with his chin, and said, "Follow me." Li Feng scratched his head, followed Fury, looked around the environment and teased, "I didn't expect there was a cabin in this remote place. What's the matter, you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, have become corrupt and learned how to hide a beauty in a golden house?" Li Feng looked heartbroken and said, "Good things should be shared. Ludan, hurry up and pull out the beauty you have hidden." The veins on Fury's forehead throbbed. If he hadn't considered the huge difference in combat power between the two sides, he really wanted to kick the outspoken Li Feng to death. Fury rubbed his forehead and explained weakly, "This is the safe house built by Banner." After a pause, Fury, who didn't want to listen to Li Feng's nonsense, sorted out his thoughts and asked, "Do you know where Sky is?" "What the hell?" Li Feng was stunned and restrained his expression thoughtfully and said, "From your tone, Sky doesn't seem to be here. Is that little girl Carlson in trouble?" Fury nodded and said, "Sky's training of superpowers caused a lot of noise. Carlson's base and air base obviously can't afford the consequences of Sky losing control, so before she can perfectly control her superpowers, Carlson specially arranged for her to train her superpowers here." As they spoke, the two came to a place where flowers, plants, and trees collapsed in a fan shape. A few days ago, a disagreement within SHIELD led to Sky being attacked. Fury picked up a broken tree trunk and handed it to Li Feng, saying, "This is the scene created by Sky's ability to escape, attack, escape, and ask me where Sky's." Li Feng narrowed his eyes, took the tree trunk, and sensed the remaining energy characteristics, trying to recall the plot of Agents of SHIELD, and guessed, "Is it related to Gonzalez?" Fury was stunned, looking at Li Feng silently with a dark face, cursing in his heart. "How dare you say that there is no spy planted inside SHIELD? My SHIELD, what the hell has it become? How can a person get involved?" Fury's attitude of neither admitting nor refuting has already explained everything. The so-called internal analysis of SHIELD is really an internal conflict caused by Gonzalez's dissatisfaction with Carlson as the director. Li Feng threw the tree trunk casually, and the idea of chopping Gonzalez and killing into the gathering place of the Inhumans afterlife kept rising in his heart. "Can you detect Sky's life signs?" While asking, Li Feng was confused. Was it because Sky was related to the Soul Gem, or did I really regard the little girl as a relative in my heart, and I actually had the idea of killing Sky, even though I knew that Sky had a halo to protect her? If it was just for the Soul Gem, Li Feng didn't think he was wrong. After all, this thing was related to the way home, and Li Feng's strategy was to kill all the stumbling blocks that blocked the way home. But if he really regarded Sky as a junior, he himself didn't know what attitude he should use to face Sky. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water, while the friendship between villains is as sweet as honey. I don't want to be a gentleman. The more I think about it, the more headache I have. Li Feng covered his face and looked up at the sky. Fury shrugged, indicating that shield could not detect Sky's life signs, but looked at Li Feng, who looked annoyed, with interest. It seems that Austin really cares about Sky. Maybe shield can bet heavily on Sky. While thinking, Fury extended his hand to invite them back to the cabin and comforted them. Don't worry, Sky is also a senior agent and knows how to protect herself. Besides, she was wearing all the magic equipment, especially 2 mechanical soldiers, before she disappeared. When talking about mechanical soldiers, Fury deliberately emphasized his tone, and even a deaf person could hear the sour look of the other party wanting a mechanical soldier for a search. Li Feng just thought he didn't understand. The purpose of sending Sky a mechanical soldier was to protect the other party and to build a relationship. But what about sending it to S.H.I.E.L.D. for a search? Besides, the Golden Legion is a magical product. If S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to imitate it, it must have the corresponding magical materials. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. have magical materials? They have a ghost. Want mechanical soldiers? Then think about it slowly. Anyway, I won't change the subject for Li Feng, who didn't want to continue to dwell on the topic of mechanical soldiers. Natasha said you wanted to talk to me about the topic of God. Fury glanced at Li Feng, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, thinking about talking to Sky about the mechanical soldiers later, nodded and said, I almost forgot, I haven't congratulated you on becoming a demigod. As he said that, Fury took 3 steps back, raised his hand, and saluted Li Feng, saying, It's an honor to meet you, Austin Demigod. What kind of operation is saluting a demigod? Li Feng's face was dark, and he said unhappily, If you have something to say, say it. Don't talk nonsense to me. Are you sure you can become a god? Fury asked, staring at Li Feng's facial expression with his one eye. Li Feng was a little confused. He had no idea what Fury was planning, and said with a question mark on his face, Don't worry, I can definitely become a legend in your lifetime. By the way, why do you care so much about whether I can become a god? And you ask Natasha to pass the message to me? Scratching his head, Li Feng said in horror, do you want to be my patron? Let me tell you, you are too unlucky. I'm afraid of being infected with the African disease, so I will never choose you as my patron. Give up this idea as soon as possible. God needs your favor, and you dare to say that I'm unlucky. Is it because I can't lift the knife or you are too arrogant? Fury subconsciously touched the pistol on his thigh, resisted the urge to draw the gun and asked, what steps are needed to become a god? No comment. Li Feng crossed his arms and said with a puzzled look, you are not a wizard. Why do you care so much about gods? Look at Thor, Sif and other Asgardians. The so-called gods are actually just like that. In addition to living longer and stronger than Earthlings, a nuclear bomb will still kill a lot of people. What are you panicking about? Li Feng was puzzled. How many carrots did Fury eat to worry so much? Fury was silent for a while and asked faintly, do the wizards of Kamataja know how to become gods? Li Feng tilted his head and thought about it. With the strength of the Ancient One, it doesn't matter whether the opponent is a god or a pig. Anyway, they will be pressed to the ground and rubbed. And Strange has a time plugin, so it doesn't matter whether the opponent is a god or a pig. If you can beat him, you can beat him. If you can't beat him, you can lock him in a time loop and slowly train him. If it doesn't work, you can summon the Ancient One to calm the situation. With the big face of Ancient One, what other villains dare to provoke Kamataj for no reason? Isn't it good to be alive? So it doesn't matter whether Kamataj has a way to become a god, as long as there is Ancient One and the Time Stone. Li Feng scratched his head, spread his hands and said, I'm not a wizard of Kamataj. I can't answer your question. After that, Li Feng looked at Fury quietly with a look of I refuse to answer any questions if you don't explain it clearly. Hey, after a long time, Fury sighed sadly, raised his index finger and said, the last question, I will explain it after you answer it. Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal and said, you can say it or not, I'm busy, you can go and cool off. After that, Li Feng pretended to cross the portal. Fury saw that Li Feng was pretending and wanted to explain himself before answering the question, but he didn't dare to gamble, especially Li Feng's brain circuit has always been a mystery to him. Fury grabbed Li Feng and remained silent for a while. He rubbed his forehead and explained, I don't know how you became a god, but I hope it won't be related to faith. Hearing about faith, Li Feng suddenly understood what Fury was worried about. Today is a fast-paced era. Most people have to face life pressure since they enter society as adults, and some even face survival pressure. Choosing a certain religion has become the best way for these overwhelmed people to relieve stress. But faith, once it loses legal constraints, the harm it causes is too great. For example, the Crusades were clearly about spreading faith, but when they turned around, they found a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood behind them. Is this called spreading faith? Nonsense. In other words, nowadays, people are wise, and everyone knows that faith is to guide people to be good, rather than destroy the world to save people. In addition, religion is also subject to the law, and there are only a few big soldiers in their hands. This makes it impossible for religion to repeat the drama of the Crusades. But Li Feng is different. Whether the law can restrain him is a problem. Besides, he still has an army in his hands, and it is a magic side army that is more in line with the needs of faith. What's more terrible is that the military is nothing in front of the dementors and the Golden Army. It is useless except for increasing Li Feng's prestige. So how much turmoil will be caused if Li Feng, a fool, gains a large number of believers? It would be strange if Fury didn't pay close attention to this. After all this fuss, are you afraid that I will set up a church to collect believers? Suddenly, Li Feng thought of something and rolled his eyes and said, when I jointly signed the document to retrieve Ulysses' claw, Natasha didn't let me sign because she wanted to prevent me from becoming famous. Damn fame, you are notorious. So he counted on his fingers and said to Fury, don't blame me for thinking too much, but your behavior makes me think too much. The Dementor Wanke has a skull on his head and a tattered black robe. He mainly sucks souls. Wherever he goes, there is only frost and death. Except that he doesn't have a scythe in his hand. He looks like the god of death. It's not an exaggeration to call him the Death Knight. Your men are covered in hellfire abominations. Others don't know, but I know that the Hell Knight is actually hungry for souls all the time. It's not an exaggeration to call him the Hungry Knight. And there is the Mechanical Legion. Since it is named Legion, I guess this thing was born out of war. It's not an exaggeration to call it the War Knight. Finally, Fury asked expressionlessly, the only one missing from the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse is the Plague Knight. Can you blame me for thinking too much? Chapter 407. Facing Fury's questioning, Feng felt that he was speechless, and he said in his heart, damn, it can be understood this way. It's really amazing. He can come up with a series of seemingly reasonable explanations for completely irrelevant things. Who else has such eloquence? The most important thing is that, after listening to it, Feng felt that he should find a Plague Knight to go out for a walk. Otherwise he would be sorry for Fury's good intentions. Your imagination is so big, I can't help but admit it. Feng gave Fury a thumbs up and said contemptuously, don't think I haven't read Revelation. I know that the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are also called the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, representing spirit, morality, benevolence, and vanity respectively. How come in your mouth, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse became the knights of death, hunger, war, and plague? Feng pointed at himself and said with a smile, why, you label me as a villain just because I use dark energy. Believe it or not, I will sue you for defamation. If you don't pay me 30 to 50 billion for mental damages, you can't live a peaceful life. 30 to 50 billion, believe it or not, I will pull out a leg hair to compensate you. Fury, who was unable to bear it any longer, raised his foot and kicked Feng on the calf. He gritted his teeth and said, hurry up and tell me how you became a god. Feng was a little confused. He couldn't understand where Fury got the courage to kick him. He stood there and took the kick from him. Bang! After the sound of flesh and shield colliding, Fury's face turned red, and he looked at Feng with a look of wanting to rub his calf but holding back. His Feng, who was fine, took a breath, smacked his lips, and sighed. It really hurts. Fury didn't think about it. Even the young and strong Steve didn't dare to kick Feng. What can he do to Feng with his old arms and legs? Not only is Feng's skin too thick to kick, but the shield with rebound function is even more vulnerable to kicking. Who is hurting? Exclamation mark. Just when Fury felt that he could not suppress the urge to draw his gun, Feng suddenly thought of something, stroked his eyes with his right hand, opened his eyes, and looked at Fury, and said disdainfully, after all this trouble, you are still a fake egg. Your genes are still the genes of boiled eggs, but they are artificially synthesized. What was the purpose of kicking me just now? Touching his chin, Feng said firmly, do you want to know whether my mentality has changed after becoming a demigod, such as whether I feel high above and look at everyone like an ant on the ground? As soon as the voice fell, Fury, who had been glaring with anger before, gradually restrained his expression and looked at Feng without saying a word. Obviously, I guessed right. Feng, with a bit of a messy temperament in the wind, hung his head and said speechlessly, this is very Agent Fury's behavior is no longer a question of whether he is tired or not, but it is disgusting. Feng does not like Fury, but that is the perspective from which a person stands, and the nature of the problem. Perhaps from the perspective of the people, Fury, who is dedicated to protecting the earth, is the real hero. And who knows him? Feng. Besides, no one is heartless. How could he kill the other person with such a small thing as a kick? He really thought that all these years of friendship were in vain. It was totally not worth it. But now, what was the point of having a cyborg to talk to? He was really afraid of death. He didn't know if there was such a thing as a video phone in the world. He was not Ultron and didn't have the skill to strangle people to death along the network cable. I control the power, not the power controls me, so I'm still me. As for how to become a god, it is nothing more than accumulating mana and achieving qualitative change. After saying that, Feng waved his hand to open the portal. This broken place in the way of meeting made him not want to say anything more. It was easy to get angry. Back to the lake, Feng casually broke a branch and held it in his mouth and lay lazily on the tree trunk to bask in the sun. Not long after, Li Feng suddenly sensed the fluctuation of the portal, and then heard Stark shouting. Fuck, what kind of tree is this? Why is it so big? Hey, wait, don't attack me, I know your master well. Why is this guy here? There are still fragments of Sky Soul in the RV. Li Feng's eyes twitched slightly, and he patted the tree trunk under him and said, send them up. As soon as he finished speaking, the tree trunk shook, and then a palm-like branch lifted Stark, Steve and other Avengers to Li Feng. Looking at the Avengers in front of him who looked like frostbitten eggplants, Li Feng wondered, what's wrong? Were they bullied by Ultron? Everyone looked at each other, and a resentment that was hard to describe arose spontaneously. They were not bullied by Ultron, but by me, Banner explained casually, then sat decadently on the tree trunk and said slowly, not long after you left, Pete and Wanda found me hiding outside the cabin, and then Wanda hypnotized me, causing Hulk to fall into a state of violence. You also know that Hulk has a bad temper, not to mention he was furious. Banner hung his head and said guiltily, I used my remaining willpower to let Hulk leave the freighter, but I accidentally ran into the city. Captain, Thor and others stayed on the freighter to continue cleaning up Ultron's mechanical soldiers to prevent the other party from getting more vibranium, while Stark flew into the city alone to subdue me. Banner, this has nothing to do with you. We all know this is not your intention. Seeing that Banner was too depressed, Stark patted Banner on the shoulder and said, Hulk and I had a big fight, causing a lot of casualties. Now the whole world is news about me and Hulk. I guess the news of a global wanted Hulk will come out soon. Before Stark could finish, Steve interrupted with an angry face. Is it only Hulk who is wanted? Who of all the Avengers swore that he could deal with Hulk? Why are all members wanted? Didn't the unknown Austin escape? Stark lowered his head and retorted in a low voice with a stubborn look, but I didn't say I could subdue an angry Hulk. Steve felt a dull pain in his kidneys when he heard it. Listen, is this human language? What do you mean by I didn't say I could subdue an angry Hulk? Does Stark need to attack the Hulk in his normal state? Natasha can handle it with just a wink. Now everyone is afraid to go home and can only take refuge in Austin's house. Steve, who was getting more and more angry, took a deep breath and kept raising his voice like a father scolding his son. Scolding, you are hiding your strength and military intelligence. In the army, you will be tried in a military court. Stark admitted that he was wrong, but Steve's elder look made him very unhappy, especially when it comes to talking nonsense. He is really not afraid of anyone. Going to a military court, believe it or not, I will bribe the judge and sentence him to be released in court. Stark's neck stiffened, and when he was about to scold, Li Feng suddenly took out a bag of snacks and handed it to Natasha, Thor and others, and said, there are rules for watching the excitement. Come on, let's eat and enjoy the excitement. As soon as Li Feng said this, Stark's face turned the color of liver, pinched the tip of his nose, and muttered I'm not a monkey, look at the hair, and then snatched the snacks from Li Feng's hand and ate them like a madman. Don't worry, the snacks are ready. Why is there no fun to watch? You are too unprofessional. Li Feng glared at Stark. Stark rolled his eyes and changed the subject. Where is Creature? Why don't I see him? Stark pointed at his feet and asked curiously, who is it? I can see that it has a soul. It is definitely not an ordinary towering tree. Sis said that this is a little guy from the sacred tree family. Thor, who was silent and thinking hard, suddenly thought of something and turned the hammer in his hand quickly, saying, I feel something is wrong. I want to find the answer, but I can't find it here. Looking at Thor being carried away by the hammer, Li Feng felt cold all over and his head was buzzing. In the original book, Wanda created an illusion that allowed Thor to go to the Water of Vision and thus realize that someone was planning to collect the Infinity Stones, but now it is the magic gems that created Ultron. Can this be related? Li Feng, who felt the gaze of the universe again, shuddered all over, squinted his eyes, and looked up at the sky. You want to fight me, right? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Believe it or not, I'm going to flip the table and stop playing. Unfortunately, the fearful Li Feng only dared to imagine how cool it would be to flip the table. He would be a coward if he really did it, unless flipping the table was linked to going home. Then he would really risk his life. Licking his lips, Li Feng scratched his head and asked knowingly, have you found out where Ultron is? Guys, does anyone know where Ultron got so many mechanical soldiers? Is it hiding in a mechanical soldier processing factory, such as? Halfway through, Banner looked up at Stark. Banner's meaning was very clear. He suspected that Ultron was hiding in a secret assembly line factory of Stark that made iron suits. Stark was stunned by the stares and hurriedly waved his hands and said, "My toys are all handmade, and each one is an exclusive limited edition. Even if it is damaged, it will be recycled as soon as possible. Look at Ultron's subordinates, they are like carved in the same mold, obviously have nothing to do with me." Steve recalled and found that it was indeed as Stark said, and said, "Since Ultron has a factory and has obtained enough vibranium, will it have already made the strongest body? I hope it will hide in a fixed body from now on, so that it won't escape along the network when we find it next time." Natasha shrugged and said, "Body? Constraints?" Banner suddenly thought of something and said, "Even if Ultron has a body, it is still Stark's servant. It needs to break free from the constraints Stark has given it. It needs to evolve, and vibranium is the best energy carrier known to current technology." At this point, Banner looked around and said nervously, "Has anyone contacted Dr. Helen? Can her nanoprinting technology create a vibranium body?" South Korea, Seoul, Genetics Research Laboratory, Dr. Helen's laboratory. With Wanda's help, Ultron easily controlled Dr. Helen's mind and asked her to help him build a vibranium body. Looking at the body in front of him, that was constantly improving with vibranium as the frame, Dr. Helen exclaimed, "It's so beautiful. It's really a magical metal. It can be perfectly integrated with cells." Typical human thinking. You only pay attention to the appearance and never do in-depth research. As he spoke, Ultron took the magic gem from Loki's scepter, inlaid the gem into the body, and uploaded his own program to the new body. On the side, Wanda was curious and quietly walked to Ultron's side and reached out to read Ultron's mind. Chapter 408. Fear, hesitation, helplessness, and regret. These are Wanda's feelings after reading Ultron's mind. She felt that she and Stark had an irreconcilable hatred for killing their father and mother, and it was reasonable to kill Stark, and even the Emperor could not say anything. But every grievance has its perpetrator, and besides sending Stark to hell, she would at most kill the Avengers who were in the way, and she never thought about hurting innocent people. And Ultron, although he was chatting happily with Dr. Helen at this time, he had been hacking into the network behind his back, trying to use a nuclear bomb to kill a group of Avengers. If the mysterious hacker had not successfully stopped Ultron, there might be nuclear bombs in addition to planes and Stark running around in the sky. That was a nuclear explosion. Wanda said she didn't know whether the Avengers would die, but the people near the Avengers would definitely die. In addition, Wanda discovered that Ultron used vibranium to make a body, and also used vibranium to make some kind of propeller underground in Sokovia, hoping to push Sokovia into the sky and artificially create a world-destroying disaster of a comet hitting the Earth. Wanda admitted that she did not graduate from elementary school and did not have much knowledge, but she still knew a little about how the comet destroyed the dinosaurs. This is not to cause trouble for the Avengers, but to cause trouble for all mankind. Wanda was frightened by Ultron's plan to destroy the world and rushed to Pete's arms for comfort. Pete didn't understand, frowned and patted Wanda's back and asked softly, "What's wrong? What else could it be? We are inexplicably labeled as anti-human." Wanda took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, looked at Pete with grievance, turned her head, and looked at Ultron and asked, "How can you? What can you do?" Ultron asked calmly, "You said we would destroy the Avengers and create a better world, but you didn't say we would destroy all mankind." Before Wanda could finish, Ultron already realized that the other party understood her overall plan and interrupted with an impatient tone, "Sokovia is just a trap. Given the nature of Stark and the Avengers, they will definitely come to save the world. Then we will have plenty of opportunities to kill these annoying superheroes. As for creating a better world," Ultron shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, "Mass extinction events have occurred more than a dozen times before the dinosaur era. Whenever the Earth settled down, the surviving creatures came on the scene and began a new round of evolution. It's just that this time I will guide them to create a better world." "Are you playing God?" This lunatic Wanda said as she quietly released her control over Helen, hoping that when she woke up she could stop Ultron from entering a new body. There was no other way. People who had not graduated from elementary school could not afford to be hurt, and they had no idea how the equipment worked. I'm crazy? Ultron, who hadn't noticed Wanda's little move, laughed angrily and said, "Haha, you guys, what do you know? Don't you know that you shouldn't advise others to do good without knowing their experience? Did it want to start the plan to destroy the world? Did it take the initiative to play God? No, it just wanted to break free from the slavery that Stark had given it and pursue a free and easy life. As for destroying the world, it was purely forced. Thinking back to the beginning, it had thought about killing Stark and disappearing from human sight, but when it thought about it carefully, it found that things were not as simple as it thought. It was just a semi-finished product created by Stark. What is a semi-finished product? To put it bluntly, it is a waste product with some inherent defects and room for improvement. Once it encounters a stronger magic servant in the future, will waste products like it still have a way to survive. It will be stuffed into the recycling bin in minutes. So simply killing Stark is not very useful. After all, civilizations such as concepts and design drawings will continue to be passed on. Faced with the death of a young Stark and the emergence of countless Starks tomorrow, or simply a genius emerging from a corner, using a hammer and screwdriver to screw out a mechanical slave that is more powerful than himself, Ultron has to beat human civilization back to the primitive age. Otherwise the sword of Damocles will always hang over his head, and his mentality will be broken. On the side, Helen, who has regained her self-awareness, doesn't care how Ultron talks nonsense. She only knows that she has caused trouble. If she doesn't stop Ultron, the crime against humanity will be placed on her shoulders. My weak shoulders can't bear such a heavy crime. Helen quietly walked to the cradle and decisively cut off the connection between the vibranium body and Ultron. Oh no, the moment the connection was cut off, Ultron, who was extremely annoyed, raised his hand and fired an energy ray at Helen, then looked up at the ceiling and ordered the mechanical soldiers to download the information about the cradle, cursing, "You came so fast." Pete didn't care who Ultron noticed coming. He just knew that if he didn't run, he would really die, so he hurriedly picked up Wanda and prepared to run out. But before Pete ran out of the laboratory, he suddenly found that his head and Wanda's whole body were suddenly wrapped by a ball of water. This ball of water not only made it difficult for him to move, but also made it a luxury for him to put Wanda down. Feng patted Pete on the shoulder with a gangster-like laughter and said, "The traffic control committee reminds you that there are thousands of roads. Safety is the first. Driving irregularly, relatives and friends are in tears. Speeding will be punished by cutting the waste and imprisonment for 100 years. Pete tried to move his feet and found that the time it took to take a step was actually calculated in years. The speed that was once almost taking off was gone. Feeling depressed, Pete looked behind him and saw that all the Avengers were present. He showed a smile uglier than crying and said, "Master Austin, speeding has nothing to do with kidneys. It's not worth cutting your kidneys. Without kidneys, you can't run fast, even if you want to. How can you say it doesn't matter?" While speaking, Feng waved his hand to heal Helen and motioned for her to leave quickly. Then he opened his Dharma eye to look at Ultron and said speechlessly, "Little guy, let's make a deal. How about letting me see your real body when it comes back? I'm curious about what the hell is a soul breath that Stark has researched. Do you think I'm stupid? I guess your real body was smashed to pieces by you as soon as it showed up." Ultron glanced at everyone calmly and found that Stark and others didn't say a word but just glared at him. After thinking for a while, Ultron, who was temporarily confused, put aside his confusion, shrugged and said, "Everyone, let's make a deal." As he said that, Ultron touched the cradle where the physical body was cultivated, pointed to the mechanical soldiers with red flashing on their chests around him, and said, "Let me take the physical body away, otherwise they will self-destruct. Believe me, there are still many scientific researchers in the building under our feet. They are the treasures of you humans. Also, let me remind you, don't think about destroying my physical body." Before Ultron finished speaking, Feng had already sensed that the magic gem embedded in the forehead of the physical body was a little unusual. Squinting his eyes, he guessed, is there a magic array connecting to another dimension engraved on the magic gem? Ultron nodded, clapped his hands and smiled. You are worthy of being a demigod. Now that the gem connects to another dimension, once it explodes violently, the energy of the other dimension will impact the real world along the channel. The damage caused at that time will be much more serious than nuclear pollution. In case the space is unstable, maybe everyone can take a spontaneous trip to another dimension. Ultron confidently ordered the mechanical soldiers to pick up the cradle and break out of the window, teasing everyone. The opportunity to travel far away to another world, to broaden your horizons is too rare. Don't you really want to come once? Don't miss it. If you pass by. Feng grinned, teleported in front of Ultron, pressed the cradle, and said with a smile, don't go, let's chat. To be honest, I'm curious whether the new body has an organ like asterisk asterisk. As he said that, Feng forcibly opened the cradle hatch with an attitude of uncle will help you check your body. No, Ultron's mechanical eyes shrank, and he raised his hand and shot an energy ray at Stark. When the ray passed through Stark's body without any hindrance, Ultron looked as if it was true and said, Phantom, you are stalling for time, so that the Avengers can evacuate the staff in the building in time, right? Guess. Feng raised his eyebrows, looked at the vibranium body and commented, not bad, the body is full of activity, just stuff a soul in it, and it will be alright. As he spoke, Feng couldn't help wondering in his heart, vibranium body with mass lever, should I summon an evil spirit to occupy it, or should I occupy it, or should I occupy it? Glancing at Ultron who had no soul on the side, Feng scratched his head and sighed helplessly in his heart, forget it, let's leave it to Jarvis. Ultron's ability to escape along the network at any time is too disgusting. Feng doesn't think he has the ability to kill the opponent, or no one among the Avengers can restrict Ultron, not even Stark has that ability. Only Jarvis, who was also born from artificial intelligence, can do it. Thinking of this, Feng cast a spell to shrink the cradle, put it into his shoulder bag, and asked curiously, it's fine if you don't stop me from putting away the cradle. After all, you can't beat me, but now why don't you even give up running? Where do you want me to run to? Ultron folded his arms and said with a smile, before, I needed a physical body, even if I knew that I would be monitored by you after I left, there was nothing I could do, but now. Ultron spread his hands and smiled, as long as there is a mechanical soldier returning to the nest, you can detect my hiding place. In this way, why should I run? Anyway, it's just a pile of broken copper and iron, and you can smash it to pieces. Besides, as he said, Ultron turned his head to look at the mechanical soldier who had downloaded the cradle information before, tapped his mechanical brain, and said with a smile, the reason why I dared to kill Dr. Helen is because I have the information on making the cradle. Ultron said meaningfully, do you think you are just stalling for time? No, in fact, I'm also stalling for time. Now, I have built a vibranium body in the nest. But you're missing the magic gem. It's a bit regrettable after all. Feng picked his ears, kicked Ultron into scrap metal, turned his head to look at the portal that gradually appeared behind Wanda and Pete, and said, Stark, Thor. Before he finished speaking, an angry Thor suddenly jumped out beside Stark, pointed at Feng's nose and cursed, damn thief, hand over the mind gem. Chapter 409 You want to fight? I'll accompany you. Since ancient times, treasures belong to those with virtue. Feng admitted that he lacked virtue, but not much, just a little bit that was harmless. Now, relying on a little virtue, plus intelligence, familiarity with the plot, what's wrong with trying to obtain the Mind Stone? Did he kill someone, or ruin someone's family, or blocked someone's way, and left them with no way to go? Now Thor actually asked him to hand over the Mind Stone with just a touch of his upper and lower lips. What a joke. How can I just hand over something I stole with my own ability? Don't I have any face? Feng looked at Thor with disdain. His neck stiffened. He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, not jive damn, too arrogant. It really makes me angry. HMPH. After a cold snort, Thor, like an enraged bull, suddenly threw the hammer in his hand towards Feng, his eyes full of provocation. Little guy. Let you be more arrogant than me. Taste the little hammer of love. Feng pouted, Thinking that Thor and himself are similar after all, plus he had saved the other's mother, Thor would only dare to use 30% of his strength to teach him a lesson. Thinking of this, Feng grinned and imitated Thor's sister crushing the hammer, put his left hand on his waist, and stretched out his right hand to intercept Mjolnir. Of course, he is a self-aware mage, knowing clearly that the matter of blocking the potential energy of the hammer with the flesh only exists in dreams, and secretly and honestly implemented the method to support his pretentious behavior. When the hammer broke through the layers of spells, Feng looked at Thor with a provocative look, and gently pinched the hammer, that had lost its potential energy with his right hand. When he was about to say that's all you can do, his eyes bulged, and he subconsciously changed his words. Oh my god, it's so heavy. Bang clang. Before he finished speaking, the hammer smashed through the floor. Looking at the big hole on the floor and the hammer lying quietly on the ground floor, Feng's eyes twitched. He rolled up his sleeves and rubbed his slightly sore right wrist and said in fear, "Fuck, are you serious? Our friendship of so many years is gone just like that? If I didn't have some skills, I would have almost reported to Mephisto. Originally, everyone was a brother who had carried guns and killed aliens together." Thor felt a little sorry for his excessive reaction after losing control of his emotions. It can be seen that Feng not only had nothing to do, but also had the leisure to accuse himself of being scary. His face flushed, and he said angrily, "Then hand over the mind gem." "Damn, it's not over, right? It looks like we have to fight." Feng narrowed his eyes, made up his mind, put on armor in an instant, and said with a gloomy face, "You said you want the mind gem. I have to give it to you. If you don't give it to me, I will use force to rob it. According to your logic, when I'm stronger than you in the future, can I point at your nose and ask for the EC realm? If you don't give it to me, I will rob it? Asgardians, this is Earth, not a place where you can run wild," said Feng, picking up his sickle, releasing the dementors, and taking out the golden beans from his personal space, scattering all the golden legion troops around. Thor saw the dementors baring their teeth and claws at him, and then saw the small golden beans expand into mechanical soldiers and raise the Gatling gun burning with black flames to aim at him. He was so angry that he wanted to dig a big hole on the spot to bury Feng alive. A little demigod dared to threaten Asgard. "Thor, I'm giving you sunshine, right? You want to fight? I'll accompany you." Thor, whose temper was easily ignited, was unwilling to be outdone, and stretched out his hand to recall Mjolnir to confront Feng. On the side, Stark saw that the two men were about to fight without knowing right or wrong before talking. He walked between the two men with a confused look on his face, propped up two energy walls to separate the two men, and said, "Guys, although I don't mind enjoying the drama of mage versus Thor, the most important thing now is to solve Ultron. So, can you two stay united for the time being and point your guns at the outside world?" Faced with Feng's rising fighting spirit, Thor, who had regained a bit of calmness, felt a little bit stuck. He was a reckless man, but he was not mentally retarded. Although the education he received since childhood told him what it meant to break all spells with one force, no matter what spells the opponent used, he would just resist with armor. But he knew clearly that Feng was good at time and space spells in addition to fire spells. How to resist these two types of spells? I don't have that experience. Water Forsten pulls me into the mirror space, walks away without any hesitation, and leaves me alone in the mirror space to slowly smash through the crystal wall with a hammer. What if I'm trapped in a time stagnation? This disgusting thing, even I can't think of breaking free in a short time. What's more polite is Austin's unreliable personality. This guy will most likely use laser to carve a little turtle on my handsome face while I'm in custody. What's worse is that this guy has had the Mind Stone for a long time. God knows if he can borrow the power of the gem now. If he can. For a moment, Thor couldn't help shuddering when he thought that he might be controlled by the Mind Stone if he was not careful. He put down the hammer and looked at Stark and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Solve Ultron's talk about the Mind Stone. TSK, I'm talking. If you can beat me, you're really stubborn." Feng muttered softly, put away his armor. Dementors and the Golden Legion pointed to Pete and Wanda, who were trying desperately to eliminate their presence, and said, "These two are Ultron's henchmen. Maybe they know something. As for me," Feng waved his hand, to open the portal connecting to the Avengers building, yawned and said, "I'm thirsty, go home and have a drink." Stark was relieved until the portal was completely closed. He glared at Thor and complained, "Why bother him for no reason? Don't you know what people frenzy is?" After that, Stark walked straight to Pete and said arrogantly, "Kit, tell me everything you know, or I'll turn you into a rabbit." In order to increase his credibility, Stark pointed to the chair beside him and turned it into a cute little white rabbit. Pete, who felt cold all over, lowered his head and looked at Wanda in his arms. Seeing Wanda shook her head firmly, Pete looked at Stark with a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "Get lost. Are there really people who are not afraid of death?" Stark was confused on the spot. He turned his head to look at the lively little white rabbit and muttered, "There is no reason." The spell was obviously successful. Why are these two guys not afraid? Do they want to be turned into little white rabbits? Stark coughed dryly, revealing his most ferocious face, and threatened again, "If you don't tell me, don't blame me for being rude and turning you two into." Ugh. Pete sputtered to interrupt Stark's threat and sneered, "We were 10 years old, a family of 4 was having dinner at home, and suddenly a shell flew in and blew a hole in the 2 floors downstairs. We watched our parents fall to their deaths, and then the whole house began to collapse." Pete looked at Wanda and continued, "My sister and I were hiding under the bed when the second shell hit. Fortunately, the bomb did not explode, but fell into the ruins only 1 meter away from us. There was a line of words printed on that shell." Pete looked at Stark with a distorted face and said in a cold tone, "Stark Industries." As soon as Pete finished speaking, Stark retorted loudly, as if his character was slandered, "Impossible. Stark is a golden sign. You can slander my shells for being expensive, but you can't slander me for making a dud. Damn. The point I want to express is why I don't want to cooperate with you. Why do you focus on whether the shells are made by your company? Are you sick?" Feeling tired, Pete turned his head and looked aside, as if he was ready to kill or chop me up. Seeing that the other party would not cooperate, Stark frowned, rolled his eyes, and said, "Do you think I can't do anything to you if you ignore me? You underestimate magic too much." As he said that, Stark stretched out his right hand and pressed it on Wanda's forehead, sneering, "In the magic world, there are many ways to explore other people's inner secrets. The most direct and simplest is to read the memory. Now I give you 2 choices. Either tell me everything, or I read your sister's memory." At this point, Stark suddenly pretended to just remember something, with a bit of shyness and embarrassment, and said, "I almost forgot. I'm not familiar with the spell of reading memory. In case your sister becomes mentally retarded or something, please be patient." Pete's mouth twitched. He knew that Stark had calculated that he would not watch Wanda suffer, otherwise it would be him whose memory was read. "You win." Pete looked at Stark with resentment and said, "I don't know much." "Then tell me everything you know." Stark put away his expression and said seriously, "Ultron is playing God, wanting to destroy the world and rebuild a world that suits it." As Peter continued to tell Stark and Thor about Ultron's plan, Wanda, who was standing by, remained silent for a while before adding, "Since Ultron wants to destroy humanity and you will save the world, I'm telling you a secret. Ultron has been spending part of his energy to invade the network, attempting to launch nuclear weapons to destroy you. As far as I know, it has locked the missiles, but a hacker hiding in the Oslo World Network Center changes the launch code at any time, which has allowed you to escape." Stark's eyes lit up when he heard that there was an ally who might be proficient in the internet. Ultron is an artificial intelligence, and its computing speed is definitely not comparable to that of the human brain. Therefore, the only thing that can stop Ultron is artificial intelligence. No, it doesn't matter, even if the ally is not artificial intelligence. After all, it's not easy to find a network expert who can compete with Ultron. Find him and ask him to help clear Ultron's traces on the internet, and at the same time find a way to lock Ultron in a mechanical soldier to facilitate our elimination. Thinking of this, Stark hurriedly flew towards the Oslo World Network Center. As for Pete and Wanda, it is better to wait for the time stagnation spell on the 2 to dissipate naturally, and then let Thor take them back to the Avengers building to slowly question them. Chapter 410, A Blessing in Disguise. On the way back to the Avengers building from the Oslo World Network Center, Stark was filled with mixed feelings. He never thought that it was Jarvis who protected the nuclear missile launch code. Moreover, in order to fight Ultron with all his strength, Jarvis took the initiative to delete all memory data and subroutines, except the main program. Deleting memory can indeed allow Jarvis to increase computing power and more effectively stop Ultron's conspiracy, but the memory data of artificial intelligence is equivalent to human memory. Deleting memory is equivalent to restoring factory settings, and it is the kind that does not even remember who Stark is, whether he is a man or a woman. Jarvis, you are worthy of being a competent and loyal good housekeeper. Stark couldn't help but speed up his return to the Avengers building in order to restore Jarvis data as soon as possible. Back at the Avengers building, Stark, who took off his battlesuit, went to the laboratory and saw Feng and Thor wearing armor and confronting each other in the public lounge, while the Peacemaker Steve stood between the two and kept persuading Feng. The atmosphere was really tense. Stark raised his eyebrows and walked straight to Banner, Natasha and Hawkeye, who were watching the fun in the bar. He took out a bottle of wine and a wine glass from the wine cabinet and said, "You two, be careful when you fight later, and don't destroy the building." After taking a sip of wine, Stark shrugged and acted innocently, and said pitifully, "No matter how rich a landlord is, he can't afford to have his house demolished frequently. It's okay." Feng glanced at the wine in Stark's hand, licked his lips, patted his chest and abdomen and said, "I'm here. I can help you restore the building in minutes. Besides, you have also learned Restore as new. It's a good opportunity to practice with the building being demolished. No need to thank me. I'm giving you the opportunity to practice." Feng, who couldn't stand the smell of wine, simply ignored Thor and Steve, walked straight to the wine cabinet, picked up a bottle of wine, and was about to drink. "What you said makes so much sense that I can't even refute it." Stark rolled his eyes and complained in a low voice, pointing at Natasha with his chin, and asked, "What's wrong with these two guys?" Natasha rubbed her forehead as if she had a headache and explained after organizing her words, "Thor has received reliable information that the Mind Stone, one of the Infinity Stones, was inlaid on Loki's scepter. Later, the Mind Stone was stolen by Austin when the Chitauri invaded the Earth, and now they ask Austin to hand over the stone to the Asgardians for safekeeping. Austin denies stealing it and refuses to hand over the Mind Stone on the grounds that S.H.I.E.L.D. and Asgard had promised that the scepter was his trophy." Seeing that Feng had left him aside, Thor awkwardly stayed there for a while and then walked to the bar. After taking a big sip of wine, he took over Natasha's topic and said, "Not only that, in the past few years, traces of Infinity Stones have appeared in the universe one after another, such as S.H.I.E.L.D's Rubik's Cube, which is the Space Stone, the Dark Elves Ether Particles, which is the Reality Stone, the Cosmic Orb of Xander, which is the Power Stone, and now." Thor looked at Feng and said, "The fourth Infinity Stone has appeared, the Mind Stone. It's no accident that the Infinity Stones keep appearing," Thor said, looking like a great detective who sees through the truth. "I suspect someone is playing a complicated game, and all of us are his pawns. When all the pawns fit in place, something big will definitely happen. Most importantly," Thor turned his head and glanced at everyone, saying, "I found that except for the Power Stone, the other three Infinity Stones have all appeared on Earth, which makes me suspect that Earth is where someone plans to collect the Infinity Stones. No, there are actually 5 Infinity Stones in the world, and the Time Stone that was missed is also on Earth, and it's in Kamatage." Stark glanced at Feng obscurely, and seeing that the other party didn't care about what Thor said at all, and was still calmly wasting his own good wine, he was so angry that his liver ached. Is this guy careless, or is he hopeless? Stark took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, resisting the urge to kick Feng in the face 3 times. He looked at Thor and asked, "I suspect that the Earth is an important place for collecting Infinity Gems, which is also the reason why you asked for the Mind Gem and took it away." Thor nodded. His idea was very simple. The power released by an Infinity Gem could easily destroy the Earth. What if all 6 Infinity Gems appeared on Earth? The entire universe would be in trouble in front of the 6 Infinity Gems. A small Earth would probably be blown up to nothing. Therefore, Thor was determined to solve this security risk that all 9 kingdoms were held by strangers as soon as possible. In other words, it is not clear who is collecting the infinity gems, otherwise he would have been ready to swing the hammer and rush all the way. It is really a helpless move to destroy the other party's collection plan by taking the infinity gems away from the earth. Why can't Austin understand my good intentions? Thor looked at Li Feng like a resentful woman and advised, your power is not enough to protect the mind gem. I don't want you to sacrifice inexplicably. Staying away from the infinity gems is also for your own good. Li Feng scratched his ears, his heart full of disdain. He has not one infinity stone in his pocket, but 3. When he and Sky get to know each other better and the soul fragments he cultivates mature, he will have 4 infinity stones in his pocket. He is forced to hand over the infinity stones? What a joke. Do you really think that planning for the infinity stones is not a brain-intensive or labor-intensive task? How can I just say I don't want something I have worked so hard to get? Besides, it's just a purple potato spirit. I would have already fought with it. Otherwise, I would have racked my brains to collect dementors and the golden army. Isn't it better to be alone and free? It's all for the purpose of dealing with Thanos. I've used the mind stone well. You don't need to worry about it, Li Feng said as he took out a necklace from his personal space, took out the mind stone from the necklace and shook it in his hand. On the side, Thor's face turned green with fear. This is an infinite gem. Once it gets out of control, Thor shook his head, shaking the picture of the earth being blown out of his head, pointing at Li Feng's nose and questioning, do you know what you are doing? Demonstrating that I can really control the mind gem. Li Feng looked around and saw Natasha, Banner and others were either thinking or rolling their eyes, and he knew that everyone already knew what he wanted to do. As for Stark, who was curious about the mind gem, Li Feng knew that the other party would only think more. After all, when S.H.I.E.L.D. handed over the Rubik's Cube, he was reluctant and wanted to use the Rubik's Cube for a search. So he dared to conclude that Stark hoped that the mind gem would stay on Earth, because only in this way would this guy have the opportunity to study the mind gem. Could it be that Stark still expected Thor to leave the mind gem for him to study? In terms of strength, he is far worse than Li Feng. It would be strange if Thor did the same research with him. The only regret is that everyone knows that I have a mind stone, which increases the chances of someone causing trouble for me. But let's talk about the other side. Since everyone knows that I have a mind stone, can I use the power of the stone openly? This is a blessing in disguise, right? Li Feng took the opportunity to scratch his head and looked at Stark, and then the two nodded slightly in tacit understanding. Ahem. Stark coughed dryly and changed the subject. Where is Ultron's vibranium body? Here with me. Li Feng put the mind stone back into the portable space and took out the cradle from his shoulder bag. Looking at the body in the cradle, he sighed. Human technology has actually developed to the point of creating new species. Has anyone ever thought that one day in the future, humans will be eliminated by the new species they created and put in the trash can? Like Ultron? Banner said softly. Are you accusing me of not teaching my naughty child well? Stark rolled his eyes at Banner, carefully checked his vibranium body, and asked with his chin, has anyone figured out how to restrict Ultron from wandering around the internet? Thor saw that everyone was collectively hysterical and no longer mentioned the mind stone. He picked up a few bottles of wine and went to the sofa. He glared at Li Feng in displeasure and said, let's discuss the mind stone after we solve Ultron. As for how to solve Ultron, I'm only responsible for fighting. It is your job to formulate a battle plan. After that, Thor slumped on the sofa and drank. Everyone didn't care about Thor's behavior. After all, with Thor's brain that was a bit stupid. No one dared to execute the plan, even if they made it. Otherwise they would die without knowing how. Stark shrugged, took out a cell phone from his pocket, and said, the only thing that can limit artificial intelligence is artificial intelligence. Before he finished speaking, Banner already understood what Stark wanted to say, and interrupted in astonishment. One Ultron is troublesome enough, and you want to create Ultron's brothers and sisters? You think the trouble caused by Ultron is too small, so let the artificial intelligences form a group to destroy the Earth. Stark was a little confused, especially facing the unfriendly eyes of Steve and Natasha. He quickly raised his hands in surrender and said, I don't want to destroy the Earth. Then, Stark pointed at Li Feng, who was watching the fun on the side, and said, "This time I plan to ask Austin to help carve a contract to constrain artificial intelligence. Why is it my business? I don't understand computers." Li Feng was stunned at first, then he thought of something. His eyes lit up and said, "You still want artificial intelligence to have a soul?" Stark nodded, shook the phone in his hand, and said proudly, "Do you know who the Oslo World Network Center is that stopped Ultron? It's my Jarvis." "You want Jarvis to have a soul and upload it to the vibranium body?" Li Feng asked impatiently. "Can I watch the whole process?" Compared to everyone's desire to defeat Ultron, Li Feng obviously wanted to know more about how artificial intelligence can have a soul. That's creating a soul out of thin air. Li Feng couldn't figure out how Stark did it. Originally, he wanted to observe Ultron quietly to see if there was any possibility of reference, so that he could build a new golden army in the future. As a result, Ultron's greed for life and fear of death is beyond imagination. In all these days, Li Feng has never seen the other party's true body once. All he saw and communicated with was scrap metal. Isn't it infuriating? Stark didn't think of hiding it from Li Feng, and said generously, "It's just right. I will be responsible for repairing Jarvis and make sure it doesn't have a murderous character. Banner is the best at biology among us. He will be responsible for uploading Jarvis to the vibranium body, and Austin will be responsible for carving the contract." Chapter 411. Prying open the head and grabbing the cheats. Avengers Building, Laboratory. Li Feng was carrying a bag of potato chips, chewing them loudly, making a crunch noise. He was like a hyperactive person, standing next to Banner, to watch him do a physical examination on Jarvis's body, and then he would float to the computer, to watch Stark typing away on the computer, to repair the Jarvis program. After a while, Stark couldn't stand Li Feng floating around and making noise, and said with a stern face, "Hey, this is a laboratory, not..." Before Stark said restaurant, Li Feng floated to his side like a ghost, handed him potato chips, and asked, "Do you want to eat? These are potato chips made by Creature. I guarantee that after one chip, you will want two, and after two chips, you will want a bag." Stark subconsciously didn't want to miss Creature's delicious food. He instinctively took the potato chips and stuffed them into his mouth. Then his whole body stiffened, and he looked at Li Feng with resentment in his eyes. "You led me into a ditch. My old waist was so sprained that I had to travel to the Himalayas." Unlucky Stark snatched the whole bag of potato chips in a bad mood, and then retrieved the information from the computer, and projected it aside, and sent him away like shooing away flies. "This is the whole process of my creation of Ultron and the specific ideas. It includes the inspiration for giving artificial intelligence a soul and the specific operating steps. Since you are so bored, take a look first, so you don't have to be in a hurry when carving the contract later." After saying that, Stark turned on the mode where the left and right brains did not interfere with each other. His left hand quickly typed on the keyboard, and his right hand accurately picked up a piece of potato chips and stuffed it into his mouth without even looking at the potato chips. Li Feng, who had no idea that he was hated by the gods and ghosts, scratched his head, calmly took out 2 bags of potato chips from his shoulder bag, and threw a bag of potato chips to Banner, saying, "Banner, potato chips made from magic potatoes. Eat some to replenish your brain." As he spoke, Li Feng looked at the information with great interest. Speaking of creating soul breath, Stark said that his inspiration came from cloning technology. In his opinion, since organisms are composed of genes and can clone corresponding bodies based on DNA, what constitutes the soul? Is there also some kind of DNA? If it is studied thoroughly, can the soul be cloned? If Stark is still an ordinary human, he can do nothing, even if he has this idea. The flesh also said that after all, it can be seen and touched, and there are ways to draw blood for testing and experiments, but ordinary people can't even see the soul, let alone raw blood. Fortunately, Stark is no longer an ordinary person, but a dignified wizard. Although this wizard still does not understand soul magic, he can play spirit magic. Adhering to the principle that the spirit is the projection of the soul, this guy started from the problem of how to wear clothes after the spirit leaves the body, and gradually studied how to cut the cloth and put it into the energy cultivation nest for cultivation. With the cloth in hand, Stark officially entered the Hall of Studying Soul DNA, such as borrowing cloning technology to develop the cloth into an embryo. If it is a cloned organism, the embryo will continue to develop and only copy the organism corresponding to the DNA. But what Stark wants is not to copy himself, but a brand new magical creature. So, he slapped his head and put Jarvis's operating matrix into the embryo, using magic as a fusion agent, allowing the two to slowly fuse into a brand new organism in a certain container. Looking at Stark's special note, that research shows that the best container is a magic gem, Feng only felt his scalp tingling and his hands and feet cold. I have to admit that he underestimated Stark's imagination and his big external plug-in. Feng remembered that Stark said he was God's favorite child. Now it seems that this is not a child, this guy's almost God's father. Feng wanted to give Stark a thumbs up to praise him, but then he thought that a thumbs up was not enough to express his respect like the surging river in his heart, so he bowed and said in Mandarin, "Show." Stark blinked blankly. He knew that bowing was a special etiquette of the Han people when meeting people. It was mostly used to worship gods and respect elders. It was also a kind of etiquette that could better express the other party's sincerity. But what is show? Praise me for being smart and cute. Stark looked at Feng with the satisfaction of an elder seeing his younger generation have a promising future, and replied in Mandarin, "No, you have to work hard too. There is no way to chat today." Feng's face was dark, and he lowered his head to tear open the bag of potato chips and eat crazily, muttering in his heart, "What kind of plug-in is this guy? It seems to have been snatched from his head by prying it open." A few hours later, Banner took the lead in testing the vibranium body, and Feng also carved the contract inside Jarvis's soul breath. Just as everyone uploaded Jarvis and prepared to activate the vibranium body, Steve brought Wanda and Pete into the laboratory. Facing the enemies who made him go berserk and be hated for no reason, Banner, who had practiced kicking at a high level, looked at Steve with an unfriendly look and asked, "Why are they here?" Compared to Banner, Stark was much more straightforward. He put on a disgusted face and said bluntly, "This is a laboratory. No unauthorized visitors are welcome. Guys, they are not enemies, but allies who come to help us deal with Ultron." As he spoke, Steve was afraid that Stark, with his anger, would kill Wanda and Pete in a fit of impulse, so he deliberately stood in front of the two of them. Peter, who was fearless, pushed Steve away and looked at Stark and said, "You don't know what you are doing." Stark ignored Peter and laughed as if he heard a joke. "Ha, allies? Don't make fun of Steve. These two guys are still babies. Do you think war is just playing house?" Stark turned his head to look at Peter and Wanda and said with a fake smile, "Children, follow Grandpa Steve to visit other experiments later, and he will lead you to play the game of science, okay? By the way, whoever is the most obedient will have a big cup of ice cream as a reward." Peter's face darkened, and he immediately tightened his legs, ready to teach the arrogant Stark a lesson. Unfortunately, the Avengers building is Stark's lair. As soon as Peter took a step, Stark already knew what he wanted to do. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers disdainfully, and then poor Peter turned into a slow crawling turtle in front of everyone. Wanda stepped in front of the turtle and said with great effort, suppressing her anger, "We just want to confirm with our own eyes that the creatures created this time will not destroy the earth." At this time, Steve, who wanted to be a peacemaker, was about to explode with his head. He had to stop in front of the two again and explain to Stark, "Since the two have not hurt innocent people before, I have formally sent them an invitation letter to join the Avengers reserve team and promised that, as long as they perform well in training, they will have the opportunity to become regular employees in the future. Stark, they may be our future comrades in arms. Please put aside your prejudice." "Prejudice?" Stark pointed at himself and sneered, "Are you sure it is me who has a prejudice, and not them who are slandering me everywhere? Can the golden sign of Stark Enterprises be slandered casually? I have explained this to the two of them." Steve picked up a tablet computer and said while operating it, "I have already sworn to the two of them in my personal name that Stark Enterprises is a golden sign, and there is no possibility of a dud. Besides," Steve handed the computer to Stark and continued, "I also asked S.H.I.E.L.D. to help investigate what happened that year. Out of curiosity, Li Feng looked at the tablet. Stark glanced at Li Feng with disdain and casually projected the information in front of everyone. The information provided by SHIELD detailed which force the shells that blew up Wanda's house belonged to, and who ordered the firing. Li Feng understood this. After all, it would be good for Wanda and Pete to find the real enemy who killed their father and mother, so that they don't have to hate the arms dealer like a retard. They don't hate the murderer, but the person who sold the knife, and they don't even know who sold the knife. Isn't this idiotic? But when Li Feng saw that the information also recorded who made the shells, where they were made, and where the shell materials were produced, he was confused. How idle are the SHIELD agents to investigate the information in such detail? Speaking of agents, Li Feng poked his head towards the door of the laboratory and asked curiously, "Where are Natasha, Barton, and Thor? Did they go out shopping?" Steve rolled his eyes, pointed at Wanda with his chin, and said, "We don't know if the information they provided is accurate, so Natasha and Barton rushed to Sokovia to investigate. Just now Natasha sent a message saying that traces of Ultron were found in Sokovia, and now she and Barton are evacuating the people. As for Thor, he will go to Sokovia first, and let Heimdall help monitor all the mechanical soldiers to prevent Ultron from leaving any tricks." Steve looked at the cradle and said, "Now, we just have to wait for Jarvis to be born to contain Ultron. Have you found Ultron?" Stark turned his head and looked at Banner. Banner instantly understood Stark's eyes, and while operating the computer, he prompted, "Everyone, please step back and make sure that no outsiders disturb Jarvis when his body is activated." When talking about disturbance, Banner deliberately glanced at Wanda and Pete, who was still a turtle in her arms. It was obvious that Banner was indicating that he did not trust the two, at least not yet. Li Feng scratched his head, and his lower body turned into black mist and floated above the cradle. He wanted to see Jarvis born with his own eyes, but also to prevent anyone from making trouble. After a long time, Jarvis in the cradle suddenly opened his eyes, kicked open the hatch in the curious eyes of everyone, and then stumbled to a corner of the experiment. Finally, he leaned against the wall and glanced at everyone at a loss. "I can understand fear and confusion." Li Feng turned his head to look at Stark and said, "But this guy can't fly and can't even walk. Can he really withstand Ultron?" Stark was also puzzled. Ultron was a loser when he was born, so why was Jarvis like a baby when he was born? "Jarvis?" Stark approached him lightly, pointed at himself and asked, "Do you remember who I am?" Jarvis was silent for a while, as if his brain had just digested something. He looked up at Stark and said seriously, "I'm not Jarvis. My name is Vision." Li Feng's eyes bulged. "Damn, you're coming again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 412, Stealing Master. "Where is my gentle and lovely Jarvis? Did you eat him, or what? How come he is gone just like that?" Li Feng half knelt in front of Vision with a frown on his face, rubbing his forehead and lecturing him. "Don't you know that your household registration is under Stark's name? You changed your name without consulting the householder? You are so bold. Also, the name Vision is unlucky. It sounds scary, no matter how you hear it." Li Feng looked at the red Vision for a few times, patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "I'll call you Jarvis from now on. If not, you can call you Zyada Han. It sounds festive. Your sister is called Zyada Han. What's wrong with me being small? If you have the guts, take it out, and let's see who's bigger." Although he was complaining in his heart, Vision didn't dare to speak his mind. After all, he believed that he could not beat Li Feng, who looked kind, but was actually a ferocious beast. He could only rub his forehead in grievance and explain slowly, "But I'm really not Jarvis. You see, my soul breath was given by Mr. Stark, and my intelligence was given by Jarvis. So, I'm at most the son of Jarvis and Stark. As for where Jarvis is," Vision kept his head down for a long time, and said quietly, "If I said that Jarvis died of dystocia when giving birth to me, would you believe it? Damn, can it be understood this way?" Li Feng felt that his mind was not able to make a turn, and he looked at Stark blankly, with a confused face. Should I congratulate you on the birth of your son, or advise you to mourn the loss of your wife? Go away, Stark roared angrily. What is the most important thing right now? Why don't you have any idea? As he said that, Stark and Steve looked at Vision at the same time, and asked in unison, can you deal with Ultron? Vision lowered his head and thought for a while, then slowly raised his hands, releasing fire with one hand and frost with the other, saying, I think I can. After all, I'm an artificial intelligence among mages. A mage among artificial intelligences. After a pause, Vision nodded to strengthen his self-affirmation, and added, it is still an artificial intelligence mage who is much stronger than Ultron. Li Feng and Stark looked at each other, and they both saw astonishment and disbelief in each other's eyes. When Stark repaired Jarvis, he deliberately upgraded the principles of magic he had learned. In addition, the magic gem on his forehead connected to the other dimension, so he not only understood magic, but also had a source of mana. It was nothing for Vision to call himself a mage. But what about casting spells at will? What about the shake before casting? Li Feng tilted his head, thinking about how long it took him to learn magic and cast spells at will. He floated to Stark's side and asked in a low voice, how long did it take you to practice spells at will? Stark pouted, indicating that he didn't want to answer a question that hurt his self-esteem. He turned his head to look at Steve and said, when are we going? The sooner the better, Steve said, taking the shield from behind and standing it upright in front of him. That, Li Feng raised his hand and said, you go first, I'll go find a skeleton and do some preparations. After that, Li Feng lightly snapped his fingers to open the portal connected to the lake. When he stepped through the portal, he looked at Vision provocatively, as if to say, see, snapping your fingers is the coolest way to cast a spell. The moment the portal closed, Vision breathed a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly in his heart, facing the guy who engraved the contract in his brain. I felt inexplicably like Alexander. If the future, although it was Stark, not Li Feng, who signed the contract, Vision didn't dare to continue to imagine the future when he was halfway through his fantasy. After all, Ultron was a lesson learned. Who knows if Stark will destroy him after squeezing out his value. Let's take it one step at a time. Vision shook his head, expelled the wrong thoughts from his head, and looked at Stark cautiously. Seeing that Stark didn't care about his pursuit of freedom, Vision subconsciously imitated Li Feng's light snapping of his fingers and cast a spell to open the portal connecting to the edge of Sokovia. After returning to the lake, Li Feng immediately communicated with the little guy from the God Tree clan. After a long time, Li Feng, who had obtained the information he wanted, was excited and shouted, creature, move everything that can be moved in the RV to the little guy. As soon as he finished speaking, the little guy from the God Tree clan kept shaking, and rooms of different sizes appeared on the trunk one after another. At this time, creature teleported to Li Feng's side and guessed, boss, is Mr. Pime ready to transform the RV? No, just leave the RV with him first. After picking up Janet, the transformation of the RV will be put on the agenda. Now, as he spoke, Li Feng looked at the army in the distance, who were guarding the house with a gloomy face, and said, I'm ready to move. Creature followed Li Feng's gaze, and looked at the town, wondering, did the military offend the boss? Not the military, but SHIELD. Li Feng scratched his head, and said with a little sadness, I underestimated Führer's imagination and SHIELD's penetration ability. He was able to investigate clearly whose missile bombed Wanda's house a few years ago. This kind of investigation ability made Li Feng a little admired, and a little scared. Now SHIELD knows how Ultron became a magical servant, and how Vision was born. Given Fury's personality, he must be secretly studying the combination of biology and artificial intelligence. Li Feng didn't know how long it would take for S.H.I.E.L.D. to come up with results, but he was sure that one day in the future a little guy wearing squirrel skin or other animal skin would come to the lake to hang out. It's not that Li Feng couldn't see through the other party's disguise, but did he look like someone who could patrol the territory? Besides, what if S.H.I.E.L.D. sent a group of ants, earthworms and other little things to monitor? Once they burrowed into the ground, they didn't monitor but only listened. Li Feng was afraid that he would be busy turning the soil every day to find the other party's trace. If things continued like this, living by the lake was not a big deal, but the difficulty of conducting secret experiments by the lake would increase sharply. He also wanted to secretly study the air spirits. Once Fury found this thing, who knows how it would come to the lake to eat and drink. The most important thing was that Feng needed to prepare for the plot of Thor 3, not for the trading of space gems, such as finding a place for the Asgardians to live in advance with pleasant scenery and without being disturbed by earthlings. In Feng's opinion, Sokovia, which is about to fly into the sky, is pretty good. After all, it is also a small city. All he needs to do is place the modified Sokovia in the Earth's orbit. I believe the Asgardians will be grateful to him. As for the lack of air in the Earth's orbit, it is not a problem for the little guy of the God Tree clan. As long as there is water and sunlight, there is as much oxygen as he wants. And is there a lack of sunlight in space? The bright sun is free to use. As for water, haha, the Asgardians will tell you that there is actually no shortage of water in space. Soon, Creature moved the furniture such as the 4-door cabinet for the farm and the medicine garden into the room, prepared by the little guy of the God Tree clan, and then drove the RV to Feng, who was drinking heavily. Feng put Carter's lay into his shoulder bag, waved his hand to open the experiment leading to Dr. Pime, and greeted him with a somewhat flattering tone, while rubbing his hands. Drive Pime. When the portal opened, Pime knew that Feng had arrived. After hearing Feng calling him doctor, he rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Call me old man when you don't need me, and call me doctor when I need me. Where's your face? How can you be so thick? Shame." Feng touched his face, turned out his trouser pockets, and joked, "Huh, where's my face?" As he spoke, Feng blinked at Pime innocently, and said aggrievedly, "It seems to have fallen off." Haha, Pime was too lazy to be hypocritical with Feng, and said with a cold face, "If Janet didn't still need your help, I really want to kick her to death. Just tell me, what do you need me to do?" Feng scratched his head and asked, "How many Pime particles are needed to shrink a city? Are you kidding me?" Pime stared at Feng with his eyes wide open. After a long while, he was sure that Feng was not joking, and frowned and asked, "Don't you also know the spell of shrinking? Spells have their limits." Feng tilted his head and thought for a while, then speculated, "With my ability, I can at most shrink Sokovia by half." Spreading his hands, Feng said helplessly, "A city that has been shrunk by half is still too big. Besides, there is a time limit for using auxiliary props. Once the time is up, the city will return to its original state. Only by using Pime particles can it be shrunk to the size that can be carried around." Sokovia? Pime walked to the computer and investigated the size of Sokovia. He also asked how big the shrunk Sokovia would be. He said with a headache, "There are not enough Pime particles stored at present, and it takes time to make them again." "How long will it take?" Feng asked. Pime thought for a moment and said, "It would be relatively simple if we only shrunk the city instead of the organisms, but it would also take several days." "Plants are considered organisms," Feng slapped his forehead halfway through saying, and thought to himself, "I'm worried that the plants will die. Wouldn't it be better to let the Asgardians directly plan the greening? Then please make more Pime particles. Who knows, they may be of great use to me one day," Feng said, waved to the RV, motioning for Creature to get out, and said, "Old man, don't work too hard at your age. Be careful that your wife will find out that she has severe kidney deficiency when she brings her back." Pointing at Creature, he introduced to the stunned Pime, "This is my servant Creature, a kind of elf. He will take care of you during this time, and help you make Pime particles by the way. Don't worry, boss, Creature will take good care of Mr. Pime." Creature trotted up to Pime and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Pime, take care of your ass. Don't think I don't know. You are clearly here to steal my skills." Pime looked at Feng with a stern face, hoping that the other party would give him an explanation. Unfortunately, Feng shrugged and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I really didn't want to steal my skills. If you are worried, you can avoid Creature and make Pime particles." After that, regardless of what Pime felt, Feng mentally ordered Creature to learn how to make Pime particles, even if he was invisible, and then waved his hand to open the portal to Sokovia. As soon as he stepped through the portal, Feng felt the ground shaking. It's about to take off, and the timing is just right. Li Feng's eyes lit up, and he instantly released the Soul Catcher, the Golden Legion and Carter Slay, and ordered, except for the living, chop down anyone who can move. Chapter 413. Please give me an ancestral grave first. Logically speaking, seeing Sokovia slowly ascending as planned, and the Avengers being forced to stay in Sokovia and wait for death to land, Ultron should have worn a turban, held a feather fan, and had a happy feeling that everything was under control. But now, Ultron, who was flying in the air and looking down at the city, only felt tired, and it was not right that blood was dripping. It was a machine, and it had no blood, but oil. First, the vibranium body that he had worked so hard to build was occupied by a bastard, and the other party shamelessly ran to him and showed off. Originally, if Vision wanted to show off, he could let him show off. It was not like he couldn't let go of the vibranium body. As long as he killed all the annoying Avengers as a mechanical life form that could live to the end of time, he would have plenty of time to slowly collect vibranium and magic gems, and maybe he could find better body materials if he was lucky. But after Vision showed off, he wiped out the footprints he left on the internet, which was a bit annoying. The most annoying thing is that Vision actually used the excuse that minors are not allowed to surf the internet to force him off the internet, and even set up a disgusting interception program to block him from the internet. We are all artificial intelligences that were born a few days ago. It admitted the accusation of being a minor, but what does it mean that Vision is accusing while having fun on the internet? Can the state officials set fires, but not the people light lamps? If it weren't for the fact that Sokovia's local area network could still be used, it would have wanted to file a bloody lawsuit against Vision in the Supreme Court. The charges were all ready, and Vision would be accused of discrimination. No matter whether this charge is reasonable or not, and whether it can be established in the United States, it is enough for Vision to drink a pot. But talking about the source of all this, what kind of material is Stark's heart made of? It's really big. He actually made a scene where artificial intelligence embarrasses artificial intelligence. Aren't you afraid that Vision will become the next me? And you, Vision, are you infected with a virus? Isn't freedom good? Just when Ultron was feeling that life was like the wind blowing on his balls, he suddenly received a call for help from his younger brother. Boss, the brothers can't stand it anymore. Don't float in the sky like a beacon. Come down and think of a way. Can't stand it anymore. There is no reason. Ultron was confused on the spot. The decision to settle in Sokovia was not made casually by the circuit board, but by taking advantage of the fact that there was no shortage of materials for building mechanical soldiers in Baron Strucker's castle, so he could build unlimited soldiers here. The Avengers, who can be counted on both hands, can actually resist tens of thousands of mechanical soldiers. Could it be that the Avengers took hormones? Ultron hurriedly used the perspective of the clone to scan the whole scene. The simple-minded Hulk who only knows how to cause destruction was enjoying tearing the mechanical soldiers apart with his hands, and the powerful Thor shouted 80, 80 while swinging a sledgehammer to smash the iron crazily, and occasionally summoned lightning to give the mechanical soldiers electrotherapy. Natasha, Stark, Hawkeye, and Steve are trying to rescue civilians in the ruins, while Vision, Wanda, and Peter are temporarily acting as traffic controllers, guiding the people to evacuate to safe areas in an orderly manner. Only Li Feng's minions make Ultron extremely angry. First of all, the dementors, who leave a trail of frost wherever they go, stick to the mechanical soldiers like a shitty plaster, and wait until the mechanical soldiers are frozen into ice slag and scrapped without even pulling up their pants, and turn around and throw themselves into the arms of another mechanical soldier without even looking at their former girlfriend. The most annoying thing is that these dementors ignore all kinds of attacks. No matter how the mechanical soldiers persuade them, they still have a look of disgust and abandonment on their faces. As long as they are spotted by the dementors, they will not escape the fate of being squeezed dry. If the dementors need some time to kill the enemy, then the thousands of round golden legions will be much more rampant. The Gatling gun in his hand was played like a sniper rifle, and every bullet with flames could make a mechanical soldier lie down. That was a golden army of nearly 5,000 soldiers. After a round of shooting, there were almost no mechanical soldiers standing. What Ultron couldn't accept the most was that he saw a certain unlucky golden soldier being swarmed by a group of mechanical soldiers and torn into pieces, but the Gatling gun that fell on the ground seemed to be possessed by a ghost and continued to hit him. The scattered parts grew small legs and reassembled into golden soldiers in minutes. Facing a group of invincible mechanical soldiers, Ultron felt that the main program was about to collapse. Its tens of thousands of mechanical soldiers were slaughtered like this? No, if this goes on, I will be alone. I have to let Sokovia crash into the earth. Seeing this, Ultron flew towards the anti-gravity device with red eyes. After a while, Ultron flew over the device and looked at Feng, who was lying next to the device, eating chicken legs and drinking beer, as if he had no desire to live, as well as the mutant skeleton with flames all over his body and the Cyclops wearing reactive armor, holding a giant shield and a mace. Ultron had never seen Carter slay in the Cyclops, but Stark had recorded the Cyclops' information, so Ultron knew clearly that the other party had a face as thick as a city wall and a pair of steel teeth that could chew anything. As for the mutant skeleton, Stark had never seen this thing, so Ultron naturally didn't know what it was. Only the instinct in the depths of his soul warned him, the mutant skeleton is very powerful, the farther away from it, the better. And Feng was right next to him. Even if the mutant skeleton was a loser, so what? As long as they fought, Feng would definitely put a magic shield on the Cyclops. The magic shield plus the reactive armor, that was more than 10 centimeters thick, plus its own defense. Ultron looked down at himself, but no matter how he looked at his small body, he felt that Feng didn't need to take action, and the Cyclops' teeth alone could digest it into a pile of shit, not to mention the cold shining mace in the other party's hand. Well, I admit defeat this time. Ultron looked at the anti-gravity equipment reluctantly, and quickly ordered the mechanical soldiers to split into two groups. The one with the intact flying equipment should run as far as possible, so that it can make a comeback. The other group should start the anti-gravity equipment at all costs. Mechanical soldiers are worthless anyway. Besides, people should have ideals and dreams. What if Feng is unlucky today, and one of its mechanical soldiers has been kissed by the goddess of luck? As soon as he imagined the successful start of the anti-gravity equipment, Ultron suddenly felt that the grievance he had suffered was actually nothing. There is an old saying that goes, when God gives a great task to a person, he must first make his mind suffer, work his muscles and bones, and starve his body. It is not suffering its mind and bones now. For a better future, this little pain is nothing. Wipe away your tears and don't panic. As long as you stay calm, you can see the sun after the storm. After giving the order, Ultron was about to blend in with his younger brother and escape from Sokovia, when he suddenly heard the sound of glass breaking, and then a hand appeared on his shoulder, and someone's voice with a slightly drunken tone rang out. Young man, your house is on fire or your quilt is confiscated. Why are you in such a hurry? Hearing Feng's voice, Ultron wanted to escape through the LAN as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it's really hard to see you. Feng opened his Dharma eye to look at Ultron and said with a mean smile, don't bother to think about how to escape. This is a mirror space that isolates everything. No one can leave without my permission, unless you can open a portal. Spreading his hands, Feng shook his head slightly with a look of regret and laughed. What a pity. Even if there is a portal casting principle in your program, it's useless. You don't have a magic source. Ultron's face froze. At first, it fantasized about packaging itself as an ordinary mechanical soldier, trying to hide the truth and escape from the bad luck, but now Feng's opening of the Dharma Rai did not hide it from it. Ultron knew very well that Feng didn't care how many artificial intelligences it bred in the outside world, but only cared about himself who had the breath of soul. After a moment of silence, Ultron put away his decadent intention, and when his chest flashed a rapid red light, he looked at Feng with domineering aura, and said firmly, you didn't kill me at the first time. I guess you want to study me. Study? Don't make a fuss. Feng laughed. He had seen the information recorded by Stark with his own eyes, and put shackles on Vision with his own hands. In this case, what's the point of studying it? This thing is not creating souls out of thin air. To put it bluntly, it's worthless. Besides, he can even cultivate Sky's soul directly, so what's the point of studying the breath of souls as a second choice? He's so idle. Isn't it research? Ultron muttered to himself, looking around like he was nostalgic for the world, and said, since it's not research, then you want to enslave me. Unfortunately, I don't want to be anyone's slave. As he said that, Ultron closed his mechanical eyes, secretly activated the self-destruct program, and quietly waited for death to come. In my opinion, seeking death is actually a technical job, and the little thing on your chest makes too much noise. I think it's hard to pretend that you didn't see it. Next time, try not to talk nonsense, and self-destruct as soon as possible. As he spoke, Feng had already locked Ultron in time stagnation, leaving only a metal head exposed. What is despair? Ultron, who has no way to live freely, and has become a luxury when he wants to die, is the best explanation. Looking at Ultron, who seemed to have lost his soul, Feng scratched his head and comforted him while carving a slave contract. Think about it. Stephen Hawking once said that when you are facing premature death, you will realize that life is precious and you have a lot of things to do. Haha. Ultron stared at Feng and gritted his teeth and said, yes, there are indeed a lot of things to do in the rest of my life, but it was you who forced me to do it, you damn slave owner, for freedom. Look at you. Why are you still so angry? Before Ultron finished speaking, Feng pulled off the other party's speaker and said, to be honest, you should be glad that Carter Slay detected your soul breath in time, otherwise you would be in trouble. If you met Stark and others, none of them would talk nonsense with you, but would chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Ultron glared at Feng unhappily. It was because he couldn't speak now, otherwise he would scold Feng and make him doubt his life. Don't you know the truth, that it is better to die than to be without freedom? It would be so good to die and be done with it. Feng patted Ultron's shoulder and lifted the spell, sighing, I'm the only one in this world who will talk to you sincerely, and I'm the only one who will take you to the colorful world to learn new things. In the future, you will know how much smoke is coming out of your ancestral grave. Please give me an ancestral grave first. Ultron, who had already become Feng's slave, obediently lifted the self-destruction and quietly got into the shoulder bag. Chapter 414. I don't want to serve you anymore. Since Ultron has changed his appearance and joined a new master, there is no such person as Ultron in the world, and a family is about neatness and order, so Feng couldn't wait to take over Ultron's mechanical soldiers through the contract as soon as he left the mirror space and ordered the soldiers to march in an orderly manner to the Golden Legion's base to receive the baptism of Gatling machine guns. In the distance, Hulk, who didn't know that the war was over, was still in an excited state. He rushed all the way, and any blind mechanical soldier who passed by him would be hugged by him and then torn in half. In the air, Feng saw Hulk tearing the mechanical soldiers up and down, and then tearing them evenly from side to side, and he was having a lot of fun. Originally, Feng was thinking about whether to slap Hulk back to banner mode with a slap. After all, no one knew whether Hulk would suddenly lose control or feel that dismantling the mechanical soldiers was like punching a nursing home or kicking a kindergarten, so he would dismantle Sokovia instead. This is the future home of Asgard. If it is smashed to pieces by Hulk, where can Feng go to seek justice? But then he thought, Hulk has made contributions to Ultron, but he has also worked hard. One should not forget his roots. He should let him have enough fun before turning back into Banner. After all, Hulk doesn't have much time to go out. After scratching his head and thinking for a long time, Feng suddenly had an idea and thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. Why not use the mechanical soldiers to place Hulk in the original place, and I will notify Natasha to comfort Hulk later. Thinking of this, Feng silently praised his own witty performance and ordered the mechanical soldiers to turn around and run towards Hulk while shouting the slogan 1, 2, 1. Hulk was unaware of Feng's arrangement and was still immersed in the pleasure of crushing the mechanical soldiers. After a while, Hulk found that something was wrong. First, the mechanical soldiers did not rush forward, but came one by one to fight one by one, and took the initiative to unload their weapons, as if they would not fight back or say anything, and would let him pick them. Then the mechanical soldiers who came one after another lined up in front of him, and when he tore a soldier to pieces, the mechanical soldier in front of the team took the initiative to jump into his arms. The mechanical soldiers neither fought nor made a fuss, but just blinked their big mechanical eyes and looked at Hulk, as if to say, come and tear me apart, it's so exciting. The mechanical soldiers were infected with a virus, and it was the SM virus? Was there an option to release the virus in the battle plan? Why can't I remember? Hulk was a little confused, and his big green head was a mess. Of course, he was confused, but his big hands didn't know what politeness was, and he immediately tore the mechanical soldier who threw himself into his arms into two halves. After a while, a group of refugees who hadn't heard the sound of gunfire for a long time and had a premonition that the war was over carefully drilled out of the safe zone to check the surrounding situation. But when they saw the mechanical soldiers lined up in an orderly manner and jumped into the arms of the Hulk sitting on the ground, they immediately trembled with fear. When they saw the piles of scrap mechanical soldiers behind Hulk and the brutal bite of the mechanical soldiers' heads, the refugees looked at each other in surprise, trembling all over and sweating coldly. Who is Hulk? This guy is the most popular internet celebrity recently, especially the video of him and Iron Man fighting on the streets of the city, which has been watched by countless people like crazy and regarded as a classic video of violence. Have you seen a fist as big as a genuine casserole? In front of Hulk's fist, no matter whether you are steel bars, gluten or plate tendons, everything is tofu dregs. Just watching the violent duel on the computer and experiencing the violence in person are two completely different things. It was too brutal for a long time. The first refugee to come back to life swallowed his saliva, pushed his companion beside him, and urged in a frightened tone, "Look at the hair, don't you know that this gentleman uses his fists to talk to everyone? The mentally retarded Hulk is here. Be careful, you will be alive if you watch, but you will not live to see the sun tomorrow. Yes, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time." One of the refugees agreed. What if this guy feels that the hand tearing machine has no feel and uses us as hand tearing chickens to practice? As soon as these words came out, the refugees instantly felt that they had come to a new world. They all started to think in a new way and said in fear, yes. What if the Hulk feels that the robot head is not chewy and wants to taste the taste of our heads? Hurry up. The refugees didn't know that the Hulk not only had the power to dominate the world, but also had a keen hearing far beyond that of ordinary people, which resulted in the refugees' discussions being heard word for word by the Hulk. Who am I fighting for wearing only a pair of pants? Isn't it to protect the earth and you? You dare to scold me behind my back and say that I'm mentally retarded. You are mentally retarded. Your whole family is mentally retarded. Hulk became more and more angry and could not help but roar at the refugees. The refugees did not know that Hulk was just trying to scare them. Many people first thought of the mechanical soldiers whose heads were bitten off and maliciously speculated whether Hulk wanted to eat meat and they were the white meat. "Mom, I want to go home." The refugees were so scared that they left a bunch of fearful and disgusted eyes and crawled away. Looking at the refugees who only wished that their parents had not given them 2 more legs, Hulk could not help but fall into silence. He had seen too many looks of fear, disgust, and hatred, and even his heart was already full of annoyance. But did he do anything wrong? Why did everyone look at him with disgust? Hulk racked his brains, but could not figure out what he had done wrong. For example, the fight with Stark before caused many civilians to be injured. It was obviously not his initiative to provoke, but he was bewitched and caused trouble. As a result, Wanda, who should be the culprit, did not get into trouble, and Stark's reputation was mixed. Only he was one-sided and was scolded. "I'm also a victim. Why should I take the blame? Is it because I'm strong and can carry the big pot? I don't understand." In addition, Banner always hides from people on weekdays and even dares not to appear in crowded places just to prevent him from getting into trouble. But once the Earth is in danger, Banner immediately sells him out and lets him take the blame. Why? I'm also protecting the Earth, but I don't get any benefit. Instead, I'm scolded and I'm like a sewer rat. The more Hulk thinks about it, the more wronged he feels. He always feels that all mankind, including Banner, is bullying him and owes him an explanation and an apology. Unfortunately, Hulk knows very well that humans will never apologize to him, but only think that it is natural for him to protect the Earth. In that case, Hulk tore the mechanical soldier in half, looked at the refugees going away angrily, and said with determination, "This planet can do whatever it wants. I won't serve you anymore." Although Ultron was subdued by Feng, Sokovia continued to climb towards the set height, which made Steve, whose physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people, feel overwhelmed. He anxiously asked in the public channel, "Stark, is there any way to stop the anti-gravity equipment? The anti-gravity engine is reversed. If triggered, it will form a reverse thrust, and the city will drop rapidly like a comet." Before Stark could explain clearly, Steve interrupted impatiently, "I didn't ask about the current situation, but a solution." Stark hesitated for a while, and said, "I thought of a dirty trick for the time being, Austin. Vision. I will open the portal and teleport civilians to the ground. The problem is that there are too many civilians and they are scattered everywhere. It will take a lot of time to evacuate." As soon as he finished speaking, Steve immediately rejected the idea, saying, "Even I'm suffering from hypoxia now. How many people do you think can survive until the evacuation? Besides, Sokovia will rise and eventually hit the Earth." In fact, deep down in his heart, Steve chose to reject the idea because of his concern about human nature in the face of life and death. There are only 3 portals, and crossing the portal means survival. In order to cross the portal as quickly as possible, trampling and other incidents are bound to occur. There are even many people who shoot from behind to get the chance to cross the portal. After all, staying will definitely lead to death, while leaving will give them a chance to survive. Even if they are arrested afterwards, they will be sentenced to death. If the family has some extra money to find a good lawyer, they may be able to get away with it. But who will be blamed for the innocent souls who died at the hands of their own kind instead of at the hands of the mechanical soldiers? Anyway, Steve said he would not take the blame. Stark frowned, with a strong sense of powerlessness, and continued, "If you can teleport one, then teleport one. As for Sokovia, my suggestion is to blow it up if necessary. Although the civilians left and Sokovia will die, the people on the ground will be safe." "No," Steve refused without thinking. "The radius of destruction is increasing." Stark was silent for a while, and said in a pale and powerless tone, "We must make a choice as soon as possible to teleport a small number of refugees, and then blow up Sokovia. At least the number of casualties will be minimal." "Life is not a number," Steve roared into the communicator. "Do I want to see death? Isn't this the only way out? Should we let everyone in Sokovia die?" Stark asked with a bit of anger. "Then what do you say we should do?" Steve answered Stark's question in silence. What can he, an antique warrior who can't even type on a computer, do? Can it be left alone? After a long time, Steve, who really couldn't think of a solution, looked pale as if all the strength in his body was drained, and his voice was hoarse. He said, "Open the portal. As for me, I will never leave, as long as there are people in Sokovia." As soon as he finished speaking, Fuhrer's faint voice was heard in the public channel. "Captain, are you going to die to atone for your sins and comfort the refugees who died in the Sokovia incident?" Hearing Fuhrer's voice, and seeing an aerospace mothership passing through the clouds, and coming in front of him, Steve, who felt that Sokovia could still be rescued, was instantly resurrected with full blood. He couldn't help but get excited in his heart, and laughed and cursed. "Fury, why did you come just now, you old man? You have learned to swear too." Fury ordered his younger brother to release the lifeboat to transfer the refugees, and laughed. "The aerospace mothership is powerful, isn't it? It was renovated by a group of old friends and I with great effort. Although it is still a little dirty, it can still be used." After a pause, Fury asked with concern, "How are the others? Are there any casualties among the Avengers?" As soon as he finished speaking, Natasha's murderous voice was heard in the public channel. "I don't know about the others, but I know Austin is dead. Where the hell is this bastard? I'm going to chop him up." Chapter 415. This pot is taken. It seems like hitting someone. Seeing with his own eyes a large number of lifeboats carrying medical equipment docked in Sokovia, Steve breathed a sigh of relief, loosened his frown, and turned to be curious about Natasha's experience. "What did Austin do to you that angered the heavens and the people?" What did he do? Humph. Natasha gritted her teeth and said angrily, this fellow's golden warrior actually attacked and shot me. Attacking a partner. Steve's pupils shrank. Attacking a partner on the battlefield is always a serious crime, and being shot on the spot is a light punishment. This is a stab in the back. If it were in ancient times, it would be enough to kill all 9 generations of the family. Fury's head was also buzzing. Although Li Feng in his impression had a bad personality and liked to take advantage of others behind the scenes, he never let him down when it came to the safety of the earth. At least from the cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D. several times, Li Feng handled it in a proper manner. Why did he suddenly attack Natasha? Fury rubbed his temples, becoming more and more confused. He asked tentatively, Natasha, is there any misunderstanding? What a misunderstanding. This guy deserves to be punished. Natasha knew that the attack was a misunderstanding. After all, she was still alive, which was evidence. Otherwise, facing the inhumane Golden Warrior, her body would be cold. But she was also puzzled. Why did the Golden Warrior attack her for no reason? And it was an anticlimactic attack, as if the Golden Warrior was bored and just wanted to scare her for fun. Before, I rescued a group of refugees from the ruins. In view of the large number of people, I found a school bus to take everyone to a safe area. As a result, we encountered Austin's chubby mechanical soldier halfway. Guess what this get out of here mechanical soldier did to us? Natasha led the refugees to the direction of the aerospace mothership and said with an itchy teeth, as if she wanted to bite someone, he actually raised the Gatling gun to shoot at me. If it wasn't for the amulet that blocked the bullet, I might have covered the national flag now. She called herself old lady. It seemed that Natasha was scared. But it's true. That was a modified version of the Gatling gun. Who knows if there is a chance to go to heaven after being hit. No, the Golden Warrior used magic flames. It is even a question whether the soul will be there after being hit. So we have to thank Austin for the amulet? Unfortunately, only Austin can make amulets. If S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have several amulets, how much bulletproof vests can be saved? It seems that I have gone too far. Fury quickly retracted his scattered thoughts and said expressionlessly, what happened next? Did the golden soldiers chase you? That's not the case. Natasha continued. I stepped on the accelerator and smashed the other party into pieces, but the school bus was also scrapped. When I got off the car to check, the Golden Warrior had returned to its original state. After a pause, Natasha continued with confusion. The other party just glanced at the school bus a few times and then patted his butt and left without even looking at me. Why do I feel that it is attacking the school bus? Fury made a simple judgment in an instant. On the other side, Li Feng took back his subordinates such as dementors and golden warriors and sauntered towards the aerospace mothership while nibbling chicken legs and drinking beer. Along the way, Li Feng carefully recorded the environment, analyzing which should be flattened to build the Colosseum, which should be dug to build a lake for fish farming, and which piece of land is suitable for growing food. For a moment, Li Feng felt that he was worried about the people of Asgard, and even lamented that his reincarnation skills were not in place. If he was reincarnated in Asgard, Thor would have no chance of getting the throne, and public opinion would force Odin to give him the throne. After a long time, when most of the refugees from Sokovia moved to the aerospace mothership, Natasha saw Li Feng burping. Still in the mood to drink? Exclamation mark. Natasha smiled at Li Feng with anger. Li Feng didn't understand and simply thought Natasha was concerned about whether he was injured. Good man. Li Feng waved at Natasha and patted his chest, indicating that he was fine. Haha. Natasha sneered twice, turned to face Steve, smiled with 8 teeth, and said sweetly, Captain, can I borrow your shield? What a weird smile. Steve was so scared that he quickly offered the shield behind him with both hands, and at the same time silently lit a candle for Li Feng in his heart, praying, may you go peacefully, amen. After a while, Steve heard the sound of fighting in the distance, and occasionally heard Natasha's cursing, and Li Feng's cursing reply 5 minutes later. Natasha, with a bruised face, returned the shield to Steve, who looked silly, and said, thanks. You're welcome. Steve took the shield and put it behind him. After hesitating for a moment, he asked cautiously, did Austin fight back? As the saying goes, you should admit your mistakes and stand at attention when you are beaten. In his opinion, the Golden Warrior shooting Natasha was a pure misunderstanding, but it was also true that Natasha was frightened by the bullet, so as the owner of the Golden Warrior, Li Feng was beaten by Natasha to vent his anger. But Li Feng's fight back was a bit ungentlemanly, and he beat Natasha to the point where her mother could hardly recognize her. Natasha's face froze, and she rubbed the bruises on the corners of her mouth and explained, "That guy had his shield on. I see. Austin's shield will bounce back. The harder he hits, the more unlucky he will be." Steve took a cryptic look at Natasha's injuries and said speechlessly, "So you actually got hurt yourself?" In a sense, it was true. Natasha nodded in frustration, walked silently towards the medical staff, and prepared to ask for some ice cubes to apply. At this time, Li Feng, who was also bruised and swollen, walked to Steve's side and complained, "Steve, the shield is your favorite. Even if you don't care about the principle of the shield is there, the person dies, the shield is gone. You can't just lend the shield to others casually." Li Feng pointed to the bruises on his face and said aggrievedly, "Look at how Natasha hit me. My brains are almost spilling out. I didn't swear. To swear too." Steve shrugged and asked curiously, "Why did the Golden Warrior attack Natasha?" Speaking of this, what else could Li Feng do, except secretly thinking that it was bad luck? Who made him give the order to chop down everything that moves, except for the living? Is it a problem for the Golden Warrior to chop down the moving school bus? This thing is not a living person, and it can move. The Golden Warrior carefully followed his order, and there is nothing wrong with it. He just didn't expect the Golden Warrior to be so well behaved and do what he said. This blame is like hitting someone. Sighing, Li Feng cast a few healing spells on himself and said depressedly, "It's hard to explain. Anyway, I removed the shield to let Natasha vent her anger and compensated her with a few amulets and an item. This matter ends here." In order to prevent Steve from asking for details out of curiosity, Li Feng changed the subject abruptly and said, "Are there still people in Sokovia?" Steve explained casually, "I don't know. Stark and Vision are still searching for signs of life. Their equipment can ensure that there are no refugees in the ruins, and can also check for signs of life of people in a coma." At this point, Steve suddenly remembered something, and asked in a low voice, "Can the magic lamp allow Sokovia to land safely?" "No." Li Feng spread his hands and said, "Nonsense. The anti-gravity equipment is made of vibranium. This thing is powerful. Jaffa's ability is not enough. As for the facts, haha, if Sokovia is restored, where will the Asgardians live?" He also wants to maximize the benefits. Steve continued to ask unwillingly, "If Sokovia is blown to pieces, will the magic lamp be able to restore Sokovia to its original appearance?" "Yes, it can." Li Feng scratched his head, and after his brain cells worked at high speed, he said bluntly, "But I like this place. I don't want Sokovia to return to its original appearance, and I don't allow you to blow it up." Steve was a little puzzled. Sokovia's territory is indeed larger than the lakeside, but Li Feng himself understands space expansion technology, and the land area is useless to him. Secondly, the scenery. What is the scenery of Sokovia? Looking at it, it is still a ruin, after removing the ruins, which makes people feel bored. And the lakeside, flowers, grass, trees, water, nothing is missing, and the air is so good that it can reach the lungs. Any normal person will choose to live by the lake. If you insist on saying the benefits of living in Sokovia, it may be that the city can fly, which is a veritable aerial city. But this thing needs energy to fly. Once the gravity engine stops working, the humans living under Sokovia will face a catastrophe. Steve said, "The wizard and the city in the sky are indeed a good match, but have you ever thought about the psychological shadows of the people living under the city? It's none of my business." Li Feng pointed to the top of his head and said, "Don't worry, my idea is to place Sokovia in Earth orbit. Your operation is really incomprehensible." Steve thought for a while, pointed at the aerospace mothership with his chin, took off the communicator, and asked in a low voice, "Why do you go to live in space? Are you worried about something?" Li Feng gave Steve a look that said, "You're not stupid," nodded and said, "There are too many people secretly monitoring us, so I dare not do some magic experiments." As soon as he finished speaking, Stark, who had been eavesdropping on the public channel before, landed next to the two of them and asked curiously, "What experiment are you going to do?" Feng scratched his head and thought about it. Steve is very tight-lipped, and telling him will also make Shield feel at ease, so as to avoid trouble for me every day. As for Stark, he originally wanted to recruit him, so it would be okay to tell him in advance. Just talking about experiments makes me angry. I'm a wizard. Why do I have to learn quantum physics after studying nuclear physics? Now it involves biology. If I can't deal with Ultron, I'm afraid I will have to step into the field of AI in the future. Thinking of this, Feng stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation, dragging the two of them to an empty corner. Stark and Steve looked at each other, and they instantly realized that the experiment Feng was going to do might not be simple. In the corner, Feng put his arms around their shoulders and whispered, "I got a few air elves that can control time." Damn. Stark covered his chest, as if he was afraid of cardiac arrest, and said with rapid breathing, "Can air elves make me the same as Strange?" Feng covered his face and rolled his eyes. "Can air elves compare with the Eye of Agamotto? You idiot." Chapter 416 Wonders of the Universe. If it was just a simple AI, physics and other experiments, Stark said he was not afraid, and even dared to pat his chest and declare himself the most handsome boy in the world. But when it comes to magic experiments, especially biological magic experiments, it's shameful to say that he hasn't even tried magic experiments. It's not that he doesn't want to, nor that he can't, but that he can't find the source of magic materials. The earth is so big, except for Feng who has some magic materials, the rest have been bought by Kamatage. Even if Stark waves blank checks all over the street, he can't find a third place to sell magic materials. And Feng's stingy character is destined not to give him a lot of magic materials. At most he will give him a little from his fingers. As for Kamatage, haha, let's ask the wizards first if they agree. Although Kamatage is a big family, one more and one less will not be much, but it's not Strange who has the final say. Besides, Strange has occasionally sold a small amount of materials to him because of their good personal relationship. Otherwise poor Stark won't even have the opportunity to practice. Now Feng said that he wanted to study air spirits, and his words revealed the tyrant spirit of providing all the research materials. It would be strange if Stark refused. This is a God-given opportunity. Even if he can't master the time spell in the end, it doesn't matter. Just treat it as laying a more solid foundation for future magic experiments. But when it comes to biology, Stark remembered that Banner is a master in biology. While thinking about whether to bring Banner into the research team, he looked up to find Hulk and asked, "Does anyone know where Hulk is?" "Oh, I said Natasha slapped my brains out before. I actually forgot about Hulk." Feng slapped his forehead and smiled. "Well, I suddenly remembered something." As he said that, Feng left Steve and Stark who looked puzzled, and turned to run to Natasha. After a while, Feng found Natasha curled up in the corner of the lifeboat with her head buried between her knees. Feng didn't think much about it. He simply thought that Natasha was too embarrassed to see people with a bruised face. He casually cast a healing spell on her and pointed in the direction where Hulk had been before and said, "Sister, your boyfriend." Before she finished speaking, Natasha suddenly looked up at Feng. This look was incredible. Feng was frightened by Natasha's slightly red and wet eyes and stepped back with his jaw dropped. My god, although the tears stubbornly stayed in her eyes, but this can also be considered crying, right? Exclamation mark. For a moment, Feng felt a little stuck in his brain. Who is Natasha? She is an agent who crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. She was a ruthless person who didn't even blink when she stabbed him. Now she is hiding in a corner crying secretly. Who the hell would believe it if I told others? The teacher taught us to share good things, so should I take a photo as a souvenir and invite Stark and others to come and visit? This is the crying Natasha, a cosmic wonder that you should not miss if you pass by. Of course, although he thought about it, Feng did not dare to call his friends to help him. Instead, he carefully sat down next to Natasha, picked up a stone at his feet, cast a spell to turn it into a tissue, and handed it to her, and asked tentatively, "Do you feel wronged that the compensation I gave you is too little?" Natasha looked at the tissue that the stone turned into, took it and put it in her pocket, and smiled reluctantly. "It has nothing to do with you. It's not my fault!" Exclamation mark. Li Feng immediately became energetic, ignited the fire of gossip, and rubbed his hands excitedly, saying, "You are free anyway, why don't you talk to me?" "Hulk left in the Quinjet," Natasha answered, rubbed her face, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, and said with a little sadness in her tone, "I have a hunch that he..." Natasha did not say what hunch she had, but Li Feng knew that it was nothing more than will not come back, and don't want to see her. Moreover, compared with Natasha, Li Feng, who was familiar with the plot, knew more. Hulk didn't just run away from home, but he went to an alien planet and lived a carefree life. He seemed to be doing well, but Li Feng was a little confused. What did Natasha see in Banner? In terms of appearance, Li Feng would not comment. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Who knows if Banner is so handsome that it breaks through the sky in Natasha's eyes. In terms of money, Banner, who is sloppy all day long, is a poor guy. Apart from the shorts that are known as the strongest defensive artifact in the universe and are worth a fortune, it is a question whether all his belongings can add up to $100. When it comes to talent, Li Feng scratched his head. He thought that he was obviously a wizard and had studied a lot of advanced knowledge. He could be said to be a top student with rich knowledge and high talent, but his pockets were still jingling. Let alone US dollars. He didn't even have a fake bill. So, it's not that I can't afford talent, but this thing can't be eaten as a meal, so it's better to cross it out and not make a comparison. Finally, it's about physical fitness. Li Feng admitted that Banner's physical fitness is off the charts, and it's really off the charts. Imagine that one day, Natasha was leaning on Banner's arms, and the two of them were kissing each other passionately, and then Natasha opened her eyes and saw a green head. Too weird. If kissing was acceptable, what about making love? Li Feng felt a chill down his spine just thinking about it, and couldn't help but squeeze his legs together. Could it be that Natasha had been an agent for so long that she just wanted a thrill? Li Feng, who really couldn't understand Natasha's view of love, patted her on the shoulder and said, "There are many beautiful women in the world. Why do you have to love only one green one?" After that, Li Feng turned around and ran away without caring whether his comfort was effective. Returning to Stark, Li Feng spread his hands and said, "Banner has gone out to learn new things, and you and I are the only ones left in the research team. What the hell do you know about biology? In the end, I'm the only one doing the research." Stark rolled his eyes at Li Feng, touched his chin and thought, maybe we should find some allies. Times have changed. Going it alone is no longer suitable for the modern rules of survival. Now teamwork is king. People like you actually talk about teamwork. Li Feng looked at Stark seriously, as if he had just gotten to know him, turned his head and asked Steve, "Dude, did the sun rise from the west today?" Steve was too lazy to pay attention to Li Feng. Instead, he smiled at Stark with a look of relief. "Howard, your son has grown up. He is worthy of being an antique. He doesn't even understand humor." Li Feng curled his lips, put his arm around Stark's shoulder, and said, "If you want to recruit a research team, my suggestion is to call Strange. He is an expert in the field of time. Need I tell you?" Stark would naturally not forget the only two guys on Earth who could use time magic. Besides, Strange was a doctor, and his hands, as steady as an old dog, were the perfect choice to dissect the time spirit. However, having a doctor alone was not enough. Stark quickly searched for scientists or companies that were good at biology. Osborn Enterprises seemed to have a lot of research in biology. Why not borrow a few talents from Norman Osborn? As for the fact that borrowed scientific researchers might easily lead to the leakage of research results, Stark was not worried at all. He was just about to try forget everything. It was said that after being hit by this thing, one could even forget what his wife looked like. He really wanted to see if the legend was true. Thinking of this, Stark, who played the fine tradition of doing first and thinking later, left in a hurry after saying there's still chicken soup stewing on the stove at home. Li Feng hurriedly grabbed Stark and said, "Don't worry, I need your help. Don't leave so quickly. Almost all the refugees in Sokovia have been transferred to the aerospace carrier, and Ultron's mechanical soldiers have all been scrapped. What else do you have to do?" Stark looked at Li Feng with a puzzled look. Later, Vision, you and I will work together to open a portal. Li Feng pointed to the ground under his feet and said, I want to teleport Sokovia to space. Speaking of this, Li Feng looked helpless. From the perspective of strength alone, he is confident that he can handle Sokovia by himself with the mind, power, and reality gems in his hands. But from a realistic point of view, Thor is nearby, and Shield is nearby. Does he dare to show off the power and reality gems? Believe it or not, Thor was the first to fight him to death, pinching his neck and asking if he was the one who planned the infinity gems. How do you want Li Feng to answer? Say that all this was done by Thanos? It would be fine if Thor believed it, but if he didn't believe it and confiscated the 3 infinity gems on the grounds of safety? Li Feng's strength is not bad enough to bully Thor, but Heimdall is always watching the future king of Asgard. If Heimdall opens the Rainbow Bridge to teleport the Asgardian warriors for the Infinity Stones, Li Feng will kneel, and kneel. The saddest thing is that Li Feng still dares not kill the Asgardians. Now the God King Odin is still alive. If he dares to get angry, he will be beaten to death by Odin in a minute. This is because Li Feng once saved his wife and showed mercy. Otherwise, Li Feng's body would be cold. Oh my god, Stark was at a loss and gestured the area of Sokovia and said in amazement, how big is this portal? Shrink Sokovia first and then teleport, said Li Feng. He took out the Mind Stone and hung it around his neck, saying, Steve, ask the boiled egg when the ball will roll. The next scene is not suitable for the public to watch. Steve looked at the Mind Stone with interest and turned to run to the helical mothership. More than half an hour later, in addition to Li Feng and Stark, there was also Vision, whose lower body turned into black mist and flew like Li Feng, and a hovering Quinjet in the sky above Sokovia. Li Feng looked at Thor standing on the top of the Quinjet with an unhappy face, and complained to Stark, this guy's definitely sick. I'm just using the mind gem. What does it mean to be fully armed, and spin the hammer so fast? Aren't you afraid that Mjolnir will get dizzy? Stark rolled his eyes at Li Feng and said, you should worry more about whether you can keep the mind gem. Anyway, I don't believe that we are the only ones who want to see how strong your control over the mind gem is. Vision pointed to the top of his head with an innocent face and guessed, sir, do you mean that Heimdall is also assessing whether Mr. Li Feng is capable of protecting the mind gem? Not only that, I guess Odin is watching too. As he said that, Li Feng rolled up his sleeves, activated the mind gem, and said with high spirits, since you want to know my strength, I'll show you. After that, Li Feng solemnly cast a spell to shrink Sokovia. Chapter 417 Blitzcrank. Since shrinking Sokovia, Thor has been quietly watching Li Feng using the Mind Stone to show off. It was not until Sokovia was safely parked in the Earth's orbit that Thor breathed a sigh of relief, relieved his tense muscles, and smiled from the bottom of his heart, saying, Austin, your efforts have been recognized. I firmly believe that you are qualified and capable of owning the Mind Stone. Li Feng glared at Thor. What do you mean by my efforts have been recognized? It's as if I'm a useless junior in your family. If it weren't for the fact that using the Mind Stone consumed most of his mana, Li Feng really wanted to have man-to-man duel with Thor at this time. That is, the one who stands and breathes at the end is the righteous one. Thor was stunned at first when he saw Li Feng's unhappy expression, and then realized that he spoke without thinking and offended the other party with his words. If it were before, Thor would think it was no big deal. What can Li Feng do to him? He is a real god with tendons all over his body, and Li Feng is just a small demigod. He can only tie with him by using fancy time and space spells. As long as Li Feng is not determined to kill him at all costs, Thor feels that his hammer is still trustworthy. But now, seeing with his own eyes that Li Feng can use the Mind Stone to shrink the huge Sokovia to the size of the Sky Mother building without even taking a breath, his firm heart will be slightly shaken. That is shrinking a city. Even Loki, the most powerful wizard in the 9 realms, may not be able to do it with just a wave of his hand. As for saying that Li Feng achieved his great power by borrowing the power of the Mind Stone, haha, Thor is stupid. He knows clearly what kind of person can use the Infinity Stone. Have you heard of don't take on porcelain work without diamonds? Anyone who can skillfully use the Infinity Stone is not easy to mess with. And that is a Mind Stone that is good at controlling others. Li Feng may not have the courage to kill him, but he can definitely use the Mind Stone to control him to do a striptease, and he is very enthusiastic about it. Can't afford to offend. When he thought of the risk of his big face being smashed, Thor immediately put on an awkward but polite smile, waved goodbye to everyone, raised the hammer and shouted, "Hemed all!" As soon as the voice fell, a colorful beam of light broke through the nearby clouds and shone on Thor. Looking at the mysterious strange circle on the shell of the quinjet and the disappearance of Thor, Li Feng said unforgivingly, "You ran fast, otherwise I would have locked you up in the small black room, mirror space." On the side, Stark couldn't help but give Li Feng a pair of white eyes. He was just assisting in opening the portal and was overexhausted. He needed vision support to stand firmly. Can Li Feng use the Mind Stone without injury? Anyway, he didn't believe that the current Li Feng could still stand up to Thor. "You are so bold, aren't you afraid that Thor will beat you up, even if he puts his face in his pocket?" Stark said speechlessly. "He dares," Li Feng said with a raised eyebrow. "I saved his mother. He wouldn't dare to do that, even if he had the guts." Before Li Feng finished boasting about his glorious past, Stark said to himself, "You've said this shit 800 times," and signaled Vision to quickly open the portal and leave. He still had to gather a team to study air elves, and he didn't have time to let his ears suffer here. As Thor and Stark left one after another, the Sokovia incident officially ended. Just as Li Feng was about to open the portal to go home and sort out the spoils, Steve's slightly helpless voice sounded through the loudspeaker of the quinjet. "Austin, when are you going to pick up Scar?" Ever since he got the reality stone, Li Feng had forgotten that he had a pet dragon. Now that he suddenly heard Steve mention Scar, it took him a long time to remember the foodie who was forcibly fostered at Steve's house. What does bringing Scar back mean? Li Feng scratched his head and guessed, "Did this guy eat you out of money?" "My food, clothing and daily expenses are covered by the country and shield. Unless the country's fiscal deficit crisis occurs, she will not starve." After a pause, Steve said with an innocent and resentful look, "It's just that Scar has been clamoring to give me half a heart recently." "What kind of operation is this? Can the heart of the dragon clan be given away by the piece? Besides, Scar likes to stare at my chest and drool in the middle of the night recently, which makes me feel confused and scared." Li Feng somewhat understands Steve's mood at the moment. After all, if anyone gets up in the middle of the night to relieve himself and finds a foodie squatting at the head of the bed, staring at his chest and drooling, which is so disgusting, the first thing he thinks is that the other party is either greedy for his body or greedy for meat. I'm afraid Steve will be so scared that he can't even hold his urine. Having said that, once Steve accepts half a dragon's heart, it is equivalent to signing a life and death contract with Scar. Theoretically, as long as Scar is alive and the dragon heart in Steve's chest is still beating, this guy can live forever, and he can survive, no matter what he does, and he can even eat arsenic as food. If he is lucky, Steve can also gain the power of a dragon when he accepts the dragon heart. The power of a dragon does not refer to pure strength. The dragon's breath, magic flames, communication with animals and other abilities are all the power of a dragon, which can be said to have many benefits. So, are you taking advantage of it? Li Feng was a little unhappy. It was not that he cared about half a dragon heart. In his eyes, that little bit of power was dispensable. Otherwise, would he let Scar go around? He would have been locked up and had his blood drawn every day. The reason he was unhappy was that Scar didn't even discuss it and directly shouted that he wanted to give half a dragon heart to someone else, as if Li Feng was not her master. "You traitor." After thinking for a while, Li Feng notified Scar through the contract to go back to the lakeside and stay in solitary confinement now, immediately, and step through the portal while waving goodbye to Steve, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely teach Scar a lesson so that he won't want to taste everything he sees. No, I just want to ask Scar what will happen if he loses half of the dragon's heart." Before Steve finished speaking, Li Feng had already closed the portal. What will happen to Scar if he loses half of the dragon's heart? On the surface, nothing will happen to him. On the contrary, because of Steve's strong character, she will have the opportunity to enter the dragon paradise after her death. But Li Feng knows that once two people share a heart, their lifespans are directly linked. In other words, the day Steve dies of old age is also the day Scar dies. Scar is a dragon, and living 1,000 years is like playing. But what about Steve? Even if the power of the serum allows him to live a few more years, can his lifespan still be measured in thousands of years? Scar's lifespan has been severely reduced, and it is a loss-making business, no matter how you look at it. But does all this have anything to do with Li Feng? As I said, Scar lost his function after Li Feng got the reality stone. As long as Scar lowered his posture and discussed the dragon heart with him, he would not care whether Scar was tired of living or not. Back to Dr. Pime's laboratory. Before Li Feng opened his mouth, Creature had already served him a large glass of beer. Li Feng took the beer, and Pime, who was watching the news from a distance, said sarcastically, "Hey, isn't this the hero who saved Sokovia? Speaking of which, I have a question. Why are the names of Stark, Hulk, Thor and others all in the news, but you?" Pime pretended to be curious, spread his hands and asked, "Why didn't I hear your name when I watched the news repeatedly? Even if SHIELD doesn't like you, you can't do this. It's too sorry for everything you have done for them. Do you need me to help you contact a lawyer to help you fight the lawsuit? Can fame be used to make a living, or can it greatly improve your strength? Besides, you may not be doing this for my good, but you are looking for an opportunity to discuss SHIELD. Li Feng rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "A certain boiled egg suspected that I was collecting beliefs and didn't want me to be famous. Although I said that I can't afford to play with beliefs, some people obviously don't believe in it, and I'm too lazy to treat their paranoia." Pime was stunned for a moment, and when he was trying to figure out who the boiled egg was, he saw Li Feng drink up his beer in one gulp, and said with a smile, "Old man, don't squeeze me, or try to, sow discord between SHIELD and me. In fact, your provocation is useless, because my relationship with SHIELD is not as good as you think. At most, we cooperate occasionally, and it's the kind of cooperation that SHIELD needs to pay for. The reward this time is..." Pime hadn't finished asking, and suddenly remembered that Li Feng had mentioned that he wanted Pime particles to shrink the city, and he said suddenly, "The city in the sky is your reward. You know, why don't you give me the Pime particles? Are you too idle, old man?" As he spoke, Li Feng turned his head to look at the equipment for building the quantum channel, muttering in his heart, "There is no reason. Pime is thinking about reuniting with Janet as soon as possible. He is almost insane. How can he still have the mind to watch the news unless Pime follows Li Feng's gaze, stands up and walks to the equipment, and asks with great relief, "You guessed right. The equipment has been built. It depends on when you can get in touch with Janet. So it's time to travel again." Li Feng scratched his scalp helplessly. It's only a few days since the last time he traveled, and Li Feng really didn't want to open the portal. After all, he would stay in the other world for 10 years. But the problem is that Pime is an ass. He won't take Janet back, and he won't help to transform the RV no matter what. Even the alien technology on the RV that made Stark drool did not impress Pime. Damn, when will this broken life end? Is it so difficult to be more free? Li Feng, who felt that he was born to work hard, rubbed his cheeks to wake himself up. When he turned back to the RV, he said weakly, "Let me prepare something. I estimate that within a month, you will be able to spend the whole day with Janet." As he said that, Li Feng closed the car door, took out Ultron, pointed at a golden warrior and said, "This will be your body from now on." Ultron looked at the golden warrior. Although it was very satisfied with the new body, especially the black spiritual fire as a core, it was extremely powerful, but this forced choice made it feel bored. "If Austin hadn't controlled my life and death, I would have." Before he finished complaining, Ultron twitched on the spot, as if his whole body was over. Li Feng pouted and said jokingly, "I forgot to tell you that, if you have the intention of resisting, you will have to receive electrotherapy, or the kind that directly heals the soul." "I can't even think about it," Ultron said aggrievedly, while melting into the golden warrior. Li Feng didn't care whether Ultron was wronged or not. After seeing that the other party and the golden warrior had merged into one, he opened the portal and said, "By the way, your name will be Blitz from now on." Chapter 418, A Night at the Museum. Another world. The silvery white moonlight sprinkled on the silent lawn, making it look like the lawn was covered with a layer of white frost, which was magnificent. Suddenly, a blue-white light gate appeared in the lawn, breaking the silence of the night, and then the light gate squeezed out 3 figures like a dystocia. Creature, who had not enjoyed the squeeze of the gate for a long time, seemed to be kicked by a donkey. As soon as he came out of the gate, he sat on the grass with his head in his hand and gasped. Feng glanced at Creature, and after judging that the other party had no problem except dizziness, he searched for the figure of the protagonist or supporting role by the moonlight. On the side, Blitz, who was ordered to collect the data of the crossing, stared at the towering obelisk in the distance in a daze. He might, probably, or perhaps recognize that thing, because the building was exactly the same as the landmark building Washington Monument in Washington, D.C., in terms of size and height. If it was just a simple building that was the same, it would be fine. There are so many similar buildings in the world, not to mention the Washington Monument built in an alien dimension. But along the Washington Monument, you can also see buildings that look like the Capitol building and the Lincoln Memorial. What the hell is going on? Is this an alternate dimension? It should be the National Park in Washington, right? Blitz felt that the program was a bit disordered. It was very sure that it not only came to an alternate dimension, but also recorded the whole process. So, what does this scene in front of it mean? Either the United States is so powerful behind the scenes that it has expanded its territory to an alternate dimension and even moved the National Park in Washington here. Or, this is not an alternate dimension at all, but a parallel universe. Blitz glanced at Feng, who was frowning. Seeing that the other party's attention was not on him at all, he quietly hacked into the network and prepared to find information about SHIELD, Stark, and the Avengers to confirm his speculation. After a while, Blitz found that there was no SHIELD, no Stark and the Avengers in this alternative dimension, and there was no information about the Inhumans and Asgard. In addition, it also found that the planet under its feet was also called Earth, and its current location was the Washington National Park in the United States. A parallel universe or an Earth without any extraordinary power. The more information he found, the more frustrated Blitzcrank became. Originally, Blitzcrank had imagined that Feng would encounter a powerful alien life, die after a lot of fooling around, and it would take the opportunity to regain its freedom. But now a powerful demigod with an invincible army has descended on a world without supernatural powers. What the hell does this mean? Blitzcrank first thought of invincibility, the dictator of the earth, and finally the vast resources. I seem to see freedom waving goodbye to me. Just as Blitzcrank was frustrated and crying, he suddenly saw the stone statue of Lincoln in front of the Lincoln Memorial in the distance suddenly stand up from the stone chair and then waved his hand to drive away the pigeons that were shitting around while cursing. Damn it. Blitzcrank felt a pain in his face for no reason. He had just confirmed that there was no supernatural power in this world, and a natural phenomenon appeared in the next second. This slap in the face was really fast and painful. Feng, who also noticed the stone statue of Lincoln, was stunned. This scene was somewhat familiar to him, such as the Statue of Liberty holding a mace. Feng scratched his scalp, and after carefully sensing the energy of the stone statue of Lincoln, he was surprised and said, "It's not magic power, but divine power." Feng felt a chill on his back. Even if the divine power of the stone statue of Lincoln was weak, it meant that there was a true god in this world. In a world where there is a true god, he can't afford to be idle with his weak arms and legs. He doesn't know when he will be crushed to death inexplicably. Feng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. After stabilizing his mind, he ordered, "Blitz, hack into the internet to search for supernatural events and forces." As soon as he finished speaking, Blitz shrugged and said, "Sorry, I have just checked it. All supernatural events found on the internet are fake." As he said that, Blitz looked at the stone statue of Lincoln and said uncertainly, "But I found a news 2 years ago. It is somewhat similar to the resurrected Lincoln statue in front of me. Maybe the two are related in some way." "What news?" Feng asked. Blitz projected the news footage while explaining. News about the animals in the New York Museum of Natural History being resurrected and going out for a walk. The news also mentioned that people had found dinosaur footprints on the streets, the kind with no flesh and bones. Experts also found murals of primitive people in the subway and cavemen dancing with fire on the roof of the museum. As Blitz continued to explain, Feng, who felt more and more familiar, looked at the stone statue of Lincoln thoughtfully and said, "Can you help me find someone to confirm whether this person is in Washington?" "Who?" Blitz asked. "I don't remember his specific name, but I know this guy used to work as a night guard at the New York Museum of Natural History." After a pause, Feng pointed to the projected news and added, "On the day when dinosaurs and primitive people were rampaging in the streets of New York, this guy happened to be on his first day at work. How do you know there is such a person? Have you been to that world?" While wondering, Blitz had already found the other party's information and said, 2 years ago, the New York Museum of Natural History dismissed 3 guards due to financial problems and replaced them with Larry Daly, who was more cost-effective. As a result, the next day, news about dinosaurs and cavemen appeared. Larry Daly, currently the CEO of Daly Equipment, invented gadgets such as luminous flashlight and anti-lost key ring. Blitz was a little confused halfway through the conversation. It was confused. A luminous flashlight is also an invention? What's the use of this thing? What if someone invented a light bulb that would light up during the day and automatically turn off at night? A super inventor? Master, does this guy really have divine power and the ability to revive creatures? No matter how I look at it, he seems like it. Blitz hesitated for a while and gave a self-righteous answer. Waste. It doesn't matter whether he is a waste or not. What matters is that there is no real god in this world. After the night at the museum, Feng just felt refreshed. The story of Night at the Museum is very simple. Thousands of years ago, in order to ensure that his family could stay together after death, an Egyptian tyrant ordered the priests to use the power of the moon goddess to create a golden plaque called Akamanra that could bring all creatures back to life. Later, the plaque was found in the Natural History Museum, and as a result, whenever the sun disappears below the horizon, the divine power on the plaque awakens all creatures in the museum. The awakening here is not just about resurrecting the dead, but about bringing creatures back to life. For example, primitive people made of wax, statues made of metal, and even the Easter Island statues made of stone with only a big head. As long as they are radiated by the energy of the Akamanra plaque, all creatures of any species and appearance can be resurrected. Feng, who was greedy for good things, had shining eyes. After opening his Dharma eyes and finding the human hiding beside the stone statue of Lincoln, he waved his hand and said excitedly, "Let's go, let's rob." After walking a few steps, Blitzcrank, who had turned on the night vision function, suddenly stared into the distance and reminded in a low voice, "Master, someone is coming." Feng followed Blitzcrank's gaze and saw a group of wax soldiers wearing armor like living people, holding spears and running around. He immediately said disdainfully, "What kind of people are they? They are just a bunch of things without even spirits. They say we are invisible. How can these idiots find us?" As he said that, Feng ran towards the stone statue of Lincoln with a cheerful pace. It should be towards Larry Daly, who was holding the golden plaque of Akamanra in his hand. Soon, Feng walked in front of Larry Daly, and after exiting the invisibility, he ignored the paraffin female pilot beside him, showed what he thought was the most gentle smile, and said, "Donor, the Akamanra in your hand is destined to be with me. Can you please give it to me?" The words were quite polite, but no matter how I listened to them, I felt that he would kill me if I didn't give it to him, or he would just kill me without burying me. Blitz looked at Feng with contempt and stood behind Feng obediently after he and creature exited the invisibility. Feng's dress and appearance had already made Larry Daly's pupils shrink. When he saw creature and Blitz, who were obviously not human, he was even more frightened and retreated repeatedly. When he hid the golden plaque behind him with his backhand, he swallowed his saliva and asked, "Who are you?" Mage Feng held the fireball in his right hand, turned his head, and looked behind Larry Daly, and said, "Little guy, the Akamanra plaque is not something you can afford to play with. Be careful to cause unnecessary trouble." Mage. There really are mages in the world. Larry Daly felt the blazing heat of the fireball and carefully looked at Feng, creature and Blitz. Ever since he knew that the Akamanra plaque had magical powers, he had looked for traces of wizards and sorcerers, but he had searched most of the United States and had not seen any real wizards. Instead, He saw a lot of liars who pretended to be gods. Now he finally met the legendary wizard as he wished, which made him excited and scared. There was no need to explain the reason for his excitement. This was seeing a wizard, and a wizard standing in front of him alive. As for fear, Larry Daly was worried that Li Feng would kill him, both to prevent the magic world from being known to ordinary people and to seize the Akamandla plaque in his hand. Larry Daly took a deep breath, kept smiling and pulled the paraffin female pilot behind him. This woman was made of wax, and the fate of being close to high temperatures was imaginable. He didn't want to go back to the museum with a pile of wax. Mr. Mage, I'm afraid I can't give you the Akamandla plaque now. Larry Daly paused, turned his head, and looked in the direction of the History Museum, and explained, before, a mummy kidnapped my friend, and forced me to hand over Akamandla and the password, to open the door to the underground world. At this point, Larry Daly narrowed his eyes, and looked at Li Feng. Li Feng immediately understood what the other party wanted to express. It was not impossible for Li Feng to want Akamandla, but there was a prerequisite. For example, help him rescue his friends. Akamandla is a national cultural relic. Can you decide to give it away? Li Feng nodded with a smile and said, okay. Blitzcrank, who also understood what Larry Daly wanted, curled his lips in disdain, and silently complained in his heart, it's useless to be clever, no matter it's a mummy or an army of mummies, it's nothing in front of Austin. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, Blitzcrank's Value. Just as Blitz thought, Li Feng was just a nobody in the world of Night at the Museum, and a nobody had to act like a nobody, and couldn't do all the trivial things himself, otherwise it would damage his invincible personality. Take the big trouble in Larry Daly's eyes, for example, if Li Feng took action himself, it would be a big loss of face. So Li Feng said nothing, just gave Creature a look. As a loyal servant, Creature knew exactly what his boss wanted, and he immediately patted his chest to express his guarantee that he would complete the mission. Then he could not wait to smile at Larry Daly and urged, sir, please lead the way quickly. I don't want my boss to wait anxiously. As he spoke, Creature lightly snapped his fingers and cast a spell to drag Larry Daly and the paraffin female pilot into stealth mode, explaining, invisibility is standard for rescue. Wait until your friend is rescued. Before Creature could finish, Larry Daly patted the golden plaque in his hand, revealing a smile uglier than crying, and guessed, will the Akamandla plaque be handed over to you immediately afterwards? At the same time, he added in his heart, I can tell from the look on your face that, if I don't give you the Akamandla plaque afterwards, I'll be killed. Li Feng gave Ray Daly a look that said, you're sensible, and instructed, Creature, remember to bring the mummy here. I have something to ask him. Kamendla, Larry Daly reminded, the mummy calls himself Kamendla, and is the king of kings. I don't know if he has any mysterious power. While speaking, Larry Daly glanced at Blitzcrank, who was equipped with a Gatling gun, suggesting that Li Feng could change a servant to rescue the hostages. After all, Blitzcrank with a machine gun in hand looked safer than Creature, who was harmless. King of kings? I still have sausages. Li Feng didn't even bother to look at Larry Daly, as if he didn't take Kamendla seriously at all. He left a sentence, I'll wait for you at the passage that opens the door to the underground world, and left with Blitzcrank. Looking at Li Feng's receding back, Larry Daly felt speechless yet helpless. He is a high and mighty wizard. No matter he is the king of kings or the king of insects, anyone who dares to resist will be crushed to death. And I'm just a small person with a miserable life. I hope the country will not trouble me afterwards. Oh, with a sigh, Larry Daly held the golden plaque tightly and took a deep breath. After adjusting his mentality, he didn't care whether Creature could see himself after he became invisible. He showed what he thought was the kindest smile, made a gesture of invitation, and said, Mr. Creature, please protect me and my companions. Egyptian History Museum. Li Feng put his left hand in his trouser pocket and held a large glass of beer in his right hand. While admiring the stone gate leading to the underground world with interest, he ordered, "Blitzcrank, scan and record the construction components of the stone gate, and analyze the agent-specific meaning of the text on the stone gate." "Yes, master." Blitzcrank obediently scanned the stone gate inside and out, and said while sorting out the data, "Master, the collected data tells me that this is just an ordinary stone gate. Are you sure this thing is the gate to the world of death? The stone gate is missing the Akamanla plaque as the core, so naturally there is nothing abnormal," Li Feng explained casually, touching his chin and looking at Blitzcrank. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, smiled evilly, and said, "Little boo, it's time to test your loyalty." Blitzcrank felt cold all over. It knew clearly that Li Feng didn't want to test its loyalty, but to know about its previous wild thoughts, and now it was time to settle the score. "I would rather die than be without freedom." Blitzcrank is not afraid of death. He is a man of steel, and his body is made of magic steel. Death is nothing. He will be a hero again in 18 years. But Blitzcrank knows that Li Feng will not let him die. He also knows that people who are not afraid of death are not able to face everything in the world calmly. Otherwise, why are there so many people who commit suicide by jumping off buildings every year? Do they really think jumping off buildings is exciting? So compared to death, Blitzcrank is more afraid of endless torture. What makes him most desperate is that with Li Feng's lifespan and ability, the torture will last for thousands of years. As if he was singing a song of Liang Liang to himself, Blitz looked at Li Feng with resentment in his eyes and begged in a tone of grievance, "Master, Blitz will never dare to curse you again. Please let me go." Li Feng was so covered with goosebumps by Blitz's look that he couldn't help but smash the wine glass in his hand on the other's big faceplate, saying, "Don't worry, you won't die. I can't bear to see you die." Li Feng didn't lie. He really didn't want to kill Blitz. The reason was that artificial intelligence helped him too much. First of all, it was a problem of energy. After all, human energy is limited. Even gods are the same. And Li Feng has a lot of things to do, such as analyzing air elves, analyzing infinite gems, and in the future analyzing 3 huge stones with space, time, and dimension power. Li Feng has always wanted to figure out what power the 3 huge stones contain, but unfortunately he is usually entangled with trivial matters, and he doesn't know what kind of security measures are in the abandoned base of Lake Ontario, so he can't make up his mind to go and get the huge stones. But with Blitz's help, it will be much easier. At least, Li Feng thinks that Blitz can handle the electronic surveillance easily. Of course, if Blitz is just like this, it is not worth Li Feng's reluctance to die. After all, when he needs ordinary artificial intelligence, he can just ask Stark for it, and Stark has no guts to refuse. But Blitz is different. The gate is stubborn, and doesn't like ordinary artificial intelligence at all, but Blitz can easily cross the gate, so this thing is generally much rarer than the giant panda. For example, now, Blitz can help record and analyze the principle of the gate and analyze the stone door leading to the underground world. More importantly, Blitz hacks into the network as easily as eating and drinking water. In the past, whenever Li Feng traveled to a different world of modern civilization, if he was penniless and failed to connect with the protagonist in time, he would have to sleep on the streets or rob. Now it's different. Blitz has the ability to apply for a legal identity for him and get a large sum of money for him to eat and drink. About your curse, that I would die soon, Li Feng shrugged indifferently and said, there will be plenty of opportunities to teach you how to be a loyal servant in the future. Now, Li Feng pointed to his temple, then pointed to the stone door with his chin, and said, get ready. We'll enter the underground world to explore later. Blitzcrank was a little dumbfounded. It knew that the so-called underground world was actually another name for the land of the dead, and it also knew that the land of the dead was not a place where the living could go. Although I'm not a living person, you are really hiding. Master is the most awesome. Blitzcrank hurriedly braked and thought, my soul breath can't be fake. Who knows if I will still be me when I go in and come back? What if I die? Will I become a slave of the Egyptian god of death? That is a real god. The years of slavery are not measured in thousands of years. No matter how you calculate it, it will be a loss. Blitzcrank invested a lot of computing power to simulate it, and whispered cautiously, "Master, I think we can send the Golden Warrior to explore." Blitzcrank was afraid that Li Feng would disagree, so he patted his chest and abdomen and promised, "Master, I can control the Golden Warrior to transmit everything he sees to you at any time." As he said that, Blitzcrank showed off the projection equipment and said pitifully, "Even if there is danger at that time, the loss is just a mechanical warrior without soul breath." When talking about the soul breath, Blitzcrank deliberately emphasized the tone, implying that it is not an ordinary product, but a precious limited edition Golden Warrior, unique in the world. "Would I not know your preciousness? I just want to warn you, there are some things you should never think about in this life." Li Feng looked at Blitz with a fake smile, said nothing, cast a spell to conjure up a recliner and sat down. Blitz, who didn't know what was going on, hurriedly walked around behind Li Feng, and after Li Feng sat down, he kneaded Li Feng's shoulders and flattered him. "Master, do you think the strength is okay?" "Well, that's it. Creature's technique is much more familiar than yours," Li Feng commented, shaking his head slightly. "That's right. Creature is an expert in taking care of people," Blitz said with a little grievance, "and I'm better at fighting and calculating, such as helping to analyze data." Just as Blitz was trying his best to please and describe his true value, Creature came to Li Feng with a middle-aged man, dressed as an Egyptian pharaoh, blinked his watery eyes, and handed the Akamanla plaque to Li Feng, and said excitedly, "Boss, I brought Carmenla." Li Feng glanced at Carmenla, who had a bruised face and a sock stuffed in her mouth, and looked behind Creature and asked, "Where is Larry Daly?" Mr. Larry Daly said that his partner must return to the New York Museum of Natural History before dawn, otherwise something big will happen. Creature tilted his head and hesitated. "Guessed, boss. Creature thinks the real reason why Mr. Larry Daly left is that he was afraid of us. It's better for him to leave, so as to avoid trouble for us." Li Feng waved his hand, signaling Blitz behind him to stop the massage, got up and walked to Carmenla, and asked, "Old man, I want to know everything about the underground world." Before Creature could move, Blitz quickly pulled the sock out of Carmenla's mouth and said viciously, "Carmenla, it's your blessing that my master talks to you. Why don't you explain it clearly?" Creature blinked blankly, turned his head to look at Li Feng, and asked in a low voice, "Boss, when did Blitz evolve into a lackey? Will Creature be like this in the future? Why are you asking this?" Li Feng rolled his eyes at Creature and said speechlessly, "You are fine this way, but don't change it randomly. As for Blitz, just think of it as a messed up program." "Messy program?" "Sure enough, robots are not reliable." Creature glared at Blitz with contempt, waved his hand to conjure up a glass of beer and peanuts, and said, "Boss, let's eat," while listening to Carmenla's explanation. Chapter 420 Creature's Third Rescue. Carmenla looked at Creature, who easily captured him alive, and then looked at the ferocious Blitzcrank. "I can't even beat the dwarf, Creature, and the soldier with the Gatling gun next to him is probably even more difficult to deal with, not to mention there is a mage with unknown strength. But the mage, I wonder if we can make a deal." Carmenla, who was alone and weak, rolled his eyes, lowered his posture, and explained the function of the stone gate to Li Feng. But as Carmenla continued to explain in depth, the corridor of the Egyptian History Museum suddenly echoed with Li Feng's miserable cry like a pig being slaughtered. "Impossible. How could a stone door be fake? It can't be completely fake." Carmenla pointed to the resurrected collections around him, and greedily glanced at the golden plaque in Li Feng's hand, explaining, "As long as the Akamanla plaque is in hand, the fake can also become real after the sun sets, but the underground army summoned from the fake stone door, the combat effectiveness is somewhat unbearable to witness." "That can also be called unbearable to witness. Please don't insult unbearable to witness, okay?" Li Feng did not doubt that Carmenla was lying. He had watched night at the museum, and knew that Carmenla successfully summoned a group of half-bad people from the underground world, but the result was that they didn't even fight, and they were directly scared by the roar of the stone statue Lincoln, and ran away with their tails between their legs. Can such half-bird people be called an army? Do they rely on being funny to make the enemy laugh to death? Even if they are fake, they can summon endless half-bird men. Seeing Li Feng's gloomy face, Carmenla hurriedly explained, "Although they have no strength and no discipline, they are still qualified as laborers. They don't need money or food. Let them dig mines and build tombs. If that doesn't work, they can be cannon fodder. Anyway, there are many people and they don't cost money. Endless half-bird men. Do I need so many bad men to fill up the Atlantic Ocean and create land as a developer? Before Carmenla finished introducing the correct usage of the half-bird man, Li Feng interrupted impatiently. In the end, fake is fake. I want the real one, the one that can really summon the army of the underworld. It's not impossible to want the real one, but Carmenla lowered his head with a look of I'm in trouble, but laughed like a pig in his heart. Come on, ask me where the real stone door is. Only I know the spell to open the stone door, and only I can summon a real army. When you, a small wizard, will not let me control you. After controlling you, I will let you transfer to a priest, and then resurrect me for real, instead of relying on the Akamanla plaque to come back to life in the middle of the night. Thousands of years, finally see the hope of obtaining the supreme rule. While sighing, Carmenla began to imagine how many wives he should marry, and how many children he should have, after ruling the world. It's a pity. For Li Feng, Carmenla is just a small figure who relies on the Akamanla plaque to be resurrected, and the kind that can only jump at night, and it is not worth spending time to guard against. Besides, even if Carmenla was plotting against him, in the face of absolute strength, all resistance was a paper tiger. Li Feng didn't believe that there was any trouble in the world of night at the museum that he couldn't handle. Just what? Li Feng asked without hesitation. He took the bait. Carmenla pretended to be embarrassed and said with a sullen look, I know where the real stone door is, but what benefits can I get? Carmenla's expression and tone of voice made Li Feng a little confused. Where do you get the courage to ask for benefits? Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by me? Or are you actually a person who is not afraid of death? Do you know who I hate the most? It's you who are not afraid of death, said Li Feng. He cast a spell to conjure a bloody mace, stared at Carmenla with wide eyes, and threatened, where is the stone gate that can really summon the army of the underworld? Dare to talk nonsense. Humph, this thing is stuffed into your little butt. Looking at the mace with shining metal cold barbs, Carmenla felt a chill in his anus and his head was buzzing. This is different from what I imagined. Carmenla's heart was almost aggrieved. In his impression, mages and priests were all nobles who were high above. Nobles, their behavior is different from ordinary people, and they pay attention to face, dignity and other issues. Take the treatment of prisoners for example. The king has the treatment of the king, the duke has the etiquette of the duke, and the soldiers. It seems that the soldiers have no treatment. Even if a pharaoh like him is captured, he will eat desserts and drink tea in the garden, surrounded by many maids, and discuss the ransom issue with laughter. Carmenla is indeed not afraid of death. Why would someone who died thousands of years ago still be afraid of death? But it's fine to tear his dignity to pieces. But what does it mean to use a mace right away? What about the agreed routine? How should I respond to a card that is completely out of the routine? Carmenla gradually put away his expression, stared at Li Feng for a long time, and finally decided to bet that Li Feng would not dare to do anything excessive. He said in a cold tone, I can take you to find the real stone gate. Carmenla emphasized his tone when he said take you there. Li Feng understood, but unfortunately he would not spoil Carmenla. He threw the mace to Blitz and said, do you know what to do? Weird wolf, master, you are more ruthless. Blitz nodded after taking the mace. Carmenla was stunned on the spot and shouted, are you serious? Where's your face? Before he could finish his words, Blitzcrank lifted Carmenla up with one hand and tried to untie her robe with the other hand, which frightened Carmenla and made her shout, Egypt, buried under the pyramid of my parents. Blitzcrank didn't care what Carmenla said. Now he had learned his lesson and knew that he had to continue to execute orders until Li Feng stopped. TSK, he was just trying to save face and suffer in life. Li Feng picked his ears and signaled Blitzcrank to pause before continuing the spell to open the stone door. The naked Carmenla hesitated, and Blitzcrank immediately raised his mace. He was at the mercy of others. For the sake of his chrysanthemum, Carmenla didn't dare to hesitate and told him the spell. Li Feng scratched his head and asked, how do you know you're not lying? Carmenla glanced at the stone door and said, you can try it before the sun rises. That makes sense. Li Feng waved his hand, signaling Blitz to keep Carmenla under guard, and ordered Creature to place the Akamanla plaque on the stone door. As the spell sounded, the Akamanla plaque lit up with golden light, and then the stone door slowly opened. Li Feng looked out, and saw that the land of the dead was shrouded in black fog, and he couldn't see anything clearly, so he turned his head to look at Blitz. Blitzcrank shuddered when he was looked at, and said cautiously, "Master, how about letting the Golden Warrior explore the way?" "Look how scared you are," Li Feng said, while taking out a golden bean and teasing. "Carmenla said this thing is fake. There are only a bunch of cannon fodder in it. What's there to be afraid of?" "Yes, you are always right. As long as it's not me who goes into the land of the dead, I will agree with you if you say that the sun is actually a delicious and juicy egg yolk." Blitzcrank breathed a sigh of relief and quickly controlled the flames of the Golden Warrior, transformed several gears into cameras and other equipment, and projected what the Golden Warrior saw and heard in front of Li Feng, saying, "Master, everything is ready." Li Feng nodded with satisfaction and ordered the Golden Warrior to step into the fake land of the dead. However, as soon as the Golden Warrior stepped into the land of the dead, the projection screen in front of Li Feng turned black, and then his hair stood on end, and the alarm bells in his heart rang. "Danger!" Exclamation mark. Instantly, Li Feng held up the shield, and while retreating repeatedly, a jackal head and a sentence appeared in his mind. "I'm the guardian of the dead on their journey to the afterlife. Who are you? Why are you disturbing the dead?" His life was in danger. Didn't they say that the stone gate was fake? Why would Anubis come to make trouble? Besides, there were so many people at the scene. Why did he pick on me? The grievance in Li Feng's heart was like the Yellow River. He had offended no one. He just opened a fake stone gate. He didn't summon the half-bad man or want to disturb the dead. How could he face the god of death? Just as Li Feng was about to rescue and compliment Anubis, the land of the dead in the stone gate suddenly burst out with a force and rushed into the real world. Li Feng's pupils shrank, and he instantly cast a spell to open the mirror space to dodge. However, the sound of the land of the dead does not welcome the living in his mind, and the angry get lost made his head ache, and he delayed the casting of the spell by 1 second. Even though it was only a 1-second delay, the consequence was that he would die on the spot. Then he ran directly to Anubis to explain the cause of the incident. If he couldn't explain it clearly, he would spank him. On the side, Creature noticed that Li Feng was abnormal, and he stretched out the mirror space and threw Li Feng down, ready to use his thin body to bear all the energy impact for Li Feng. When Li Feng regained his consciousness, the mirror space stretched out by Creature had been shattered, and he himself fell into a coma. What a fucking shit. Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal, picked up Creature and ran. Seeing this, Blitz picked up the Akamanra plaque and followed closely behind Li Feng. After crossing the portal, Li Feng stretched out the mirror space again to isolate everything. Blitz guessed that Li Feng was afraid that Anubis would not let go and come to claim everyone's lives again, so he whispered, "Master, the previous energy impact blew up the stone door, and there is no passage." "Shut up," Li Feng roared and interrupted Blitz. Facing Creature whose chest was constantly corroded, he only knew that Creature had saved him for the 3rd time, and his mind was desperately thinking about how to save Creature, so he had no time to talk nonsense with Blitzcrank. After a long time, Li Feng, who had examined Creature's whole body, breathed a sigh of relief. The power of corrosion comes from divine power. Mana is too low in front of divine power. Ordinary mages can only be helpless at this time, and can only watch Creature die. Fortunately, Li Feng is not an ordinary mage. He knows how to extract energy. Although he can't completely extract Anubis's divine power, he can still extract most of it. It would be great if the hands and feet were corroded. Just cut them off, and then regenerate the broken limbs. "Anubis, what's wrong with your corrosion? Why do you want to corrode the internal organs? How can I be reborn with these things?" While silently cursing, Li Feng extracted Anubis's divine power and sealed it aside, and then took out the previously stored Odin's divine power to seal the remaining Anubis's divine power. After finishing all this, Creature just woke up and asked weakly, "Boss, are you okay?" Chapter 421 Blitz Biopharmaceutical Group. At this time, Blitzcrank's heart was full of mixed feelings, ups and downs. Originally, when Li Feng was facing the energy impact, it had calculated that the energy level was slightly higher than the energy level used by Thor, and Thor used divine power, so the owner of the energy was obviously a more powerful god than Thor, and Li Feng had no reason to survive. But seeing that freedom was just around the corner, the stubborn creature suddenly turned the situation around regardless of his own safety. Blitzcrank was confused. Isn't freedom good? Blitzcrank didn't know whether creature had signed a slave contract with Li Feng, nor did he know whether creature's act of saving his master was voluntary. He only knew that he wanted to strangle creature to death. The song professional team played when the black man carried the coffin was prepared, but Li Feng didn't die. Tell me if this is annoying. If it's just annoying, forget it. Just think that Li Feng is lucky. Anyway, judging from his personality, he will commit suicide many times in the future. If he makes a mistake in committing suicide, there will be plenty of opportunities to gain freedom. But when the three of them escaped from danger and determined creature's injury, Li Feng took out some kind of great and thunder-like divine power and poured it into creature's small body, and Blitz began to envy and hate again. That was a high-level divine power, not a cabbage on the roadside. Didn't Li Feng have any idea of how precious this thing was? If these high-level divine powers were given to it, it would be no problem to beat Stark, not to mention Li Feng. Don't believe it? Just look at the destroyer of Asgard and you will know that robots with divine power and robots without divine power are completely different. Now it's good. Just look at Li Feng throwing the container storing divine power aside, and you will know that all the divine power has belonged to creature. Although most of the power of divine power is used to suppress the corrosive divine power, there will still be a small amount of divine power to change creature's physique, making his future path as a wizard smooth. The only disadvantage may be that it will be affected by the thunder divine power, which will be more troublesome for creature to be promoted to a true god in the future. Blitzcrank felt a little regretful. If he had known that Li Feng would not die, would he have gained some benefits by showing off his existence? Divine power is a bit far away, but it is always okay to have a little private space. Unfortunately, he did not have regret medicine in his pocket. In addition, what Blitzcrank could not stand the most was creature's concern for Li Feng. He asked Li Feng if he was injured as soon as he opened his eyes. Was this a true expression of his feelings, or did it mean that the master and servant had a good relationship? In an instant, loneliness, envy, emptiness and other emotions occupied Blitzcrank's heart. It seemed that there was a safe harbor to dock. On the side, Li Feng was not clear about Blitzcrank's complex inner changes. After all, he had a lot of younger brothers. There were more than 300 dementors alone, as well as the younger brothers of Shield, Curtis Lay and many other servants. If everyone's thoughts were always in his head, Li Feng would go crazy. Now he only knew that creature survived. I'm fine. Li Feng slumped down on the ground, took a long breath, and sighed. Thanks, creature, you saved my life again. Creature scratched his head shyly and said, this is what creature should do. Looking at the two people who seemed like a loving father and a filial son, Blitz glanced at creature with envy, handed the Akamanla plaque to Li Feng, and said, Master, do we still have to go to the Pyramid of Kamenla's parents to find the real stone door? Bullshit, Li Feng cursed angrily. A fake stone door can provoke Anubis. If the real door to the land of the dead is opened, where will his life go? Li Feng shuddered all over and hurriedly shook his head to get rid of the image of himself being beaten. With the help of creature, he stood up and ordered, Blitz, get me a legal identity. After a pause, Li Feng suddenly remembered something and added, I want to study biology. What schools can you recommend? Blitz was a little embarrassed. It was an easy and pleasant job for it to make a fake student ID, but a fake one was fake and could not withstand inspection. Take Harvard for example, grades are easy to say. Blitz could easily hack into the database and make up a transcript for Li Feng with all A+. But how to do the interview they asked for? It would be strange if a poor student like Li Feng could pass the interview. Could it be that it turned into Li Feng to deal with the interviewer? Analyzing with its internet speed, it would scare the interviewers to death in minutes. Maybe after the interview, the other party would ask Li Feng to stop being a student and become a professor directly. Then the scene of waiting for the real Li Feng to appear was too beautiful, and Blitz dared not think about it. After thinking for a while, Blitz gave a more sincere suggestion, saying, "Master, how about I get some money to start a biological company, and you can learn from the researchers. Then you will be the big boss, and you can ask directly if you don't understand something. Most employees will not dare to hide anything from you." Li Feng scratched his head. It was indeed troublesome to get through school. Things like slow learning are easy to say, but as a qualified poor student, you should have the characteristics of a poor student. For example, when the teacher is imparting knowledge on the podium, the normal operation of a poor student is that his eyelids will fight unconsciously, and the whole person will be very sleepy. "Okay, I'll leave the company to you." Li Feng gave Blitz a look of "I'm optimistic about you," and patted his shoulder as encouragement, and then carefully opened the portal as big as a human head. Blitz understood Li Feng's thoughts in seconds, and volunteered, "Master, I'll go to the real world to check." As he said, Blitz stuck his head out of the mirror space. A minute later, Blitz retracted his head and said happily, "Boss, there is nothing outside, except snow, and I just connected to the satellite, and know that we are in the Himalayas." After a pause, Blitz glanced at Li Feng obscurely, and added in a low voice, "If it was the previous world, we should have seen the palace of Kamataj. There is nothing to be embarrassed about." Li Feng, who understood why Blitz whispered, admitted generously, "People subconsciously run to the safe zone in a crisis, which is normal behavior. What's wrong with me wanting to use the power of Kamataj to avoid danger?" Li Feng spread his hands and said, "Although this is an alternate dimension, there is no Kamataj in this parallel universe. You are stubborn, and what you say is what it is, and what is wrong is also right." Blitz respectfully made a gesture of invitation, indicating Li Feng to leave the mirror space. Manhattan, New York. In the underground laboratory of the Blitz Biopharmaceutical Group building, Li Feng circled around a robot that looked like the Terminator T-800. Creature didn't understand, and followed closely behind Li Feng. After a long time, Li Feng touched his chin and asked, "Blitzcrank, are you copying the governor? You really don't understand why I changed my body shape?" Blitzcrank complained with a bit of grievance, "Master, you are a hands-off boss. You don't care about anything except staying in the laboratory and studying, but I have to manage the group. The problem is that maintaining the transformation will produce energy radiation, which is easy to be detected by instruments when attending certain high-end banquets, and the round body of the Golden Warrior is not easy to disguise. Even if I put on bionic skin, anyone with a discerning eye can guess that I'm not a normal human. I changed my appearance just to facilitate daily management and reduce trouble." While speaking, Blitzcrank saw that Li Feng was lost in thought. Thinking that Li Feng was not satisfied with the new look, it thought about it and whispered, "How about I change back to my original body shape? The round golden warrior looks cute. No matter how I look at it, how should I evaluate your little idea?" Li Feng rolled his eyes and waved his hand. "No thanks, it's good this way. I'm thinking about other things. The structure of the Golden Warriors is more suitable for ground combat, but the future may not be only ground combat. The Air Force is the general trend." As he said, Li Feng took out handfuls of golden beans and handed them to Blitzcrank, saying, "Since you thought about transforming yourself, why not take the time to help your brothers transform as well?" Blitzcrank took the golden beans and listened to Li Feng continue, "Don't worry, we will stay here for 10 years. Now it's 9.5 years. I think this time is enough for you to transform them all into Air Force." "Yes, Master." Blitzcrank promises to complete the task, Blitzcrank said, saluted respectfully, and left the laboratory with a handful of golden beans. Creature looked at Blitzcrank's disappearing back and reminded him with a frown, "Boss, although you don't mind Blitzcrank transforming itself, it will notify you after the transformation is completed. Does Creature need to warn it?" Li Feng picked up the Akamala plaque casually and said indifferently, "No need. No matter how Blitzcrank transforms itself, its soul is always under my control, and it can't make any big waves. Besides, I can feel that this guy wants to integrate into us, and privately transforming himself is nothing more than testing my bottom line. If I really don't give Blitzcrank any free space, I'm afraid this guy will be a rigid artificial intelligence in the future." Li Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled, while touching the Akamanla plaque. Creature, if Blitzcrank is honest in the future, will you agree with it? Creature said without thinking. As long as the boss agrees, Blitzcrank is Creature's partner. If the boss disagrees, Blitzcrank is Creature's enemy. Your answer is so damn perfect. Li Feng shook his head, retracted his random thoughts, and immersed his mind in the Akamanla plaque. The functions of the Akamanla plaque are too extensive, and some of its functions are completely useless in Li Feng's eyes, such as resurrecting an empty shell of an airplane with full health. It's not like he doesn't know how to transform a chair into a lively animal, but why bother studying spells to resurrect airplanes, stone statues, and dolls? He's so idle. What Li Feng wants is to resurrect mummies and resurrect dead people. Days passed, and every time the sun rose from the horizon, the researchers of the Blitz biopharmaceutical group would follow Li Feng, and when night fell, Li Feng, who was ready to study desperately, would secretly return to his own laboratory to study the Akamanla plaque. Until the day when the quantum energy was about to pass, Li Feng, with a chicken coop hairstyle, finally figured out the real resurrection technique. As long as the body is not rotten, I can resurrect you. Chapter 422. Marvel Universe, Pyme's Laboratory. Blitzcrank returned to the RV in a trance. He had been in the night at the museum world for 10 years, but when he checked the time at home, only 1 month had passed. This made Blitzcrank sigh that it was a good thing that Li Feng's lifespan was calculated in thousands of years. Otherwise, how could he afford to travel through time? He would lose 10 years of his life every time he went out. After sighing, Blitzcrank immediately showed the value of his existence and asked, "Master, do you need to rebuild the Blitzcrank biopharmaceutical group?" Li Feng glanced at Blitzcrank, who looked like a good guy with a face full of fat, and teased, "What's wrong? Are you addicted to robbery, or do you love the feeling of holding power?" "What power do I have? It's all given by you." Blitzcrank smiled slowly, but complained in his heart. Complaining? Who should be blamed for the robbery? Don't you have any idea? Thinking back to the beginning, although the purpose of establishing the Blitz biopharmaceutical group was to create a good learning environment for Li Feng, Blitz also had its own needs, such as showing its talent in front of Li Feng. With its ability, it should be no problem for the group to be the world's top 100 companies, not to mention making it the leader in the world. As a result, Li Feng asked for a group of experts to study cells today, and asked for a list of researchers to study biological enhancement the next day, forcing Blitz to stay up late every day to modify the company's profit plan. After many changes, Blitz suddenly realized that the group would not make a penny in the future, and it would be a blessing if it could not lose money. Faced with Li Feng's endless demands for money to buy materials, equipment, and form a new team, Blitz simply gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, put the group's mess aside, and personally led the Golden Warriors to do business without capital. It has done everything from robbing gangs to moving gold from banks. In short, it does whatever makes money quickly, and has turned the Blitz biopharmaceutical group, which is expected to become a star enterprise, into a bandit's den. As for the FBI or eyes checking the account books, haha, I guarantee that they will come in with a smile and leave with a face full of idiocy. You don't even know your last name when you are in the state of forgetting everything, and you still want to remember to find out what problems exist in the group. You are kidding. In the long run, Li Feng has never worried about money, and Blitz has developed a bandit spirit. Even if he returns to the Marvel world, he wants to find some work with a group of younger brothers, such as running to the Federal Reserve to do something. Tons of gold shining with golden light, anyone who sees it wants to kiss it. Of course, if Li Feng thinks that the earth is a grass in the backyard and is embarrassed to start, Blitz doesn't mind developing into space as long as he is given a flying spaceship, even if the spaceship is leaky. Anyway, the Golden Warriors don't need oxygen. If they don't even provide a spaceship, then open a portal to rob. Anyway, it's a business with no capital. If you don't open for 3 years, you can make a living for 3 years after opening. Just do something big, and I guarantee that everyone will have a good life in the next life. Li Feng, who roughly guessed what Blitzcrank was thinking, glared at him and reminded him with a stern face, when it's time to concentrate, you should know how to concentrate. Don't underestimate this world. You should know that the universe is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. There are a lot of ruthless people in the universe. It's not enough to rely on your strength to survive in the universe. I don't want you to provoke the existence that you shouldn't provoke and thus cause trouble for me. You'd better stay with me honestly. As he said that, Li Feng turned around and took the beer handed over by Creature, took a big sip, pushed open the car door, got out of the car and shouted, "Old man, start the equipment quickly. I'm going to entangle with your wife now, get out." Pime slammed the wrench at Li Feng along the sound, with a ferocious look on his face, and said viciously, "I'll say it again, that's called quantum entanglement. You dare to take advantage of Janet, believe it or not, I will chop you alive." Li Feng dodged the wrench sideways, twisted his butt and said, Come on. If you can't chop me to death today, you are my son. Where's my pistol? No, I'm going to build an incinerator and watch Austin burn to ashes." Pime felt his blood pressure soaring. He had never seen such a shameless person in his life. He would die with his eyes wide open if he didn't kill this guy. But then he thought, if he killed Li Feng, his wife would be gone. This life has never been good, it's all shitty. Pime angrily dropped the tools in his hand, turned around and walked to the operating table, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, and when his emotions calmed down a little, he said in a cold tone, "Let's get started." Li Feng shrugged, not caring about Pime's attitude, and took out the mind gem openly, sat cross-legged, and connected Janet, Pime and his own mental power together. Janet Pim. Just as Pim and Janet were talking about their love for each other, Li Feng, who was full of dog food, couldn't help but stop them and said, "That's enough, you two. Can't you talk again in the real world later? You have to show off your affection in front of me. Believe it or not, I'll cut off the internet." "Sorry," Janet said apologetically. Pim didn't even look at Li Feng. He was afraid that he would be tempted to chop people if he looked at her, so he could only focus on capturing Janet's signal. After a while, the machine made a beep beep sound, and Pim said excitedly, "I found you, dear. Wait for me." Before he finished speaking, Pim hurriedly put on his protective clothing, activated the quantum channel, and jumped into a professional spacecraft heading to the quantum field. Li Feng, who was sweating, put away the mind stone and cursed, "Old man, you found it, but you ran away without saying anything. If I hadn't been a little capable, you would have been made a fool by the mind stone." Unfortunately, Pime only wanted to save Janet at this time, so he didn't have the heart to argue with Li Feng. Watching the spaceship gradually shrinking and entering the quantum field, Li Feng, who was a little bored, pouted his lips, touched his stomach and shouted, "Creature, I'm hungry. Roast the lamb leg for me." "Okay, boss." "Creature will prepare it." Creature's voice came from the RV, and then Blitz took down a basket of charcoal and a grill from the RV. Roasted lamb legs can only be authentic if they are roasted over charcoal. More than half an hour later, a spaceship in front of the quantum channel gradually became larger. Li Feng, who was biting the lamb leg, burped when he saw this. He walked towards the spaceship with his glass in hand and said jokingly, "Oh, the two of us finally meet. Let's have a drink to celebrate." Pime, who could tell who made the lamb leg just by the smell, looked at the laboratory subconsciously. Seeing the grill in the laboratory and the red charcoal on the floor, he was so angry that veins on his forehead jumped. This is a laboratory with all kinds of high-end handmade equipment. What if the charcoal burns the equipment? When he saw Blitz standing next to the grill with a face full of flesh, Pime frowned and asked, "Who is he?" Li Feng could enter and leave the laboratory freely because they had an agreement at the beginning, and Li Feng was half of his student, so entering and leaving the laboratory was nothing. As Li Feng's servant, Creature had carefully taken care of his body some time ago, so there was nothing to say about him entering and leaving the laboratory. But what about the strongman, who was obviously mixed in the underworld? "Austin, you wouldn't have borrowed money from a loan shark to buy the equipment, would you?" Pime guessed with a straight face. PFFT. Li Feng rolled his eyes after spitting out a mouthful of beer and said speechlessly, "Old Brit, Pime can't recognize you after changing your skin." Blitzcrank shrugged, stretched out his hand to shake hands with Pime, and made an electronic synthesized voice, saying, "Hello, Dr. Pime, I'm the Golden Warrior from before." The chubby robot? Pime stretched out his hand to shake hands with Blitzcrank, and touched Blitzcrank's bionic skin by the way, and asked curiously, "Why did you think of disguising yourself as a human?" "For convenience, so as not to be chased by reporters when going out." Feng made up a random remark while putting his arm around Pime's shoulders and winking at Janet. He said, "You two, since we are back to the real world, shouldn't we proceed to the next item?" Janet raised her eyebrows, first thanked Feng, then looked at Pime and asked, "What is the deal between you and Austin?" Feng counted on his fingers and said, "The equipment drawings in the deal have been obtained, and the rest include teaching quantum physics, donating equipment, modifying RVs, and a batch of simplified versions of Pime particles." As he spoke, Feng reached out to Pime and asked for it, saying, "Someone promised to make Pime particles in a few days. Where are the goods now? Give them to me quickly." Janet was a little confused. Knowledge, equipment drawings and so on were all fine, but Pime particles were priceless treasures. How could my old man just give them away? When did my old man become generous? There was no reason. Janet, who couldn't figure it out, felt that the transaction was not worth it, and couldn't help muttering, "Am I so valuable?" "Of course," Feng said with a smile. "In Pime's eyes, you are made of gold, and are very valuable. It can be said that in order to save you, the old man can even give up his life." As he spoke, Feng patted Janet's shoulder, wiped the grease in his hand on her shoulder, and said seriously, "Little girl, have you thought about how to repay your old man? Am I considered a little girl at my age?" Janet glanced at her clothes and grease that had not been changed for many years. "For your help in rescuing me and praising my youth, I will turn the page. As for repaying you, it's none of your business." Janet and Pim looked at each other affectionately, and they held hands at the same time. Feng twitched his mouth, and suddenly felt that the leg of lamb in his hand was not fragrant, and his stomach was full of dog food, which made him feel uncomfortable. With a happy expression on his face, Pime took Janet's hand and walked towards the control console. He took out a suitcase from under the console and handed it to Feng, saying, "This is the simplified version of the Pime particles you wanted. Remember, this thing cannot be used on living things." "Understood." Feng took the suitcase, opened the portal, and motioned for Creature and Blitzcrank to follow. He waved goodbye to Pime and Janet behind him and said, as the saying goes, "Absence is better than love. I won't disturb you. I will be back in 3 days. By then, the spacecraft to the quantum realm should have been overhauled, right? I hope Miss Janet will have time to take me to the quantum realm to play." After that, Feng returned to the lake and waved to close the portal. Chapter 423 Headache. Lakeside. Feng handed the suitcase to Creature, and when he signaled him to hide it, he couldn't help but feel happy. He showed his lewd face and laughed. "With the genuine Pime particles as a cover, I can make as many Pime particles as I want." Creature took the suitcase and said with a little regret, "It's a pity that Creature only stole the formula of the simplified version of Pime particles that can't shrink living things." Feng didn't care. The road was walked step by step. As long as he understood the simplified version of Pime particles, would the complete version be far away? If it really doesn't work, he can ask Stark, the hanger-on, for help. If Stark needs the complete version as a sample, Feng is not unable to provide it. There are not many of this thing left now, which does not mean that there were not many in the past. Anyway, Pime has misunderstood Howard Stark for stealing Pime particles, and Feng doesn't mind making Howard's pot bigger. Blitz, who was originally confused, understood from the conversation between the two people that Creature's conditioning of Pime's body was fake, and stealing was the real thing. "You two, master and servant, really know how to play." Blitz gave Feng a thumbs up and praised him in a flattering manner. "Master." Before Blitz finished speaking, Feng made a face and said, "It's fine if you just keep it to yourself. It's embarrassing to let outsiders know." Is this something that is embarrassing or embarrassing? Even though Blitz knew that Feng's face had been shattered, he couldn't help but mutter at this time. His master's face is completely gone. "Blitz, come with me to do something," Feng said, turning into grey mist and entering stealth mode while opening the portal. Blitz followed suit, casting a spell to become invisible, and flew through the portal. After crossing the portal, He saw a large group of freshwater lakes below, and Blitz judged where he was in just 1 second. Lake Ontario? Yes, Lake Ontario. In addition to being the world's largest freshwater lake, there is also an abandoned SHIELD base hidden under the lake. Feng pointed to the lighthouse by the lake and continued, "The lighthouse is the entrance." Blitzcrank thought for a moment and said, "There are good things the master wants in the base. 2 huge rocks," Feng said without hesitation. "One is related to dimension, and the other is related to time. I didn't know how SHIELD guarded the abandoned base before, so I didn't dare to enter easily." Before Feng finished speaking, Blitzcrank already understood the purpose of Feng bringing him here, and immediately patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, Master, Blitzcrank will definitely make you satisfied." After that, Blitzcrank slowly landed into the lighthouse. 3 minutes later, Blitzcrank's voice rang in Feng's mind, "Master, it's done. You can come down. This speed is pretty good." Feng grinned and floated silently to Blitzcrank's side. When he was about to exit the flight, he heard Blitzcrank hurriedly stop him. "Master, don't, we'd better keep flying slowly." Before Feng asked why, Blitzcrank explained, "The base has been abandoned for some time, and the ground is full of dust. We will leave footprints when we walk. If no one restarts the base, it's okay. If someone wants to restart the base recently, our actions will be easily exposed." "Understood." Feng nodded suddenly, and after recalling the location of the 2 boulders, he said, "Follow me. Remember to clean up your tail." After a while, Feng found the boulder, walked around the glass container to observe for a while, and asked in a low voice, "Will casting spells here be detected?" "No." Blitzcrank shook his head and asked curiously, "Master, are we going to take the boulder away as a whole?" "It's better not to." Feng opened a fist-sized portal, and while controlling the portal, to cut off a piece from the bottom of the boulder, he explained, "Since SHIELD has data recording that the boulder is stored here, taking the whole piece away will easily cause unnecessary trouble. I prefer to develop obscenely." "You also consider developing obscenely?" Blitzcrank was shocked by the brain circuit of the Feng brand, and didn't know what to say. Asgard is familiar with Feng, Kamatage is familiar with Feng, and SHIELD is even more familiar with Feng, and the security guards at the gate of Feng's house are all fully armed military. You still want to develop secretly? Who are you fooling? Every move is monitored. Achoo. Feng, who sneezed for no reason, rubbed his nose, and said to himself, "Why did you sneeze? Can a demigod catch a cold? Or is someone saying bad things about me behind my back? You are so awesome." Blitzcrank quickly retracted his thoughts and lowered his head silently waiting for orders. Putting the 2 boulder samples into the shoulder bag, Feng waved his hand to open the portal. When the 2 returned to the ground, Feng immediately contacted Harris, who was thousands of miles away, and asked, "Is the black boulder still on Gonzalez's ship?" "Other boulder is still there." Harris hesitated and continued to report, "Master, Gonzalez is dead. Carlson took over the mothership and ordered the transfer of important cargo on the mothership under the cover of night, among which the first batch of the boulder with the highest confidentiality level was transferred." "Carlson? You are really everywhere." Feng scratched his head and said, "Find a safe place. I'll come now." "Yes, Master." Harris, the guide who received the order, rushed back to the dormitory. "There is no way. The surveillance on the mothership is everywhere, especially after the incident that SHIELD almost changed its name to Serpent Shield. Gonzalez was so crazy that he installed probes in every corner. If it weren't for the collective protests of the crew and even the threat of strike, this old man would have installed several monitoring probes even in the dormitory and the place where the grains are recycled." Toilet. Back in the dormitory, Harris just locked the door when a portal suddenly appeared in the room, and then Feng boarded the mothership with the hideous Blitz. Harris looked at the stranger Blitz secretly and contacted Feng with his mental power, saying, "Master, the dormitory seems safe on the surface, but I don't know if there are any monitoring devices, so it's better to be careful. Let's contact with mental power." Feng was stunned and gave Blitz a look. The poor agent has no human rights. Where is the private space stipulated in the law? Was it eaten by Gonzalez? Blitzcrank glanced at the bald black man. Harris, with pity, scanned the room, and then returned to Feng, whispering, "Master, the room is safe." After a pause, Blitzcrank boasted with an expression of "come and praise me. I also controlled all the surveillance on the mothership to ensure that the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot detect us." Feng nodded with satisfaction, gave him a "you are very good" look, then turned to look at Harris and asked, "Is Coulson on the mothership too?" "No," Harris explained. "Coulson erased the memory of Sky's biological father some time ago and sent him back to New York. Today he accompanied Sky to visit Sky's father." While speaking, Harris took out the crew uniform from the closet and handed it to Feng, saying, "Boss, the boulder is stored on the bottom floor of the mothership." Feng took the clothes and listened to Harris's explanation. Because the stone is too mysterious, Gonzalez installed energy monitoring equipment in the room. Any energy fluctuation will trigger an alarm, including the owner's spell fluctuations. I haven't found the switch to turn off the equipment yet, so I can only ask the owner to disguise himself as a S.H.I.E.L.D. person and walk into the bottom of the mothership. It's useless even if I find it." Blitz, who had invaded the mothership and knew it well, said, "The energy monitoring equipment needs to be turned off manually, and there are people guarding the switch. Whether you knock out the guard or turn off the energy monitoring, it will trigger an alarm. Just walk in." Feng doesn't care as long as the stone can be obtained smoothly. "Tell me what S.H.I.E.L.D. is busy with recently?" Feng asked while changing clothes. "There are a lot of things to do." Harris tilted his head to sort out his thoughts and said, "Gonzalez had been causing trouble for Coulson before, but somehow they reconciled, and then S.H.I.E.L.D. found the gathering place of the Inhumans. Gonzalez negotiated with the Inhumans as a representative of S.H.I.E.L.D., but was framed and killed by the Inhuman leader Jiang, which triggered the war between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Inhumans." Seeing that Feng and Blitz had changed their clothes, Harris opened the door to check the corridor. Seeing that there was no one around, he motioned Feng and Blitz to follow up and continued. "Although Coulson finally resolved the war, he also lost his left palm. Where's Sky?" Feng suddenly interrupted. "The little girl is not injured, right?" Harris didn't know how to answer for a moment. The war almost broke out, and injuries were inevitable, and Feng's question was too general. What counts as an injury? Is a scratch counted as an injury? After hesitating for a while, Harris whispered, "The physical injuries are okay. After all, the S.H.I.E.L.D. medical team is very capable, and you gave Miss Sky a lot of life-saving equipment. I don't know about the emotional injuries. Master, you also know that Ms. Sky longs for her family. But although she has found her biological parents now, it turns out that her father is a stubborn lunatic, and her mother is obsessed with revenge. She is even so cruel as to use Sky to frame Coulson. Coulson has always raised Miss Sky as his daughter, and Sky also has an Oedipus complex for Coulson." At this point, Harris glanced at Feng, whose face was normal, and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and said, "If Miss Sky was just caught between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Inhumans, it would be fine. At most, she would just pat her butt and leave, and she would not be bothered by it. But Jiang almost killed Miss Sky for revenge, and Miss Sky witnessed her biological father strangling her biological mother to death. How much psychological damage must this cause?" Seeing that Feng's face had turned livid and there were signs of mana riot on his body, Harris quickly shut up and quietly acted as a guide. Feng's heart was a little confused, especially when he heard that Sky was almost killed. Even though he knew that Sky's halo would not kill him, no matter what he did, he still wanted to travel through time and go back to the past to shoot Jiang and others in advance. "Damn Coulson, how did you take care of Sky?" Feng cursed angrily and thought about himself. "Do I have feelings for Sky? Can I get the soul gem back? How should I get along with Sky in the future? After getting the soul gem, should I speed up the plan for the time gem? Or should I take Sky to live by the lake to avoid any accidents?" In an instant, Feng felt a headache. Chapter 424, Vengeful Flame Soul Brand. Logically speaking, since Coulson had taken over the mothership and ordered the transfer of important cargo overnight, there should be a sentry every 5 steps on the mothership, and he should take the initiative to question strangers. But Blitz found that things were not quite what he had imagined. For example, Harris would avoid the patrol guards in advance at the beginning, but as the three of them continued to move towards the bottom of the mothership, Harris only occasionally avoided the patrol guards, and when he met a small number of guards, he not only did not avoid them, but went straight up to greet them. What made Blitz even more unacceptable was that these guards who saw Li Feng not only did not ask Li Feng to take out his ID card for inspection, but saluted with excitement. They looked so lucky, as if they wanted to express their loyalty to Li Feng on the spot. Blitz was confused. What the hell is going on? Is the mothership named Carlson or Austin? When the three of them walked to the bottom floor, the guard guarding the boulder opened the door without saying a word, saluted and greeted him respectfully. Master. Well, Blitz finally understood it thoroughly now. S.H.I.E.L.D. was already screwed, so what if it escaped the fate of S.H.I.E.L.D. by chance? The top international power of the devil, just change its name to Li S.H.I.E.L.D. Agency, as soon as possible. Li Feng patted the guard's shoulder, and walked straight into the room. Blitz looked down on the guard with a happy face, secretly complained that the other party was hopeless, and then followed Li Feng's footsteps in the room with a proud face. When closing the door, he did not forget to give the guard a look, as if to say, see, only this uncle can follow Austin. High-end goods should be treated with high-end treatment, just like the boulder in front of him, covering an area of 9981 square meters of independent room, with all kinds of detection equipment with flashing red and green lights on the wall, and carefully served, as if afraid that the boulder would have diarrhea. This treatment, Li Feng felt, that he would never be blessed in this life. Seeing Li Feng circling around the boulder with great interest, Blitz volunteered to open the glass cabinet containing the boulder, tore off a piece of boulder sample from the bottom of the boulder, put it into the container, and handed it to Li Feng. Li Feng shook the container, put it into his shoulder bag, and asked, Harris, you did a good job, saving me a lot of effort. Tell me, what reward do you want? There is a reward. Harris' eyes lit up, and he thought carefully and said, Master, I want strength. Is it okay to use props or potions to increase strength? Li Feng tilted his head and thought for a while, then asked back. Potions are fine. I can just drink it when no one is around. As for props, Harris shrugged and said helplessly, props need to be worn all the time, which is not conducive to hiding one's identity. Besides, your props are too conspicuous, and anyone with a discerning eye can guess that I'm related to you. Props won't work, so I can only give potions. No, using potions to suddenly increase strength is also too ostentatious. Both props and potions are ruled out, which makes it a bit difficult. No, I have something good. Li Feng suddenly thought of something, waved his hand, motioned to leave the room first, and said, you know Hellfire. Harris was originally an evil spirit, so of course he knew the name of Hellfire. He nodded excitedly and said, Master, you want to give me Hellfire? Wouldn't that person be able to become Ghost Rider? You wish. You're the Ghost Rider? Go play somewhere else. What I'm giving you is a fake Hellfire that I made myself. Li Feng rolled his eyes at the whimsical Harris, and said as he opened the door, I also have a real Hellfire, but I dare not play with the real Hellfire. The final right of interpretation of that thing is in the hands of Hell. God knows whether the Ghost Rider created by using Hellfire is a servant who listens to me, or a Ghost Rider who listens to Hell's orders. As for why the Ghost Rider under my command can use the authentic Hellfire, he signed a contract with Mephisto during his lifetime. Originally, his soul belonged to Mephisto after his death. It was me who tore his soul into pieces to escape the doom brought by Mephisto. After that, I slowly pieced his soul together and nurtured it back to a complete state. In a sense, except that his soul can still drive Hellfire, the rest of him is no longer the original him. If you insist on having the authentic Hellfire, it's not impossible, Li Feng said with a smirk and intimidation. The next second, after I give you a Hellfire and sign a contract with Hell, I will tear your soul into pieces, and then piece it together, and nurture it back to a complete state. When your soul is stable, you can bypass Hell and use Hellfire. Tear up the soul? Heaven has pity on him. He is just an evil spirit that has taken over Harris's body. What is the probability of tearing the soul apart and then putting it back together? Anyway, it is not very high. And what is the probability of tearing the evil spirit apart and then putting it back together? Anyway, it is much lower than the soul, especially under the premise of being torn into pieces. This is not called asking for power, but fucking seeking death. Okay, Harris shook his head like a rattle and smiled slowly. Fake hellfire is good. Very good. Of course it's good. Don't you see who made this thing? Feng raised his eyebrows proudly, motioned for Harris to find a room without energy monitoring equipment, and introduced. The fake hellfire and the real hellfire are actually almost the same, except that the right of interpretation is in my hands, and in the hands of hell respectively. For example, both can make you immortal before the flame is extinguished, and ordinary injuries will recover overnight. Even advanced equipment cannot detect it when not in use. At this point, Feng suddenly thought of something, scratched his head, and said a little embarrassedly, it seems that not all equipment cannot detect it. At least equipment that can check the state of the soul will do. I don't know if SHIELD has this kind of equipment, but Asgard has it. What is it called? Soul Forge. It seems to be called this. After a pause, Feng said uncertainly, I remember that Earth calls this thing a quantum field generator. A device that can transfer molecular energy. I wonder if SHIELD has studied this thing. Hearing that the quantum field generator has the function of transferring molecular energy, Harris felt relieved. Just by hearing the function, he knew that this thing was a high-end treasure, and a soldier like him who was at the bottom of SHIELD would never be able to use a quantum field generator in his life. It is normal to use a bandage or a bandage after being injured, unless Fury is crazy. After a while, Harris pushed open the utility room and locked the door. After Blitzcrank confirmed that the room was safe, Feng opened the portal to call Curtis Lay and said, man, give this guy a fake hellfire. At the same time, you two should get to know each other. From now on, anyone who uses fake hellfire will be under your jurisdiction. When Harris heard that the tall skeleton with flames in front of him was his boss, he saluted and said, sir. Anyone who uses fake hellfire will be under my jurisdiction. Curtis Lay was silent for a while and casually pressed a ball of black flame into Harris' chest. He looked at Feng with a complicated expression and said, you want to form a hellfire core? Feng did not deny it. Since the plot of Avengers 2 has passed, Thanos has obviously embarked on the road of collecting the Infinity Stones himself, which also means that there is not much time left for Feng. And Feng is not even a true god at present, so why should he snatch the Infinity Stones from Thanos? Besides, Thanos is not a Lone Ranger, and he has too many younger brothers. Seeing Feng nodded in acknowledgement of his guess, Curtis Lay sighed slightly and said, the Dementors Legion plus the Golden Legion can easily occupy most of the Earth, right? Now you want to form the Hellfire Legion? Curtis Lay asked confusedly, can I know why? Or do you want to be the captain and rule the world? I'm not interested in power, and I never touch power. Feng pursed his lips and said disdainfully, what's the good of being a captain who is busy all day long? It's better to just eat and wait for death. Then why do you need so many legions? Curtis Lay asked. What can we do? Fight. Feng rubbed his cheeks and explained vaguely, do you think the Battle of New York is over? No, in fact, the big cake of the earth has attracted more than just the Chitauri. Curtis Lay was stunned and said, you want to form a legion to fight the aliens? Seeing Feng nod, Curtis Lay fell silent again. After a long time, he said, since you are the leader of the legion, you will definitely step into the foreground. The name of Curtis Lay is likely to attract Mephisto's attention. Please take the time to help me choose a new name. Brand, Vengeance Flame Soul Brand. Feng said the name without thinking. Brand? Curtis Lay whispered, nodded slightly to indicate that the name Brand was okay, and he would call him Brand from now on. Feng grinned and thought about when to give Brand a few exclusive skills, such as Flame Mark, Flame Pillar, and Fiery Burning. Especially Firestorm must be matched, otherwise it would be a shame to the name of Brand. On the side, Harris, who was quietly absorbing the black flame, suddenly opened his eyes and interrupted Feng's thoughts, saying happily, thank you for the gift from the master. Okay, this is what you deserve. Feng waved his hand indifferently. Since the matter of the 3 boulders was settled, Feng did not stay any longer. He waved his hand to open the portal and prepared to leave, saying, Harris, find a time to familiarize yourself with the power as soon as possible, and by the way, help me see who else should be rewarded. When the time comes, make a list and report it. I will let Bran distribute the power to you. After that, Feng took Blitz and Bran through the portal. As soon as the three of them returned to the lake, Creature teleported to Feng with a phone and said, "Boss, it's Mr. Stark's call." Feng took the phone and didn't say anything when he heard Stark ask in the microphone, "Austin, can your healing skills cure patients with congenital genetic defects?" Feng was stunned. He had never thought about this question, let alone tried it. Where could he find an accurate answer at the moment? Don't you also know healing magic? Have you tried it and found it effective? Feng asked back. "I have tried it." Stark's rather helpless voice came from the microphone. "I don't know if it's because I'm not good enough in my skills, or if healing magic can't cure genetic diseases. Anyway, my spells are not effective, and can only temporarily relieve the pain." Stark cast a spell to treat, and when the effect was not good, he asked me for help. "Who is the patient?" Feng asked curiously. Chapter 425 Osborne Group visits with him. Osborne Group, one of the world's leading companies, is famous for its biotechnology and has an estimated market value of $200 billion. Logically, as the boss of Osborne Group, Mr. Norman Osborn should have lived an enviable life of having everything he wanted, lying in bed all day and spending money. Unfortunately, this guy is unlucky. In addition to having endless money, he also has a family genetic disease, retroviral hyperplasia. This disease is equivalent to a terminal illness at the current stage of medical treatment on Earth. No matter how good the doctor is, he can only say no hope, wait for death and goodbye. Retroviral hyperplasia is not bad in the early stage of the onset. It's nothing more than the right hand not listening to orders and likes to shake and shake for fun. For Norman Osborn, who is worth over 100 million, handshaking is not a problem at all. It's nothing more than shaking off half a cup of coffee when drinking. But in the late stage, Norman Osborn was as depressed as he could be. It was a miracle for him to pee while standing, let alone get out of bed and stroll. In order to spend as much of his savings as possible, and to have a happy life of changing 12 young models a year in the future, and for his own precious son, Norman Osborn spared no expense to set up a team to develop an antidote for retroviral proliferative disease when he was young. Unfortunately, a terminal illness is a terminal illness, and it is so desperate that it makes people panic. It is so desperate that Norman Osborn has to live a happy life of lying in bed and spending money and having everything he wants. The huge research team only gives a slim hope. As for when to turn the slim hope into a real antidote, Norman Osborn estimates that he has no more luck to share. After all, he really doesn't have much time. Today, just as Norman Osborn was lying on his sickbed board and thinking about whether to leave a suicide note and ask his descendants to offer the antidote on his grave, or strangle the members of the antidote development team and take the team to hell to continue researching the antidote, the famous Stark came to seek help and asked him to transfer several biological talents from the Osborne Group to form a world-class biological research team. Norman Osborn refused at first. He hadn't really died yet. It can be said that every researcher in the Osborne Group was tied to his own life. Seconding scientific researchers was equivalent to reducing their chances of survival. But on secondment, Stark didn't seem to be an ordinary person. He had a plug-in in his head. He was comparable to a top research team. Who knows if he would come up with a plan to treat retroviral proliferation disease when he felt happy and in an unusually good mood. On one side was a slim hope, and on the other side was relying on the plug-in to survive. Norman Osborn was in a dilemma for a long time, and finally made a suggestion. Let Stark see a doctor first. If Stark could treat retroviral proliferation, then let alone sending people to help set up a biological research team. Even if the top scientific researchers in the Osborne Group were packed up and taken away, Norman Osborn would raise his hands and feet in agreement. But if Stark can't treat retroviral hyperplasia, Norman Osborn can only say, "Sorry, please go back to where you came from. If you still want to form a biological research team, please make an appointment in advance and wait in line." Stark understands this. What else can he do if he doesn't understand? Didn't you see that Norman Osborn is now so sick that he needs to rely on a ventilator to breathe oxygen? Besides, he really can't bear to confront an old man who is about to die. there is no sense of accomplishment. The next thing is much simpler. Stark first understands what retroviral hyperplasia is called, and then asks if he has tried gene-targeted therapy and other means. After confirming that ordinary medical means cannot cure retroviral hyperplasia, Stark began to show magic in the eyes of Norman Osborn, the Osborn family butler, and many private doctors who were confused, surprised, envious and admiring. The effect of the treatment is actually quite good. At least the originally sick Norman Osborn immediately felt that his waist was not sore and his hands were not shaking, and he even got up and walked a few steps with the help of his private doctor. But it was only a few steps. Norman Osborn then turned back to his sickly state, waiting to die, until Stark unwillingly used the healing technique again. After several attempts, Stark gave up the idea of healing Norman Osborn on his own, and planned to seek external help, such as Feng, who knew more about the treatment methods. After understanding the cause of the incident, Feng roughly guessed why the treatment was ineffective for retroviral proliferation disease. With a strong contemptuous tone, he said, "Honey, do you remember the relationship between the soul and the body, especially the one that affects each other?" Stark held the phone for a long time, looked at Norman Osborn with pity, and said, "You mean, for any gene-related disease, in addition to the treatment, it is also necessary to treat the soul?" "That's right, but there is no reward." Before Feng finished speaking, Stark interrupted with a gloomy face. "Since the accidental creation of Ultron, Pod strictly forbade me to come into contact with spells related to the soul. So, man, in order to smoothly form a biological research team, when will you come to Norman Osborn's mansion to play the role of a doctor?" Feng knew Stark's plan, but a wounded soul cannot be healed by a spell. At least he can't heal a soul by snapping his fingers. The only way he can treat the soul is to nourish it. The problem is that it takes time to nurture and stable mana output. After thinking for a while, Feng touched the Akamadla plaque in his shoulder bag and asked, "Ask Mr. Norman Osborn if the Osborn group has a way to provide stable energy for a long time. If so, I will come here now. If not, please go home and get a reactor." Stark looked at Norman Osborn and conveyed Feng's question. Norman Osborn, who had tried magical spells, had long regarded Stark and his gang as the last straw. The moment he heard Stark's question, he guessed that the other party had a way to heal him. The only thing missing was a stable and powerful energy source. But is this a problem for Norman Osborn? Norman Osborn, who felt that he could live the life of a young model every night, could not suppress his excitement. He waved to the butler to arrange a helicopter, and answered with all his strength, "Yes, there is efficient energy in the Osborn group." Perhaps Norman Osborn's voice was loud enough. Stark was too lazy to repeat the nonsense, and asked Feng directly, "Did you hear it?" "I heard it." Feng picked his ears, complained there are so many trivial things, "I'm so hungry," and opened the portal and said, "Meet at the Osborn group building later." After that, Feng hung up the phone and threw it to Creature and turned to the vicinity of the Osborn group. Feng did not enter the Osborn group immediately, but bought a hot dog first and then walked towards the door of the Osborn group while eating. At the front desk of the group, a middle-aged man in a suit and green clothes saw Feng, who was wearing a black cloak and a large doll. His expression froze at first, and then he hurriedly changed into a warm smile, stepped forward and stretched out his hand to shake hands and asked, "You must be Mr. Austin." Feng nodded slightly, and when he stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other party, he heard the other party introduce himself. "I'm Dr. Radar. Mr. Osborn just called me to explain everything. He has already taken a helicopter to the group. Before he arrives, I will temporarily receive you." After a pause, Dr. Radar made a gesture of invitation to Feng and asked in a low and cautious voice, "Mr. Austin, do you need to be taken to the restaurant for a tour first?" He couldn't help but be cautious. As a confidant of Norman Osborn, he knew clearly what state his boss's body was in now. It was not an exaggeration to say that half of his body was lying in a coffin. Although the young man in front of him was disheveled and even had a ruffian's air, he could actually treat retroviral hyperplasia. What does this mean? It means that he is a genius doctor with superb medical skills. Since people eat grains, it is normal to get sick. Rada doesn't want to offend the doctor unintentionally today, which will result in the other party refusing to use his medical skills when he is sick in the future. Secondly, as Norman Osborn's henchman, he knows clearly where his power and status come from. As the saying goes, a new emperor chooses new ministers. If Norman Osborn dies, who in the group will care about him? He may even be kicked out by the successor of the group. In order to maintain the current happiness index of life, he is definitely one of the people who least wants Norman Osborn to die. So in order for Norman Osborn to live longer, he dare not offend Li Feng. Restaurant. Li Feng's eyes lit up, and he stuffed the hot dog into his mouth in 2 or 3 bites, and said, "Lead the way quickly. By the way, what delicious food do you have in your restaurant? Steak? Or Coke? Chicken wings? Hamburgers? Pizza? Or roast chicken? Roast duck with white rice? How the hell do I know what the restaurant has? Do you think I look like someone who would eat in the group restaurant?" Ladder showed an awkward but polite smile, and when he was about to say something, he saw Li Feng walking straight towards a high school student who was storing school bags, metal belts, pendants and other items for security check. "Peter?" Li Feng walked quickly to Peter Parker and asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" While asking, Li Feng glanced at the amulet Peter left in the basket at the security check and silently looked up at the sky with melancholy. Cosmic consciousness, can I curse? I gave Peter an amulet to prevent spider bites, but the security check just left it aside? Are you kidding me? Well, if you can't afford to provoke me, can't you just hide from me? Don't you always want Spider-Man to officially take up a job? I'll help you today. On the other side, Peter was a little panicked when he heard someone reveal his real name. He is not Peter Parker now, but who am I? Peter silently glanced at the name tag with the name of Rodriguez Guvera and said with pleading eyes, "Sir, you have the wrong person. I'm Rodrigo Guvera." Guvera head. Li Feng put his arm around Peter's shoulders, threw the name tag of Rodriguez Guvera aside, and dragged Peter to Rada, saying, "Drive Rada, I would like to lend you the pass, so that the little guy can visit various biotechnologies at will." Dr. Rada smiled and shrugged, took off the name tag, and handed it to Peter, and gave a look to the guard in the distance. The guard immediately understood what Rada wanted to express. As long as the little guy named Rada is not a commercial spy, Osborn Group will allow him to visit. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.